In this course, we are going to create this instant messaging app, which is a clone of WhatsApp. This allows you to send instant messages to other users. For example, if I say hello, this message is going to be sent into the database and it's going to be distributed to all of the users and appear in their messages window. We are also able to start a video call, and it's going to connect to the video call in a few moments. And here we go. Hello guys. I can also turn off the camera and only have an audio call. Besides that, we are also gonna be able to upload our own story to our status. So here I'm gonna select an image and it's going to start uploading, and after a few moments it's going to be uploaded. When the story uploaded, I can view it. This is the story I just uploaded. We are also able to add other users here in new contacts by just entering their phone number and saying new contact. If they exist in the database, the contact will be added successfully and we are going to see. So we are going to use real phone numbers and real users to do this. Another thing I can do is go here into channels, and this is a list of channels that people have made and that I can follow. So if I, for example, select this channel, it's going to get loaded into my interface. And now channels are similar to groups. The only difference is that in a channel, only the owner can post and other people can follow. So I can click this follow button, and after a few seconds, it's gonna save me into the database that I'm following this, and I can follow this group. If I click unfollow, it's going to also unfollow the group. I'm also able to pick emojis from this very big emoji picker, which we are going to implement, and I can send this message into the group. Besides emojis, I can also send an image. So I can just send this image, and as it's gonna say uploading image, and after the image uploads, it's gonna give me notification very soon, depending on your internet speed, of course. And after it uploads, it's going to be sent into the chat. I can also send PDF files, for example, like this, and that's going to start to upload. I will disable camera for a quick moment so you get the full view of the screen. Document has uploaded and it's going to be sent into the chat. I can click and it's going to open this PDF file that I just sent. We are also able to go into our account settings and we can manage account. Here we can change profile picture, username, email addresses, etc. We can also delete our account. We are also able to create a group, so we can go onto new group, give it a name, let's say school, and I'm gonna select members from my contacts, and then I can say create, and we will wait for a quick moment. And the group is going to be created in our sidebar. Now I can start sending messages. And all of the members are going to receive these messages. And now we can go ahead and start. For the overview of our application, we are going to code frontend in React because we are going to be using NextJS. So client-side NextJS will be React, of course. And then all of our requests are going to be sent to /API/messages. Those will be managed by server-side Next.js, and then everything will be saved in our Prisma database. The first thing I want to show you when you are watching any kind of YouTube tutorial, what really helps, and I'm using this all the time, are these shortcuts. So to rewind 10 seconds, use J. To skip 10 seconds, use L. K or space is for pause, although space sometimes doesn't work for me, so I just use K. And then arrows is for skipping or rewinding 5 seconds, and holding click on the video is for 2x speed. I'm using this when I need to rewatch something, I didn't understand something, or I want to skip something, or I want to speed up this part, or something like that. And then on mobile, you can hold tab for 2x speed, and then you can either double tap on left half to rewind 10 seconds and double tap on right half to skip 10 seconds. Also on desktop, you can use Shift comma to slow down the video. I'm using this all the time. And Shift dot to speed up the video. I'm also using this all the time. First, I made a new folder on my PC where I want to put this project. And I will go here on the top and say cmd. So it will open the command prompt or terminal in this path. Then I will go to NextJS installation. And here it says you need to have Node.js 18 or later. The way you can check that is go to your terminal and say node and then -v for version. And I have 20.10, so I have a good version. If you don't, just click here and then install or download your Node.js. Then we will scroll down in the NextJS installation and we will first copy this command and go to our terminal and we will paste it. It's npx create next app at latest, and we can also add the name here, whatsapp-clone-tutorial, for example. And then we will go through some settings after it finishes loading. Would you like to use Typescript? Yes. Would you like to use slint? Yes. We're also going to use Tailwind CSS. And would you like to use source as directory? No, we just want to have app. I will explain all of this later. Would you like to use app router? Yes, I'm going to explain what all of this means. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And then we are waiting for it to install. And now we got the message success and we have a new folder in our folder that we created. And then I'm gonna enter that folder like this, and I'm gonna say cmd here again, and then I'm gonna say code dot to open this in Visual Studio Code. You can choose whatever code editor you want. I wanna mention that you can also just open Visual Studio Code at the beginning and use this terminal here, say just new terminal, like this. But I'm gonna be using these terminals because they are a lot faster. But whatever I do in this terminal, you can also do in Visual Studio Code's terminal. If we take a look through our project, we can see that we have this app folder. This is where all of your code is going to be. Inside you have globals CSS. So we're gonna make small changes to this. This is just defining foreground RGB. These are variables that you can use. You use this variable in your CSS and it's gonna have this color, for example. In public folder, you will keep all of your images. Then you have git ignore, for example. This is everything that will not be pushed in GitHub. You don't need to touch this. Next.js config, we will make some changes here to configure our Next.js. Tailwind config, I think we will not touch this at all. This is to configure Tailwind CSS. If you don't know what Tailwind CSS is, I will explain soon. And then this is to configure our Typescript, and I think we will not touch this either. So first, we're gonna go to the terminal and we're gonna say npm run dev. And then we will start this website on our localhost 3000 soon. So here my website is up and running at localhost 3000. This is what it looks in the beginning. But now we want to go to the app folder and then page.tsx. This is where this page is coded. So inside of return function, we want to actually delete this whole thing. We don't need any of this. And we will just make a div. And we're going to say hello next. And if we save this, it should automatically update. Then I'm just gonna zoom in our page so you can see better. Inside of our div element, we're gonna say class name, and it's gonna be equal to text-red-500 and font-bold. If we save this, we're gonna see how our text will automatically update. This is how easy it is to use Tailwind CSS. So this is Tailwind. It's a lot easier than classic CSS, and this is the most versatile and best CSS framework that I know right now. Here are some extensions that you want to install. So the first one is Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So it's this one, and what it helps you do is if you hover over Tailwind class, it's gonna give you like the actual class implementation. And besides that, if you go here and press control space or just start typing, it's gonna give you recommendations. For example, if I start saying text zinc, well, it's not giving me recommendations now, but if I press control space, it's gonna load it and then it's gonna give me all of the classes that I can use, for example. Now this is underlined because this text red 500 and text zinc 900 are both deciding the color, so they are conflicting, they are overwriting with each other. So if I save this, it's gonna be the later one in this case. Then these simple React snippets, it will help us. I will show you how. And then we wanna also install Prisma. This will just add syntax highlighting to our Prisma files, our database, but you don't need to install this if you don't want to. I also have GitHub Copilot, GitHub Copilot Chat, and GitHub Copilot Labs, but those are not obligatory, they just help. And that's it. Also, if you want, you can use SVG Gallery. This is just so you can see your SVG images. When you open them in VS Code, they are just code. But if you want to see them, what they look like as images, you can use this. And code refactoring. So this one, VS Code React refactoring, let me show you what it does. If I do, for example, if I do this light bulb is gonna appear, and I'm gonna have a lot of options like extract to constant in enclosing scope, etc. But if you don't wanna, like I used this only once in the entire project, so you don't need to install this if you don't want to. Now let me show you something interesting. If I say bg-blue and I say 500, and if you don't have these options, just press control space and it will give you all of these options that I have in this menu. And then if I save this, this will color blue. But isn't it weird, because this is our full application, so shouldn't everything, the whole background, be colored in blue? And besides that, if I press F12 and I hover over the HTML and body, we see that it looks like the whole HTML, the whole page is just this top part. What's happening with these bottom parts? Why are they not included in the HTML? This is happening because the height of our HTML file is not set up to the full height of the screen. So we will actually go to our documents and global CSS, and then below here we're gonna say column root, comma HTML, comma body, and then open these curly brackets and say height column 100%. And if we save this, we can see that the height actually became 100%. But why is it not blue? Why is it not colored? The reason for that is that this div is not doesn't have full height. So if we go here and say age-full for height full, and we save, it's gonna take up the full height of the whole page. So now everything is colored. We wanna now adjust a few settings in VS Code, so I will press Ctrl-Shift-P and just start writing settings, and we're gonna preferences, open user settings. If you are using other system like Mac, I don't know how to do this, you can just Google it. So we wanna actually scroll down to this word wrap, and we're gonna put this to on. Then we want to search for compact folders, and we want to disable this. If you have this enabled, you see how they will display folder 1/folder 2/ is if they are children of each other. But if we disable this, you see how they will show a lot better. And now, because you enabled word wrap, you can see that these words wrapped into the new line, so they are not like this, so you cannot read them, but they just wrapped. And you can disable and enable this automatically for each file by pressing Alt-Z. So by pressing Alt-Z, I'm doing this. Next, we are going to install ShadCN. So I'm gonna go to ShadCN here, and I'm gonna say get started on documents. So introduction. ShadCN is not a component library, it's a collection of reusable components that you can copy and paste into your apps. So usually if you have a component library and you get a button, you cannot change that button too much. But ShadCN, the whole code is copied to your app, so you have full control of that, for example, button. Then we will go into the installation down below, and we will choose NextJS. And we already created NextJS app, so we will just copy this second part. I'm gonna click here and copy the npm version. Then I will go to my app folder and say cmd to start a new terminal. So I have two terminals, one is running the app, one is not. Sometimes some people need to shut down the app. I don't have to. For me it's gonna work if I don't shut down the app, but I'm gonna shut it down for now. And I'm just gonna paste this command that I copied, and I'm gonna press enter. So npx ShadCN UI at latest init, and we will wait for a few moments. And then which style would you like to use? Default, yes. Which color would you like to use as base color? Slate. And then this is our global CSS, just press enter. We want to use CSS variable CS. And are you using custom Tailwind prefix? No, so just press enter, leave it blank. Now, where is your Tailwind config.js located? Here, thing is that we actually don't have Tailwind config.js, but TS at the end. We are using Typescript. So if you press enter here, you're just gonna have two files. It won't be a problem, but we want to modify this so we don't have two unnecessary files. So I'm gonna press tab. So this placeholder will write out. So I'm gonna delete last two letters, and I'm gonna say TS, and I'm gonna press enter. And then configure the import alias for components. I'm gonna say yes. Configure import alias for utils. Utils is also yes. Just press enter. We don't need to change anything. Are you using React Server component? Yes, because we are using app router. Write configuration to components JSON. Just press enter. And now we will wait for ShadCN to install. Once it's successfully installed, let's see how to use it. So I will go here and click components, or I can just scroll down on this sidebar. There are all of the components, and I will click button. And this is the button. You can click it to see how it works. But we will scroll down, and we will copy this command by pressing here to the right side and selecting npm. And then I will go to our terminal and just paste it. So it's ShadCN-UI at latest add button. We will wait for this to install for a few moments. And now that it's installed, it says done. We're gonna go back to our code. And for example, here below, we're just gonna say, we're gonna start saying capital letters button. And we will import it, this one, from add components /UI/button. And then we can just, we can just say like this, click me and then close the button. So it's imported from here, and I will save this. And now we need to start our app again, because as you remember, I interrupted it. So I'm just gonna say npm run dev again. The way I forgot how I stopped the app, I just pressed Ctrl+C. So you can stop any terminal executions by just spamming Ctrl+C a few times. So now we want to go to our local host and refresh it a little bit. And as we refresh, it's going to start compiling it. This button rendered here. The code for this button you can find in components UI button. This is the new code that we got by installing this button. And we can see, for example, that we have all of the variants here. So if we go here to our button and we say variant, and then we can press Control space, and we can say destructive. For example, this is going to change the styling of this to this kind of danger button, and this is defined here in destructive variant. I can change this, so for example, background to be purple 500. If I save this, it's going to become background will be purple. We can also make our own new variant. For example, new, and then we say just background red 100 and color dash white. And then here we're gonna have this new variant. We can save it, and this will be our new variant. But usually I'm gonna Ctrl+Z to undo everything. You don't wanna usually change anything in these files. We will change a few times throughout this video, but you usually wanna, if possible, change everything only here. So there is a attribute class name that you can pass, and you can say bg-slate- and let me see what options I got. This one, And then if I save this, it's gonna be this color. So you wanna change stuff in here. Now let's talk about routes. As I said, inside of our app folder will be all of our code, and inside we have two TSX files. So that's layout TSX and page TSX. So the first question is, I wrote some code in page TSX. How does it know that it should display these elements in localhost 3000 base root? So the first rule we have is app name of the folder is a reserved name in Next.js. So everything inside of a folder named app will be our routes for the client, so our code. So there are a few rules. The first rule is that app is a reserved name in Next.js. Everything inside of app folder will be our routes, our client routes. So for example, if I have this app and inside of folder users, and if I have page.tsx inside of folder users, then content of this page tsx file will be displayed in users route. So if I go /users here, we can see that we have users written, and in my page.tsx file inside of users folder we have these users. So if I just change this and save, this will automatically update. So the rule is that inside of a route there should be page tsx file, and then that route will work. So for example, at our app folder, the root folder, we have page tsx file. So because this is at the app folder, that means this will be the root route. So if you want to create a route, for example, /messages, you just want to add a new folder, messages, inside of app, and you want to inside of that folder add page.tsx. The other rule is that every page.tsx file must have export default, so default export, or it will not be a valid page tsx file. So now I want to do a little bit of practicing. So how would you make a route? So localhost /users/messages. Think for a moment and pause the video. So I'm gonna give you the answer. So as I said, localhost is app folder, and then users, we already have users folder, and inside of that users folder we will ignore this page tsx and we will make a new folder, messages. Now this will be a new route, but inside of messages we need to have page.tsx file. And now if we go to we also need to paste this code into page tsx. So this is the code I just copied earlier. And now if we go to this directory, this route, this is messages route. So it displays this code that I have in my page tsx. And if we go to just /users, then this page tsx will be displayed because this is in users folder. Now let's see how to make API routes. So also instead of app folder, you want to make a new folder that's gonna be called API. And inside of that, you're gonna use a reserved name. Now instead of page tsx, reserved names for APIs are route.tsx. And if you don't know what API is, I will explain shortly. So let me just code this. The first thing is you will not have export default in route, and also this is an error. It should be route ts, not tsx. So you're gonna have export function, and then you're gonna have one of the API methods. So get, post, patch, options, or put. So we're gonna do a simple get, and then we will open these brackets, and we're gonna say return response.json, and we're just gonna say message is the key, and value will be hello, for example. And we will save this. And now if we go to this API route, we can see that we get this JSON. You should also go to Control-Shift-P and say settings again, and you should look for format, and you should enable format on save. So this should be enabled. So every time, for example, if you have something like this, you're messed up your stuff, and if you press save, it's gonna automatically format nicely. Now, what if I want to change every page after in some folder or in some route or in the entire application? Do I need to, for example, go to each page separately and change background to green everywhere separately? Or do I also need to go to each page separately and adjust the sidebar? Obviously, no. We are going to use another specific keyword. So we're going to make a new file inside of users folder, and we will call it layout.tsx. Layout.tsx will apply styling and rules to not only this route users, but everything inside of this route as well, so every page as well. And I can change background, I can add sidebar, navbar, I can add elements, whatever I want in this layout will be applied in everything in this users folder. Now the error here is that we don't have export default in our layout.tsx. Now we will go to our layout file that we just created. There is another layout file in the base app, but we will ignore this one for now. We will go to our file and we will say const and then users layout is gonna be equal to, and we're gonna add this brackets function, and we will say return, and we will render empty div, and let's just render something inside. It doesn't matter. Let's just call it page. Let's be more organized. And at the bottom we need to export default users layout. Don't forget that, and save. And we can see page. Now this is weird because we are at /users route. Shouldn't it display the content of this page, which is users ++, or let's rename this to users page. So why is it displaying the content of this layout and not content of page? Also, if I go to /messages, it's also gonna just display page, the content of this layout, not gonna display content of this page tsx in messages. This might be a bit confusing, but all of these pages are children of this layout tsx component. So since we are not rendering children anywhere, they are not shown, and it will make more sense once we code this. So inside of these brackets, we will open new curly brackets, and we will say children, and then we will give it a type. So children will be of type react node, and then we will actually, let's just say below this page, let's render these children. And now it's gonna, so you see how it's controlling the layout. So we have page, and beside of that we have children. So in users messages, it's gonna display this is message route, the content of page tsx, and in users it's gonna display users page. So all of these page tsx files that are parallel to this layout or inside or children of this layout are going to be controlled by this layout tsx. So if I go here and say class name background-green-600, it's gonna change the background of this whole page. But if I go back outside of users route, then the background will not be affected because layout tsx is inside of users route. And as I said, if I go to /users/messages, the background will also be affected because this folder is a child of this layout. Another thing you should know is if you go into this app folder and you create a new folder inside of brackets, for example auth, and then we make a new folder login, and inside we make page.tsx, and let's quickly do sfc and enter, and just say login page, and let's just export a div, say login page. We save this. Now this auth folder will not actually be inside of, will not be a route, so we can just go to /login directly, and it will display 404 not found. This is because I accidentally wrote capital P here. It should be little p. And now if we go to /login, it's gonna display login page. So we have a folder auth, and we can use that to organize a file. So for example, we can also make a register file, a register folder inside, so register, and inside page tsx, but we have it organized inside of this auth folder without it being a route here. You can also use this if you want to apply layout, but without the layout being in a folder that's a route. So if I make a layout tsx inside of this layout.tsx, everything inside of this layout will be applied to these routes, login and register. But we will not code all of this. Let me just now delete the whole auth folder. And I'm gonna continue. And the last type of folder you should know is underscore and then folder name. So everything inside of this folder will be ignored as a route. Not only this folder, but everything inside. So if I go to underscore components / buttons, which is this folder, I have page tsx inside, but this will be a 404 not found. Or if I just go to buttons, it will also be a 404 not found, because everything inside of it is ignored as routes. This is useful for creating like components. So if you want to do form.tsx and components like that. Now I will delete all of this. Now let me show you something else specific for Next.js. So if we go to app and I want to create a new route, and there is a shortcut for creating a new route. You don't need to create a folder and separately and then file inside separately. You can just press this file and you can say test/page.tsx, and this will create a folder test and inside page tsx. And let me quickly create sfc, and I'm gonna say test page, and inside I'm gonna say a div. So this is my GitHub Copilot recommending stuff, and if I say on click, and I'm gonna just say handle on click, and I'm gonna make this function here. It's gonna be const handle on click. So I can actually just call this const handle on click is gonna be this bracket function, and we're gonna console log clicked. For example, if I save this, and if I go now to the test route /test, it's gonna say, oh wait, error, event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. So the problem is specific to Next.js. Next.js actually is dividing all of these components to server components and client components. If you do not write anything at the top here, then this is a server component. But if you want to press buttons like click stuff, you need to say use client here. So now it's gonna be a client component. So this component will render on the client, and it will, so you will be able to interact with it now. So if I open my console and I click this, it's gonna say clicked. The reason Next.js is dividing into server and client components is actually server stuff is a lot faster. So it's just gonna, so if there wasn't this, it's just gonna render this whole page and send it to me like the pure HTML, and I can display it. My client doesn't need to render this React into pure HTML, doesn't need to compile it. But the drawback is I cannot interact with it. So if I remove this on click, then it's gonna, this is gonna render on the server, and it's just gonna send me this test page as plain HTML. This is a lot. This is useful because it can connect to, for example, database a lot faster. Server components are also better for SEOs, but they cannot be interacted with. So the client component is the basic React component that you are already used to. Server components are a new thing, and also there is nothing wrong with having a lot of client components, so you don't need to feel bad about that. And I will show you this diagram that will help you understand the difference between server components and client components better. This diagram was designed by Code with Antonio YouTube channel, and it explains it really well. So we have, so for server components, we have backend behaviors, database access, server cache, streaming, partial rendering, good for SEO, has a good initial page load because it renders it on server. And for client components, we have front-end behaviors and interactivity, then use effect, use state, use memo, use callback, on-click, and all of that client stuff that we are familiar with in React. Next, I will remove all of the extra folders that we made, and there will only be these 4 files in my app folder. And I will go to this page tsx, and I will remove this button, and I will also remove the import. These 2 imports, we don't need them. And I will also remove this class name. The only thing I will have here is this page can only be seen by authenticated users. And I'm gonna save this. I'm not sure why it's not updating here, but let me just refresh this, and yeah, now it's updated. We will now add user authentication, so users can log in and register. Another thing I forgot to say is that the name of these page components, they don't matter. So if I rename this to page, it doesn't matter, it will still work. To add user authentication, we will go to clerk.com, and we will go to start building for free. And then you will either create a new account or you will log in with Google. And then we will add a new application, and we will call this WhatsApp tutorial. And I'm not trying to infringe on anybody's trademark. I think this is not a problem. And then we will create a new application. And then we will just press this copy button here to copy your keys. And we will go back, and with Control P, I'm gonna search for .environment, which we don't have. So we're gonna actually create a new file at the root folder. So we wanna click any file on the root directory and press create a new file, and I'm gonna call this .env, and then I'm just gonna paste my 2 keys. The other thing we wanna do is go to this git ignore and scroll down where you see .env.local. We will also add .env file, so it's ignored by GitHub, so it's not gonna be in our GitHub repository. As you can see here, Clerk is telling us to save this in .env.local, but later we're gonna add some databases that are gonna be looking into .env file by default, so we just wanna have all of our secrets in .env file instead. And guys, don't worry about any of my keys. I'm gonna rotate and delete all of these keys when I finish recording this video. Then we will return to Clerk website and go here to user authentication and email phone username. And we will first of all go to email address. We will click settings, and we will make this not required. So users can add their emails for recovery, but we will not register them with emails. We will register them mainly with phone numbers. So we will also not let them sign in with emails. And if we want to verify at sign up, we're going to use just verification link, verification code, whatever you want. But let's not verify on sign up either. So I'm going to press continue. So here it says it's optional, and it has this verification. Then we will enable phone number. So yes, this is a premium feature, but you can use it for development. And do not show this again. So now that we enable phone number, we will go to settings, and this will be required because we will use this as a main identification for user accounts and for users to add each other with phone numbers and to log into their account with their phone number. And we will enable sign in, and for now we will not verify at sign in because I want to be able to create a lot of accounts quickly without needing to verify each phone number. And I also want to use phone numbers for test accounts, fake phone numbers for test accounts. So we will just continue. Then we want to scroll down and enable username and go to settings. It will be required, and we will not actually allow users to sign in with their username. Or actually you can if you want. But The other thing we will have is password, and let me go to settings, and we will reject compromised passwords powered by this company. And if you want to enforce minimum password strength, you can enable this, but I don't want to do it for now. I want to make it as simple to develop as possible. And then we want to apply changes. I recommend you actually read all of this again if you want to change some settings, but the main thing is phone number will be required, and we will use it for user authentication. Email is just for recovery, but not for authentication, and username required and password required. If you want, you can also go down to social connections, and you can enable like GitHub login and stuff like that, like Google login here. But I will not use this in this project, and I did not code anything with this in this project. Next, we want to go back to home and select NextJS Quick Start, and then just go continue in docs. You have good Clerk documentation here. The first thing we will do is copy this npm command. So I'm just gonna click here, copy, and we will go to our terminal. I'm gonna shut down the application, although you don't need to maybe, but maybe it will cause conflicts with your cache because we're gonna be adding a lot of stuff. So I didn't copy for some reason. I'm gonna press again, and I'm gonna paste, and I'm gonna install this package. Second step is adding environment keys, which we already did. And then we need to wrap your application in Clerk provider. So if we, let me ask you this, if we want to wrap the entire application into these tags, where would we do it? If you remember what we learned, you will remember that I said if you want to wrap everything inside of something, then you are doing it in the layout folder. So if we do this in this root layout folder in the app folder, then everything inside of app, which is the entire application, will be affected. Then we will scroll down and we will copy this line, import Clerk provider from @clerk/nextjs, and we will just paste this here, which I already pasted. And then if we read, we see that we will wrap the entire our HTML into this Clerk provider component. So here where I have my HTML, I will just say Clerk provider and then close it, and then the closing tag will go to the bottom, and I will save this. Now let me start my application with npm run dev. It says this page can only be seen by authenticated users, but we didn't authenticate, so this is wrong. Then we will scroll down in Clerk docs to require authentication to access your app, and we have this middleware.ts file. We need to create this file. So first we will just click here to copy all of this code, and then we will go to our file explorer, and we will click any file outside of the app folder, so at the top, and then we will click create a new file, and we will name it middleware.ts. We will just paste this code here, and then we are gonna press Shift and F5. So I'm gonna refresh this by also deleting and resetting the cache with Shift F5, because it's automatically going to update. You can see here that we have this sign in form, but I wanted to say, if you make changes inside of this app folder, React is automatically going to update it. But if you make changes outside of the app folder, then you need to refresh the page. And I recommend pressing Shift F5 so you refresh the whole page without even the cache, so the cache is also refreshed. So the authentication is basically done. So we will actually click here sign up because I don't have an account, and I will say username, which is, for example, just tutorial, and then the phone number. It doesn't matter because we are not going to verify it, but it must be the proper country code here and the proper format of the phone number. And I'm just going to copy this, and the password, I'm just going to say number, this will be my password for now, and I will just create an account. And now this page can only be seen by authenticated users. because I am authenticated. Now let me also tell you a thing or two about this middleware file. So middleware.ts is a reserved file name, so make sure not to misspell this. And what you can do here is, for example, in these brackets, you can say public routes, and then column, and then square brackets, and then, for example, slash conversations, and then everybody will be able to access slash conversations without needing to authenticate. So you put public routes here. But we won't need this, so I will just delete all of this. Next, I want to skip this embed user button, and I want to go to the bottom and say create custom sign up and sign in pages. We want to create these exact path names. So app/signup/ and then double square brackets, and then this syntax, and then slash page tsx. So each of these will be a folder. So I'm gonna go inside of app, create a new folder, sign-up, and inside of that folder I'm gonna make a new, as it says, double square brackets, ... sign-up, and then close double square brackets, and inside of that a file page.tsx, and we can code it ourselves. Let me do it like this: import, or we can just copy, but let me just code it myself. Sign up, import sign up from at Clerk NextJS, and then we wanna, okay, let me move this a bit to the side, and then export default function page, and then return sign up like this. So this is gonna be our sign up page, and I will explain what this square brackets folder means. But first, let's actually create a sign in page as well. So we will go to app, and we will use the trick that I told you. We don't need to create each folder separately. We can just create a file inside of app, and then we can say sign in slash. This will create a folder sign in, and then these square brackets ... sign dash in close brackets, and then slash. So this will be converted to a folder again, and page.tsx. And now you see how it created all of these folders. And this one I will just copy this code, and I will go into here. Now why did it, yeah, here, sign in, and then just save it. Next, what we want to do is we want to go to the page tsx, and we want to below this we want to say user button, and we want to import this from @Clerk Next.js, and we want to close this user button and save. So this will give us this user button here just in a moment here, and this is basically our user button that we can manage account or sign out with. So this is our account. This is all powered by Clerk, and we can change password, update phone number, and control our account from this. Also, I'm gonna try signing out here, and it will sign me out. User button has an attribute here that says after sign out URL, basically where the user will be redirected when he signs out, and this will be the root localhost. So we can redirect him here, for example. Now let's say I want to customize these sign up and sign in pages. How would I do it without customizing each separately? Do you remember? So I need a layout TSX page, but if I put layout TSX inside of this here, so it covers both sign in and sign up, it will also cover everything inside of app, every other folder we're gonna have here. So what I'm gonna do instead is go into app, and I'm gonna create a new folder, and I'm gonna put it in these normal brackets and call it auth. And then inside of that folder, I'm gonna move sign in and sign up. So it's gonna take some time to move this in. You need to interrupt your application because it's not gonna let it change the folders and then move both into the auth. And then now when I make a layout tsx inside of this auth folder, it will just affect sign in and sign up. And because this auth is in brackets, it will not be a route inside of URL. This is just organizational folder. And here we will say sfc and press enter, and we will call it auth layout. And then we will extract here children, and we will give it the type that's gonna be children, and it's gonna have react.react node. And inside of return we will just do a simple div for now, and here we will render children. Now this will not change anything when I save it, but then I will also give it a logo component. Now this logo component does not exist yet, so we will, inside of this auth folder, we will create a new file, and this file will be inside of folder components. So to make this a folder, we're gonna say slash, and make sure to say underscore component. So this folder is ignored by client routes, it's not a route. And then we're gonna say logo.tsx. And inside of here we can say sfc, and we're just gonna say logo, and let me render a div here real quick. So I'm just gonna say logo for now, the words, and we will go back to our layout, and we will go here, and you can either delete the last letter and press O, or you can click at the end and press control space, and you're gonna import control space will give you these options, and you will import this from /_ components logo. And if we save, we're gonna see that it will appear soon here, but we need to start the app because I interrupted it. So npm run dev. When you see that the app says ready, then you wanna refresh here. So it's gonna start loading and rendering, and we don't see logo anywhere. The logo should be displayed above children, so above this file. So the way I'm gonna debug this is I'm just gonna say something here, and let's see if this is going to appear anywhere here. The mistake I made is if we go to the authentication clerk documentation, so after we made these sign-in routes, sign-up routes, I forgot to paste this code into our .environment file. So we need to tell the clerk where our routes are. So next public clerk sign-in URL is gonna be /sign-in and then /sign-up, and then after sign-in URL we're gonna go to the root, and after sign up to the root. So I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna go to my env folder, and just below here I'm gonna paste these two. So you actually don't need to have these folders named sign in and sign up. You can name them login and register, but then make sure to change both here login and register, and both here in the folders as well, login and then login .login and then register .register. And now if I go to localhost 3000, it's not gonna redirect me to this clerk's website, but it will redirect me to my own localhost sign-in, sign-up pages. Here you can see it's compiling sign-in page, and now we are in localhost 3000. And let me actually maximize this, and we will reset the zoom in, and we can see that we are in sign-in, and then we also have some parameters for redirect URL. That's gonna be that we set to / just after the login. So we see logo something and then this clerk component which wasn't there, and we coded it here in the layout. So we wanna delete this something word, and we wanna press F12 on this logo to go to the F12 to the logo page, and we want to start coding here. So first we will, let me move this here and close this. Import image from next/image, next/image, and then we also want to import, and then curly brackets, Poppins. Just press tab from next font Google, and we also want to import and then CN from @libutils. So you actually have this @libutils folder. You can find it here outside of app utils. This installed when you installed ShadCN, and I will show you. This will let you dynamically set Tailwind CSS classes based on a variable. So let's go here to the layout and save this, where we have logo and children. I forgot to save it. And let's return to our logo TSX and continue coding. Below here we will define const font is gonna be Poppins, and then open these and then open curly brackets, and then I'm gonna say subsets. Choose this. It's gonna be inside of the column, square brackets, and then Latin, but just Latin without Latin extension, and then weight, and then column, square brackets, give it 200, give it 300, 400, 500, 6. Just press tab. For my GitHub is gonna finish everything, and but we're not gonna give it 900. So save this, and that's it for Poppins font. Then we go here into the return function, and we will first, this div, we're gonna give it class name of flex dash call items dash center, and gap dash y dash 4. Inside of that we will make a new div, and we will also give it a class name of background dash white, rounded dash full, and p dash 1. And then we will put a tag here and call it banana, and we will import banana from Lucid React. You should and we will close it like this. You should automatically have Lucid React installed, but if you don't have it, then go to your terminal and say npm install lucid, like this, lucid-react. We can see our banana logo here at the top of our page. Then below this banana div we will add a new div, and we will say class name will be equal to open curly brackets, say cn, and then open normal brackets and say flex, but under these flex dash call, then items dash center, and then we will put a comma here, but inside of brackets still, and we're gonna say font.className. I also want you to change this, so instead of doing export default logo, we are just gonna export const here, because this is the standard that we are gonna use, and now we need to put this in curly brackets so we can destructure it. To explain what this CN does, basically it's gonna take this string of classes and append it to this string of classes. This is a string of classes as well, defined by this Poppins font. So it's just gonna take these classes and append it as if I was writing them here. And inside here we're gonna say p, and we're gonna say class name. It's gonna be text-xl, font-semi-bold, text-green-font, 700, and that's it. I'm just gonna press save. It's gonna format it automatically, and let's just write the name of our application here. So I can write it tutorial messenger, for example. I don't want to write WhatsApp, maybe it's gonna infringe, but you can also change the color of your text if you don't like it. I don't like this one, for example, so I'm gonna maybe say zinc. It's like kind of gray. Okay, this is a bit better. We want to add some styling to our logo now, so I'm gonna, in the banana, I'm gonna say class name, and I'm gonna say rounded-xl w-24. This is width 24, height-24. Then we're gonna say text-white, and then bg-gradient-2r, like this, and then from-indigo 500 via-purple 500 to-pink-500, and let's save this, and we get this kind of logo. We can also say padding p dash let's say 3, but also increase 24 here to 28, and this 28 as well. And now it's gonna be a bit better. Now if I maximize this page, we can see that it's still kind of weirdly positioned to the side. So to fix this, we will go back to our code, and inside of the layout, inside of auth folder that we were editing, inside of this div, let me zoom this in if I can a little bit. So I'm gonna say class name, and I'm gonna say age-full, so the height is full page, or the full height of the parent component, and then flex flex-call items-center justify-center, and space-y-6. If I save all of this, if I maximize this page, we're gonna see in a moment that it went to the center. So I want to quickly explain what each of these things does here. So height full will just make the full height of the previous component. So if you remove this, the height will be just whatever these children components take up, but this will stretch this div to the full height. Then flex call. So if I remove flex call, what's gonna happen? You see how it displays the flex positioning or the flex display, but if we want to put this into columns instead of just this like rows, then we say flex call, and item center will align these items on x-axis, or that is on y-axis. So items center is gonna move it left and right until it's in the middle of the container, and justify center will move it up and down until it's in the middle of the container. And now that's it for this login and register page. Let me just log in now with the account I created. It's gonna be this phone number, and it's gonna be this password, and we successfully logged in. Next, we are going to set up GitHub repository. GitHub is basically a service, if you don't know, where you can save your code, and every time you save your code, it's a checkpoint that you can return to if you need to. For example, if you save your code today and in 3 days you make a bunch of changes, but you realized you needed something you had today but you deleted or changed, you can return to the commit that you made today, that checkpoint, and just get that code. And also, this is a cloud service. If something happens to your PC or laptop, you have all of your code here, and this also lets you share code with other people, so you can work together on the same repository, same code base. After you created an account on github.com, go to repositories, and new repository. I'm gonna name it WhatsApp-clone-next14, NextJS 14, for example. And description, I'm gonna say Next.js, React, Prisma, Clerk, WhatsApp clone for YouTube tutorial. I'm gonna leave it at public so you can access it. You wanna leave it maybe on private, but if you're gonna be sending this in your portfolio, you wanna leave it at public. You can change this later, and I will not add README or license for now. I will just create the repository. I forgot to mention that if this is the first time you are using Git, you're gonna be installing the Git. So you're gonna have to say install Git on YouTube, on Google, and then just go to downloads and follow the instructions on how to install it. And then we wanna scroll down and do all of these commands. So we wanna first copy this git init command. We're gonna skip echo, so we will go to a terminal in this path where our project is, and I'm gonna say git init. It was already initialized by NextJS, as I can see. Then let's see if I actually have a README file here. I do have README file, so we don't need to change anything. We can skip this git add README. Instead, what we will do is say git add dot. So this will add all of our changes. And then we're gonna say this git commit -m, and then first commit. We can say first commit in the message, comma, this is just the message that you wanna describe your commit with. So the current state of the application. User authentication with Clerk implemented. Press enter, and then you actually wanna git branch -M main to create a main branch. Then you wanna git remote add origin. So you add origin. So this is the link to the repository that you just created. So that's how you connect them. And then we wanna git push -u origin main. So now we'll push everything to our repository. And if I go ahead and refresh this page, we can see all of our code on this page. So we're gonna be repeating these steps, git add dot, git commit, and git push several times whenever we make major adjustments to our changes to our application. Do it as often as possible, although not too often. Next, we will set up our database. We will use Prisma and MongoDB. So the first thing we will do is npm install -d Prisma. After the installation finished, we're gonna say npx prisma init. After the initialization finishes, we will go to mongodb.com and we will sign in or create an account. When you create an account, you will be prompted with this window to deploy your database. Select this free option and keep the AWS Frankfurt, whatever the region is. You can name your cluster whatever you want, but I'm just gonna press create. You can check that it's free right here as well. And we will select the CAPTCHA if we need to. So how would you like to authenticate your connections? We can use username and password, and then username, I'm just gonna say Vuk, and then we're gonna generate strong password and copy it. And then we're gonna create the user, and then we're gonna use it on my local environment. And the IP address, you can just say add my current IP address, but also if your IP is changing, you can just say 0.0.0.0/0. So this will allow all of the IP addresses, and then finish and close. And then if you click go to overview, you will go here to overview and press connect in your cluster 1 or cluster 0. Now let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Down here you're gonna see a new folder, Prisma, and schema.prisma inside. First thing we will do is change this provider to MongoDB, save it. Then go back to our connection website and click MongoDB for VS Code. Now I still have my password copied in my clipboard, so I'm gonna paste it here onto a new, for example, tab. Then I'm gonna skip these two first steps. I will just go to this third step and copy this link. I will go back to my VS Code and I will go to .env file, and here we will go down here to database URL. This is the database URL to the connection to our MongoDB website. We will actually paste the link that we copied now, and as you can see, this password, we're gonna remove that, and at that place we will paste our password that we created, and I'm just gonna Control S to save. And at the end here we want to add /test. This test is the name of your database. If you don't add it, it will not work. We have successfully connected it to our Mongo database. Now let's go back to schema Prisma, and we are going to now start defining our models, that is our tables, what fields each table is gonna have. But before that, if you didn't install Prisma extension that's gonna color, syntax highlight all of this code inside of schema.prisma, then you can just install it now. Also, what I want to do is I want to go to Control-Shift-P and settings, and I want to say Copilot. For now, I just want to disable GitHub Copilot autocomplete, so it doesn't bother me while I'm typing, but you can leave this on if you want. Because I already know what I will be writing, and I will be writing and explaining it to you slowly, and I don't want GitHub Copilot to recommend me stuff and what to write. And now let's start writing our models, that is our tables. So in schema.prisma, first model we will write is model user. This is a table user. The first field is ID. We want to press tab a couple of times. It will be string. It will be @ID and then @default, which will have auto like this. And then we're gonna say, I will explain what each of these means. So we're gonna say @map, and then inside we're gonna say _ID inside of these quotes, and at the end that database that .object ID. So the name of the column will be ID, the value will be string, it will be obligatory because we don't have question mark here, for example, but also it will be ID of the column, so it must be unique, so it cannot be optional because it's ID of the column. And then default auto means it will automatically generate this ID, so it's gonna be some random string of some random letters, characters. Then this is for mapping this onto our MongoDB database. So because we are using this Prisma to post onto MongoDB database, we need to map this field, ID field, onto the _ID field, which is ID field in MongoDB database. And this is also to map this field onto a MongoDB database. You're gonna see me using this quite a few times. Then we're gonna have first name, which will be string question mark, so it will be optional. Last name string question mark. Then we will have username. This will be a string and it will be obligatory, so no question mark. And it will be @unique. That means it will be unique for every user, every input in this table. And then we're gonna have phone number, which will also be @unique, which will be first of all string, and then it will be @unique. The reason it's not a number or integer and it's string is because we're gonna have something like +1 and then the phone number. After phone number, we will say status image URL. So status is basically story. We will be able to add stories. So this is the story image URL, and it's gonna be optional string with a question mark at the end. And then we will have about, which will also be string question mark. Then external user ID, which will be string question mark. Actually, this will be obligatory. So this will basically be the Clerk ID. The Clerk is the app that we are using to authenticate users. So we will put that ID into this field. And we're gonna press Ctrl S to save. And as you can see, it's gonna automatically align if you enabled the format on save option that I told you about in the settings. After external user ID, we will have created at, which will be date time, and it will be at default now, and execute this. So this will automatically generate, and it will take the current date time when this entry is made. So we don't need to enter this by hand. And then we will have updated at date time at updated at. So the same thing. It's gonna automatically put in this date time of the last update. Now each user is gonna be connected with conversations. So we're gonna create a new model conversations or conversation, and we're gonna make it like this, but we're gonna return to this later. Now let's say here in the user conversation IDs, which will be string and array. So this will be array of strings. And then we will have conversations, which will have type conversation, and it will be an array here. And I will explain better how this works, but first let's establish a relation. So we just need to connect each user to the conversations. It will have array of conversations that user is gonna be in. So we're gonna say at relation, and inside we're gonna say which fields of the user are connected to which fields of the conversation. So we wanna say fields, and then column in these square brackets. We're gonna say conversation IDs, and then comma outside of square brackets, and it will references column in square brackets ID. So this means that the way we're gonna connect users to conversation model or conversations, array of conversations, is we're gonna take this conversation IDs where we will save all of the IDs of conversations, and those will be referenced to the ID. So the field that we will create here, which will be ID, which will be the same field as we did here. So we can just copy. This will be the ID field. And so this ID field will map to this conversation IDs. That's how we will connect users and conversations. Let's ignore these errors for now. Let's actually separate this a bit so it's formatted better. And now we will say seen message IDs. So each user will also have an array of seen messages, which will be a string array, and it will have at database.objectID. And I forgot to add this up here, because as you can see, if I don't add at object.id, we get this warning that field user conversation IDs, and conversation ID must have the same native type for MongoDB to join them. So this has object ID type, and we need to add this MongoDB's object ID type here as well. Then, since we have seen messages IDs here, we will also establish a relation to the messages model that we will create here below later. So I'm gonna say seen messages, and it will be message array, and at relation will be, we're gonna name it scene. So this is the name of the relation. If we have multiple relations between user and messages, we can give it a name. So this relation is called scene, and now we can define fields, and it's gonna be scene message IDs, and references, it's gonna be ID. Now, if we have multiple relations, so for example, one relation is one-to-one, the other is one-to-many or many-to-many, we can actually just copy this whole thing down below and just give a bit different kind of, some other kind of IDs here. But the main thing to do is just change the name here as well. So this is different kind of relation to the messages than this. But we don't actually need this. So the next thing we will make is followed by, and then we will say user, and then array at relation. So this is going to relate to itself. This is relating to itself. So the relation is going to be, we're going to name it user follows, because we're going to have another relation to the user followed by. So this is followed by. We're going to also have a following relation. So after this, we're going to say fields, it's going to be followed by IDs, and we're going to say comma, and references, it's going to be ID. I will once more explain, but not now. First, let's above here say followed by IDs, which will be string array, and which will also be at database.object, but not inside of the brackets, outside, at database.object_id. And I'm just gonna copy this. So this is followed by, but we will also do following. So I misclicked. So following IDs and following here, and then we're gonna copy this following IDs and paste it here. We're gonna save everything, and they must have same relation name because they are relating to each other. For example, if user A has user B inside of followed by array, then user B is gonna have user A inside of following array. So these two are gonna relate to each other. Now let's work on conversation model. So as I press Control Save, it automatically made these connections, but we don't need this. So first we're gonna say created at, it's gonna be date time at default and now, and execute it. Then we're gonna say last message at date time at default, and then now, and execute it as well. And then we're gonna say name, this is the name of the conversation, which will be optional string. Then description, which will be optional string as well. Profile image URL, this will also be a string. So some conversation, there will be three types of conversations. It will be direct message where there is one-on-one user. There will be a group chat where there is three or more users. And there will be a channel in which the owner can post and the other people can follow, but they cannot post. So the channel will be same as group, but just the owner will be able to post. And we want to have this profile image URL for channels. This is only active for channels. And then we want to say is group, which will be Boolean question mark, so optional Boolean. Is channel will also be an optional Boolean. And then we need to connect conversation to messages, to message model. So we're going to say messages IDs, which will be string array, and it will be at database.object ID. Then we're going to have messages, and it will just be message array, just like this. We don't need anything else here, because we will define the relation inside of messages model and not here. Now let's go down and say owner ID, which will be string, which will be at database-.object ID, and then go down and say user IDs. So this is the list of users that will be inside of this either one-on-one messages or group or channel. And then string, and it will be an array, and it will have at database object ID. So as I said, if you forgot, this is just to map this string onto the string that's supported by MongoDB in our cloud MongoDB database. And after that, we're going to say users, and we will say user, type user, and then array at relation, which will have fields, column user IDs, and then references, and then it's going to be ID. So these user IDs will reference the ID of the user, not the ID of the conversation, but references the ID of this whatever we say here. And we have just one more model to define. It's going to be model message, open curly brackets, and say, I'm just going to copy this. I don't need, you already know what this means. Oh, wait, don't press save. So I'm going to Control Z to undo all of this, but we will write this manually and we need to change it. So just, it happened because I pressed save. So I'm going to say body string optional, and then image string optional. So body will be the text of the message, or image will be the URL of the image. So when somebody sends an image, we're not going to save it in our database. We will upload it onto external service called Uploadthing. And then we will just save the URL to that image here in this field. And then created at date time at default, and we're gonna say now and execute it. Then go down by 2 new lines, scene IDs, and we're gonna say string and then array. So these are the users that have seen this message. And I'm just gonna say scene and user array at relation. We're gonna call this relation scene. Fields will be scene IDs. Make sure to put them in the brackets like this, and then references in the square brackets ID. So scene IDs here will reference the ID of the user model. And I forgot to add at db.object_id, so we can map this string to MongoDB string. Then we will go down by 2 new spaces and say conversation ID, and then we will say string, Now this will be reference many to one or one to one, because each message will have only one conversation. And at database dot object ID, and then conversation will have type conversation, and at relation fields conversation ID, comma references, and it's gonna be ID, and on delete a new attribute is gonna be cascade. Cascade, spell it properly. This means if we delete this conversation, this message is also gonna be deleted with this ID. So once we delete the conversation, all of the messages that belong to that conversation will be deleted. And as you can see, a message can belong only to one conversation. And as it stands now, there is no any kind of errors or red underlines. So if I just save this, we can see that it's all saved properly. And this is our schema.prisma file finished. Now go to terminal and make sure your app is not running. So Control-C to stop the app, because it's not gonna work. And we need to push this schema.prisma onto our MongoDB database on our cloud. So I'm gonna first say npx prisma generate, and we will let this run. Once it's finished, we will say npx prisma db push, and we will allow it to whatever it asked. So here you can see it created collection user conversation message, and your database indexes are now in sync with your Prisma schema. So if we go to MongoDB website, we can click here to the side where it says database, and it's gonna show us our database. And here we can click browse collections. And here you can see that we have conversation collection, message, user, we have everything here. Now everything is empty, but it generated properly. So if you didn't get this working in MongoDB, there are a few things that you could have messed up. For example, your username here or your password are incorrect, or you don't have /test at the end here. This is in your .env file. Or in your network access here, you don't have this 0.0.0.0/0, so that Prisma can access, or just add your current IP address if it's not changing. Now let's update our GitHub with this. So I'm gonna say git add dot, so all changes will be added, and then git commit -m, and then the message will be finished schema.prisma, enter, and then git push -u origin main. It will push everything to GitHub now. If you had any issues with writing the Prisma schema Prisma, if it was too complicated, maybe you can just go to this website, GitHub link that I will leave in the description, and you can just go to my folder Prisma here and schema.prisma, and you can either copy or check or try to understand what's happening. And now we will start creating actual content of our website. So inside of app folder, we will click create a new file, and we will say conversation /page.tsx. This should create a folder conversation, and inside page tsx. Then we will say sfc, and we will press enter, and we will say just conversation, and here we will render a div, and inside we will say empty state. We will save this right now. Then we will create another file next to this page tsx that will be layout.tsx, and we will also say sfc and press enter. This will be a conversation layout, and we will extract children here, children, and we will give it type children, which will have type react node, and make sure to put this in brackets. And then here we will say div, and we will render children inside, and we will give the class name to this div that will be age-full, w-full, so full width and height, flex, justify center, background gray 200, and that's it. Let's save this now, and let's now go to localhost / conversations. But don't forget to run your app with npm run dev. Once it's ready, you can just refresh this page and it will start compiling. And it's 404 not found because I should name this conversations with s at the end. And now if I refresh this, it should work. Here it says empty state. So as our next step, we want to add sidebar to the left of the screen where we have all of our conversations, contacts, and everything on WhatsApp. So we will go to our folders. Inside of app, we will create a new folder, underscore components. It's underscore components. So this will be ignored in the routes because this has underscore in the beginning. Inside we will create a new folder, sidebar, and inside a new file, sidebar.tsx. And we can start typing async function sidebar, and we're gonna extract children, and I will explain soon why, but we need to do children that have type react node, and then open curly brackets down and say return, and then this, and we will give it a div, and inside we're just gonna render children. But if we want to be semantically correct, then we're also gonna make a main here tag and render children inside of main tags, just to be semantically correct. Now the reason we have children here, let's go back into our layout of the conversations path, and here we will encapsulate this whole thing, the whole thing, into a sidebar that we just created, and we will import it like this, and we will close the tag, and then we will just put it like this. Now this did not import sidebar from anywhere, so I think we will do it manually. Import, and we need to destructure it sidebar from @/app. This is how you get to app. Then it's inside of components /sidebar and /sidebar. We also need to do /sidebar at the end, but we don't need these curly brackets actually. So this will work. What I forgot to do is inside of sidebar, we need to export default sidebar. And now this will work. And let's see what happens at our page. There is still an error. So what we did here is inside of this sidebar wrap, we have these components. This is going to be our main page. So our chat, for example, our private chat. And this sidebar will be the sidebar on the side. And whatever we pass, the display of the private chat, for example here, this will be the children of our sidebar. So if we go back to our sidebar component, its children that we pass inside of this tag will be rendered here. If this is confusing, I will explain it again a bit later when we make something. So inside of our sidebar, I'm gonna say class name and height-full and save this. As the next step, we are going to, besides the sidebar, we're just gonna create a desktop sidebar header.tsx and sfc. I'm just gonna name it desktop sidebar header, and we will for now just have a div desktop sidebar exclamation mark. Then we will go back to sidebar, and here above the main tag we are going to have a side tag to be semantically correct, and inside of that we will have a desktop sidebar header, and we will just close it like this. And what's important is that this will be the sidebar on the side, and this will be the main content, like for example the chat window. Next, in the sidebar, in the div class name, we're gonna say width-screen and flex, and in the aside component we're gonna say class name with age-full, height-full, and minimum min-age, and open square brackets and say 300 px for pixels. I also want to give a background-zinc-400 to a side element so we can see where it is and what it looks like. And this lets me quickly see my mistake. It's minimum width, not height, so minimum W. Now let's continue developing our desktop sidebar. Here we need to have a list of conversations. So to get a list of conversations from our database, we will go into the app folder and we will create a new folder called hooks. And inside of that, we're gonna say a new file, use conversations.ts. And now we will code this file. So this file will get conversations from our database to display them in the desktop sidebar. We will import use params from next navigation, and we will import use memo from React. Then below we will say const use conversation. This is gonna be equal to arrow function, open curly brackets, const params is gonna be equal to use params, and it's gonna be a function. And I'm gonna explain all of this. So below const conversation ID will be use memo, and we're gonna open these brackets, and inside we're gonna pass in the arrow function, open this, and then if not params, check if this exists, if it's defined, and say dot conversation ID. Then we're gonna return empty string like this. And otherwise down below we're gonna say return params dot conversation ID as string, and the dependency array here is gonna be square brackets params question mark dot conversation ID. This is it. Now let me explain this. Now let me explain what this does. So this use params hook is going to check if there is any kind of ID after the conversations parameter. So each of our conversations are going to be displayed on a route that has this conversation ID. So for example, this conversation ID will be automatically generated in our database. As you remember, when we were defining conversations model, we put every conversation to have a unique ID auto-generated. So this, for example, ID will be a specific ID of a conversation between two users. So we will check if it exists, if this parameter exists, and if it exists, then we will just set this conversation ID to that ID that's here. And if it doesn't exist, we will just return empty string. If there is nothing after this conversations route, so if it's like this, nothing after, then it's empty string. And what useMemo is gonna do is it's just gonna calculate it once when the page loads, and if we render specific parts of the page or we reload specific parts of the page, it will not calculate again. So it will just use the memory of the previous state unless the ID here changes. So if we go to a different conversation, then it's gonna recalculate the conversation ID, and we specify here the condition. So this is the condition. If this conversation ID changes, then it's gonna recalculate the entire thing. And also, if we reload the page, it's also gonna use memo again to calculate it. Next, we're gonna say const is open. It's gonna be equal to use memo, and then open 1, 2 brackets. This will be arrow function, and then put 2 exclamation mark. I will explain why. Conversation ID and comma, and we're gonna say in square brackets conversation ID. So if this exists, let's say this is empty string. You put this and this, it will convert it. It will convert this empty string. One of them will convert it to true, the other to false. And if this string has something, then one of these exclamation mark will convert it to false, and the other one to true. So basically, this will convert empty string to false and full string, like populated string, to true. And this will be memorized with useMemo, and it will only recalculate when conversation ID changes, not when anything like re-renders. After that, we will return useMemo again, and then arrow function, and then these. Actually, we need also again these parentheses, and then these curly parentheses is open, comma, conversation ID, and after these inner parentheses here, I'm gonna say comma, and I'm gonna say is open, comma, conversation ID, and this is it. Now I'm not sure where this one came from, but we don't need this, and now there is no more errors. You might have noticed that this use conversation is just to get the ID of the currently open conversation. It has nothing to do with listing all of the conversations user is in. That was my mistake. We are going to use something else, other hook, to list all of the conversations in the sidebar. And now let's go ahead and create exactly that. We're going to retrieve all of the conversations from the database that are connected to the user and display them here. So inside of app, we're going to create a new folder, actions. And inside of that folder, we're going to create a new file and call it getConversations.ts. And inside of here, we will say import and destruct database from @/lib/database. This doesn't exist still, but don't worry, for now we will make it. Let me close this to the side. Then we will import get current user from, and then I'm gonna say it's gonna be, we're gonna make another action right here at the same folder, get current user. So this database object will have all of the attributes of our database. So like database find, many, database update, and etc. So let's just go down. Const get conversations will be equal to asynchronous function, because we're going to use await, and arrow function, open curly brackets, const, and we will destructure current user Prisma. This will be equal to await get current user, and execute it with these brackets. So this is just a new row here. There is no new row, this is just a word wrapping that I set up. When we implement this soon, you're gonna see that we will get user from Prisma, from our database, and this will also have a current user Clerk. So we're gonna have both of these if we want, but we don't need Clerk. We're just gonna need this Prisma. And then below this, if exclamation mark current user, just as a current user prisma.id. So if it doesn't exist with this exclamation mark, then we will return empty array. So this will be empty array of conversations. Then we will try and open these parentheses. Const conversations will be equal to await database dot conversation dot. So this is the conversation type that we made in our Prisma schema. Dot find many, and then we're gonna open these brackets and open curly brackets as well. So we will pass in some settings. Order by, so the conversations that it retrieves will be ordered by last message at column descending. So each conversation has this property, and we're just gonna say, so last messages will be last, and then, or last messages will be first descending. So after that, where column, open curly brackets, user IDs, column, open curly brackets, has, column, current user Prisma dash ID. So we will find all conversations where in user IDs, so user IDs are users that are in that conversation, list of users, has the current user ID. So basically, we want to retrieve all of the conversations this current user is in. So if user IDs has current user, we will retrieve it. Down below where, we're going to say include and column, curly brackets, users, true. So what we are doing here, we will get the conversations like conversations model, but as you remember, a conversation model is connected to users as well, to user model. So there is a relation. So if we want to also retrieve all of the user, the full models, full users tables as well with these conversations, so we're gonna retrieve all of the full user models, full user tables as well. And then messages, we also wanna, because messages is also a separate model, separate table, we wanna also retrieve those messages inside of conversation that conversation is connected to. And inside of messages, we're also gonna include, so now when we are receiving these messages, they are also connected to users and to other stuff. So inside of these messages that we retrieve, we also wanna retrieve sender, which will be user, true, and seen. This is a list of users who have seen the message, also true. Now let me summarize again. So we want to retrieve a list of conversations where this user that's logged in is a part of. So we're gonna find many. That means we're gonna find all conversations by this criteria, where user IDs User IDs is a list of user IDs in that conversation. And if the list has the current user ID, that means that that's the conversation where this current user is in. We're gonna order those conversations based on last message sent at time descending. And besides returning the conversations object, the whole tables, we're also gonna return the whole tables of corresponding users, whole corresponding users models, and also whole corresponding messages inside of this conversation object. And inside of messages, we're also gonna return whole corresponding users tables for senders. So what this will do is this will just return the full user table. So sender will have a username, password, for phone number, whatever we made in user table, and seen user. So if so this doesn't give any additional, like sender doesn't give any additional data to the user. It just retrieves that user, like the whole table. Sorry, it doesn't retrieve the whole table of users, but retrieves the whole input of that specific user in that table. So the whole row of that user, all of its data. And then here outside of find many, we're gonna say return conversation. And I said conversation s. And then outside of this, we're gonna say catch, because this is try catch block. And we will create these brackets. Inside of catch, we will catch error. The type, I think any works. I think error will also work. If we import this from next error, I think it will work. Or no, okay, let's just give it any type. And we will say console.log error, and we will return empty string. And at the end here, we're gonna say export default get conversations. So this will return all of the conversations that we can list in the sidebar that user has. And now let's implement this database. So we will go to our folders, and in the app, no, outside of the app, there will be a lib folder that you already have. Inside there is utils.ts. So we will create another file, and we're gonna call it db.ts. And here we will say import destruct Prisma client from Prisma client. Then we will declare global, and then I'm gonna explain this. Var Prisma column, it's gonna be Prisma client or undefined. We're gonna put in semicolon, and then here export const db. This will be global this dot Prisma, and then this, or with double line, new Prisma client, and we will invoke this. So again, this is not, there is no new row, it just text, it's just text wrapping. So if I, and then we will say if process.env.nodeEnv is different, not equal to production, then global this dot Prisma will be equal to db. So here we will just declare the global Prisma client, and we will just instantiate it. So when we go back, and here now this works, it's imported. And if I just say db dot, we have all of our message, conversation, users, everything here. So if I say dot message dot, and here we have attributes, all of the attributes that Prisma database is giving us. So for example, find first, or find many, or find we also create. So we want to create a new message in this table. So we're going to use create and pass in the parameters, etc. So besides defining Prisma client globally that has all of our defined models in our schema.prisma, we're also going to instantiate and export it. And if the process right now is not production, then we don't want to make billion instances of these Prisma clients because we are in development. We're just going to export the same one over and over again. And lastly, let's import getCurrentUser. This is the most useful one that we will import. We're going to be getting current user everywhere basically. So inside of the actions, I'm just going to create a new file, getCurrentUser.ts, and we're going to start coding. So we will, let me close this, import database from, is it at /lib/database, and then import current user from at Clerk NextJS, and we will also import user as Clerk user from at /Clerk/NextJS at Clerk NextJS /server, and then we will import user as Prisma user from at Prisma, we need these quotes, at Prisma client, and import next response from next server. So immediately you can notice that we will have two user types. This will be Clerk user and Prisma user. So Prisma user is our user model that we defined, and we will be using this everywhere. And Clerk user is our object that we are using when we are authenticating, like when we are logging in. So I made a mistake here. I have 3 R's, so it should be 2 R's only, and now it works. So below this, we're gonna define interface current user, and then current user Prisma. Key will have Prisma user object. This is one that we defined in our schema Prisma, and I will explain what we are doing. Following will be Prisma user as well. So this is Prisma user. I made a typo here. And let me actually go to our schema.prisma and let me show you something. So inside of Prisma, schema.prisma, inside of user model, we have this following relation to user model itself. However, if I say export const get current user, it's gonna be async arrow function. No, sorry, it's gonna be this, and then we're gonna return promise inside current user, and then we're gonna have arrow function here. And let me just show you something. If I say just const user, it doesn't matter, and the type is gonna be, or instead of const, let's say let. Now we define this variable user with this type Prisma user, and if I say user dot, we can see all of the attributes that we gave it in schema.prisma. So ID, last name, first name. One problem is that here in the user, we're gonna see all of these attributes except these two relations. So following, this is not an attribute. This is a relation, and this is not in attributes, and followed by. We don't see these two attributes. So if I go here, try to say following, we have following IDs. This is a list of strings that we define, but we don't have following attributes. So the way we can extend this type with also following attributes, we're gonna say end, open curly brackets, say following, and this will be Prisma user list. So now if I go here, there is following. So now we have this following. And I can also extend it again with followed by. It's gonna be Prisma user list. And now if I go here, followed by here, list of Prisma users. So this is what this type extension, how it works. And I can actually add any field I want here. So I can say a random field is gonna be Boolean. And here we're gonna have this random field. So now let's delete all of this stuff, and we will continue with const current user will be equal to const current user clerk will be equal to await current user. So this is the one that we imported here. Then if current user clerk is equal to null, we will throw new error unauthorized. Okay, then we will say const current user Prisma will be await database. Now we need to find this user in our database, so the current user that's logged in. We're gonna get this by checking. So if we go here, we already have which user is logged in with the clerk, and we're also gonna find which user is logged in inside of Prisma database. So just gonna connect it to Prisma database by using this external user ID. So we're gonna check which one, and this should be unique, I think, but it doesn't matter now. But we're just gonna check this externally. This is the clerk ID, and that's how we're gonna find our user that's currently logged in and all of his data in the database. So if you didn't understand, this will be maybe more clear if we code it. Database.user.find unique. So this will just find one, and we're gonna put in both of these brackets, and where external user ID is equal to current user clerk dot ID. So as I said, in external user ID, when we enter the user into the database, we're gonna put in this current user, the clerk ID that it has. And then we're gonna say include following true, followed by is gonna be true. So this is just gonna give us all of the contacts that this user has. Below that, if current user Prisma is equal to null, we're gonna throw new error, user not found. And below we will say return current user Prisma, comma, current user clerk. So we're gonna return them in this structured form. Now we actually have to go here and say, well, external user must be at unique, and we will stop our application from running if it's running, and either in that or another terminal just say npx prisma db push, and this will remove the error at where, because now this is unique external user ID, and we can use it to identify users. The reason we are getting this error at the end is because I forgot to finish this interface. So as you can see, this interface is determining what this getCurrentUser function is going to return. It's going to return this promise of current user, but I'm returning current user Prisma, which I defined here, but I didn't define this part. So I need to copy this and put it after. So I can put this here, semicolon, and current user clerk. This will have type clerk user. So now the error will go away because it knows what it's returning. And now let's return to get conversations and fix some bugs. So first of all, I had least message umjesto last message here. And the other problem is it looks like we forgot to add sender to our messages model. So go back to schema.prisma, and inside of message, we need to go down, and we're gonna say sender ID, which will be string at database dot object ID, and then sender, it will be user like this, and it will have a relation fields. It will be sender ID, and references will be ID. On delete will be cascade. And if we save this, it will automatically add this whole, like these two lines, but we actually need to delete all of this. We just need to have message and array, and down here, instead of having a user array, we're gonna delete array and just have it as one user, and save. And now everything should be fine. Go into a terminal, make sure the application isn't running, and say npx prisma db push, and this error should go away soon as it pushes. And here we don't have this error anymore. Now there is sender inside of messages. So we fixed those bugs. And now let's finally start displaying stuff onto our website. So we're gonna go to the sidebar, and if you cannot find sidebar, you don't know where it is, or you don't wanna waste time searching for it, press Ctrl P and just look for sidebar and then press enter. It will automatically open. So above render function here, we're gonna say const, and we will just put these brackets for now. It's gonna be equal to await get current user, and we will import it from here where we made it, and we're just gonna say this to invoke it. Inside of this, we're gonna say Control space to see what options we got, and we need this one, Prisma. And below this, we're gonna say const, and let's just say equal await get conversations, and do this. Well, I'm not sure why this doesn't work, but let's say conversations. So now let's go here to the end and say Control space, and we can import it from here. And after this, let me just do this a little bit. After this, we're gonna go below this desktop sidebar, and we're gonna say conversation list, and we will close this tag. It will throw an error right now because it doesn't exist. But anyways, we will just pass in some attributes. So we're just gonna pass in conversations is gonna be equal to curly brackets conversations. Then we need to create this component. So we will go to app and conversations here, and we will create a new folder underscore component. So this folder will be ignored in the routes, and inside we will create a new component conversation list .tsx, should be .tsx, and here we will say sfc, press enter, and we will name it conversation list. We will just return a div and just say conversation list. And now we will go back to our sidebar, and just at the end here we can control space to import this. And right now let's just delete this. I'm just gonna control X to cut this, and we should see conversation list appear here soon. But first we need to run our server npm run dev, and we already see an error here, user not found. It's this error in our get current user action, because when we are trying to look for users in our Prisma database, we cannot find any because there isn't any. So let's first populate our database with users. So inside of a terminal you can say npx prisma studio. This will open your Prisma in localhost 5555. So we have conversation table, message, and user. We can add all of them, and you see all of the fields that we made. The problem is we don't have anything in the tables for now. So first we will go to clerk.com and we will select our app after we log in, and then we will scroll down into webhooks, and here we will create a new endpoint. And for now we're gonna leave this URL empty, and we will go down and we will select, we're gonna say user, and we will select all of the user events. So what this will do is every time a user is created, deleted, or updated, we can send a HTTP request to our website, to our API, that says this user is created, here are his phone number, email, name, etc. So we can receive that on our website from Clerk, and we can put him into our database, our Prisma database. But the problem is Clerk cannot send these webhooks HTTP request to localhost. So we need to expose our localhost through a tunnel onto like internet. So we're gonna use that using ngrok. So just Google ngrok Clerk and click this link Clerk webhooks ngrok documentation, and this is how we will implement it. So we already made our app, we can skip that, and then we can download ngrok agent. So I'm gonna log in here first. So once you log in, you create an account, you will go to dashboard.ngrok.com, get started, set up Windows. You can choose Windows, Linux, whatever you have. And then you will go to this download, and you're gonna download the Windows 64-bit version. And we will take this downloaded zip and we will just drag it into our folder where our application is. We will open it and take out this ngrok exe file and just drag it here. Drag it here, and we can delete the zip file. We don't need it anymore. It's important that this ngrok exe is in the root of our application. Then we will copy this snippet below. It says we're gonna go to, I think we will first interrupt this localhost. We will also interrupt this Prisma. I'm not sure if I have to, but let's just do it. And we will paste this, which didn't copy for some reason, so let me try again. Okay, so this will just add this auth token to our configuration ngrok.yaml file. So now we need to create a static domain in which we will expose our local hosts. So click here into Cloud, Edge, and Domains, and we will create a domain. You get one free domain on the free tier, and then we will just close this. And we will go back to setup and installation, and we will go to deploy your app online and static domain, and then copy this whole thing, go back to your terminal, paste, but I think first we need to start the application. So npm run dev, and we're gonna wait for this to start for a moment, and then we will go to another terminal and we will paste this code, but our application is running at localhost 3000 port, so instead of 80 here, we're gonna delete this and say 3000 and press enter. And now if we go to this link here, it's tight hermit virtually for me, and I press visit site, our localhost should be exposed here. Yes, here we have it. So this is our tunnel that's tunneling localhost to our to the internet. We will just copy this base path that ends with .app. Go back to the Clerk dashboard, and here in endpoint URL we will paste this, but without extra HTTPS. And if you have this user events, just click create. And now all of the webhooks that Clerk sends is gonna go through ngrok into our localhost. And now let's create the route inside of our app to which the Clerk is gonna send webhooks. So inside of app folder, we're gonna create a new file, but we're also gonna create folders with this trick. So first we're gonna say app slash API slash webhooks. So this will create a folder API and then a folder webhook, because I'm gonna also say another slash, and this will be Clerk slash route.ts. So since this last word has extension, so this will be a file, and everything else will be like folders. Now we need to go back to Clerk dashboard, and inside of webhooks and endpoints, we need to click edit our endpoint, and we're not gonna send this to the base, but we're gonna send it where we just created. So it's gonna be slash API slash webhooks slash Clerk, and there is no slash route ts, because this is how it works. We need to put in the last folder. Then we can start coding our route ts file. So we will import webhook from Swix. Now this is not installed yet, we will install it soon. Import headers from next slash headers. Import webhook event from this Clerk NextJS server, and then we will go a bit down and say import database from @/lib/database, and we're just gonna now, that's all with imports. We're gonna export async function post, and request will be of type request, and we will open curly brackets. Now, as you remember, I said so our APIs, we're gonna have export function and one of the API methods, get, post, patch, put, or options, or delete. So when we update or create a new or delete a user in Clerk, it's gonna send all of the data to this webhook. So we can start first extracting that data, and after that we can start processing it. So I'm gonna say const webhook underscore secret. It's gonna be process.env.clerk underscore webhook underscore secret. So now we need to go to our webhook that we made in Clerk dashboard, and this signing secret, we need to copy this signing secret, and then we will go to control p.env file, and here I can paste this secret, and I will copy this string Clerk webhook secret and just gonna say equals to this. Now we've done that. If not webhook secret, throw new error, capital E. Please add Clerk webhook secret from Clerk dashboard to .env or .env.local file. That's it. After this, we're gonna say, just gonna make a comment, get headers. So const header payload will be headers and invoke it. Const swix underscore ID will be header payload dot get, and then brackets and under quotes swix dash ID. Below that, const swix underscore timestamp, it's gonna be equal to header payload dot get swix timestamp. And another one, we're just gonna I'm gonna press Alt Shift and then arrow down to copy this. This will be swix underscore underscore what's happening, bro? Signature, and then we're gonna say swix dash signature. Below that, comment if there are no headers, throw an error. If not swix underscore ID or not swix underscore signature or not swix underscore timestamp, then we will return new response, error occurred, no swix headers, and the status will be 400. Let's go down, comment, get the body, const payload, it will be await request.json and invoke it. Const body will be JSON capital dot stringify and pass in payload. Then create a new swix instance with your secret. Const wh will be new webhook and then pass in webhook secret. Let evt environment or event be webhook event. Verify the payload with the headers. Try evt will be wh dot verify and then body comma curly brackets and then swix dash id and then swix dash timestamp will be swix underscore timestamp, and then swix dash signature will be swix signature, and then we will say as webhook event here on the outside we will catch error that's gonna be console.log error verifying webhook, and just gonna do this error, and below that return new response error occurred, and then comma status 400. It's gonna have a column here, status, and this is basically almost it. Let me just add one more line that says const event type is equal to evt dot type. So here we will basically receive the webhook from Clerk, and we will just verify it and extract information that it has here in body. So now that all of the tests have passed, we can just console.log payload.data and this, and then I'm gonna say \n for new lines, and I'm gonna say comma payload.data. So when we send payload soon, when we test it, it's gonna display here. So in order to test this, let's first go ahead and install this swix package. I'm gonna start a new terminal here. I'm gonna say npm install swix, and while that is installing, we actually need to go back to middleware ts, and here we need to add a public route. We need to put this API to be a public route so Clerk can access it, can send information to it. So in the auth middleware, we're gonna start curly brackets, and we're gonna say public routes. It's gonna be column, and then square brackets, and inside of that these quotes /API/webhooks, and then we're gonna say these brackets, normal brackets, dot and star, and this will put all of the routes inside of webhooks to public. And we can save this, and our swix installed successfully. Now there are no more errors. So now let's go back to our Clerk dashboard, and here in endpoints, in webhooks endpoints, we will go to testing, and we will select send event type, for example, user created, and this is the example data that we will send. So just press send example, and our our API should receive it, and it should log it here. So if I say send example, we go here, we see that it received it and it logged the data that it received. So this is example user created. We have email, we have external ID, everything. So now we need to put this data that we received into our database, so we can remove this console log in the route ts, and we can continue with if event type is equal to user.created, then we will make curly brackets and say await database.user.create. Now we're gonna create the user in our database, and we will say data will be so external user ID will be payload dot data dot ID, but it's payload, not playload. Payload dot data dot ID, and then comma username will be payload dot data dot user name, and then is it profile image URL? I forgot how it's called. Actually, we don't need to store profile image into our database because we can always access it through Clerk's node packages. But this is important. Phone number will be payload.data. Now, this has actually phone. Wait, it has phone number. This is weird. I believe this recommended attribute is wrong. So it should be phone numbers and then the first phone number in the array, and this has phone. Oh wait, so this is gonna be phone underscore numbers, the first phone number, and then dot phone underscore number. So if we see here in the Clerk dashboard where we are testing it, we can see object data has phone numbers here, and then has this is an array, and then it has different items. So the first item we're gonna get is this item, and it has phone number, _number. So that's what we will do here. So this is creating the user in our database. Go down below and say if event type is equal to user.updated, then we're gonna say await database.user.update, open these brackets, normal brackets, and then curly brackets, where, so the user we want to update is where column, open another curly brackets, external user ID will be equal to payload.data.id. So this payload.data.id is actually the ID of the Clerk, currently logged in user, and external user ID is, as I said, we will save the corresponding Clerk ID for that user. So we will go through all of the users and find one that matches the currently logged in Clerk user. So I can press comma here, and after the where I'm gonna say this comma, and then data column, open curly brackets, username is gonna be payload.data.username, and I'm just also gonna have a phone number. It's gonna be payload.data.phone underscore number, numbers, the first one, so array element 1 dot phone number, _number. And lastly, if event type is equal to user deleted, curly brackets, await database.user.delete, normal brackets, curly brackets, where, and we just need to say where we want to delete, so where external user ID will be payload.data.id, and that's it. We successfully defined the deletion, so we just need to return the response, and that's it. So one more line, return new response, and it will have empty string and comma, curly brackets, status 200, so that means okay. So if it doesn't return these errors in response, if it executes what it should execute right here, it's gonna return status 200 and everything will be fine. Now let's test this. So let's make sure our npx Prisma Studio is running. This actually doesn't have any purpose in functionality. This is just so we can see what's in our database. We want to sign up as a new user in our app. So first, let's go to Clerk dashboard and users and delete this user that we have. because it's not in our database. We want to remove everything and do it again. Then if you have this error in your localhost, just go to localhost sign up, and you should be able to access this even though you have the error in your code. And I'm gonna say just username is gonna be book, and phone number I'm gonna use this one, and password again same number this, and let me continue. Username must be longer. And before I press continue, let's actually go back to our route.ts, and here I actually wanna console log payload.data. I just want to see like what we get. Even if we get some error, I just want to see what the data was, the data that we get. So everything is ready here. And now let's go ahead and press continue. And if I go, okay, so now we are authenticated, but let me see here. Well, we got this right. This is the data that we got. Phone numbers, we got the phone number. So let's go to Prisma Studio and refresh here. And we have a user. Let's go. We have our first user. So this is my username, phone number, ID. Let's go. So now we can go back to our API and remove this console log. And now we can see that at /conversations, we have conversation list component. So now it can compile properly, but I did have to restart my application here on npm run dev, not here, but I think here. Yeah, because there were some issues. And if I go press F12, I don't see any errors, but I'm not sure what this whole error here is. So let me copy paste this into ChatGPT and see what it is. I didn't get any useful information, so hopefully this will not appear again, and if it does, then I'm gonna solve it somehow. Now it's perfect time to add everything to GitHub again. I'm gonna start a new CMD at our project, git add dot git commit -m Clerk sends webhooks to our app when user is registered, updated or deleted, and we add it to Prisma database. Git push -u origin main, and we will wait for a few moments, and everything is pushed. Now I want to quickly change this tab title, create next tab. So to do that, let's go back to our app folder, and in this layout, the most outer layout in the app, we can change here, create next tab, the title of the tab. I'm just gonna say messenger tutorial or WhatsApp clone or whatever. Send instant messages. And then save, and this should update. And it updated. Next thing I want you to fix is inside of app folder, I want you to go to hooks and add underscore in the beginning. So this folder is ignored by the app router. Also, so when you do this, it's gonna prompt you, it's gonna ask you to also update imports from this folder in your code. Just say yes. For me, it's automatically being done. And also do this for actions. And if it prompts you to change imports, also, yeah, like this, update imports, yes. But I'm just gonna say always. And now let's start coding the conversation list. So go to your conversation list, and so first we're gonna code an interface. So interface will define which props are passed into this conversation. If you don't understand, I will show you later. So conversation list props, and then open curly brackets and say conversations and this will be full conversation type. We are going to create this type later. I'm going to explain what this is. And then inside of the here, we're going to say column react.fc, open these angled brackets, conversation list props, and then inside of this small parentheses, open curly brackets, and say conversation. And so this will extract conversation from these props. So basically we're gonna tell React that this class conversation list will receive these props, which are here, and then we will extract conversation. So our goal here is to retrieve all of the conversation user is in, and then put them into a sidebar so user can click them and then go into those conversations. Now let's create this full conversation type. So just copy this, go back into your app, and then add a new file. Start with underscore types, and then slash index.ts. So this will be in folder types. It will be index, but index I misspelled. And now let me move this a bit here. And here we're gonna say export full conversation type, and this will be equal to, and let me remove this, and this will be equal to conversation, and import conversation from Prisma client, although I don't see it here. Okay, let's just ignore it for now. And open curly brackets and import users. This will be user, and then down below this is a semicolon, and then messages column full message type, and then this is array. So let's move all of this down. So as I said, this is conversation from our Prisma client, and it also needs to have, I think, members. But when you, as you remember, like, we need to also define relations. So relations are not attributes of this conversation. I explained this, I think, like 20 minutes ago. We also need to extend this type with these other types. So users are going to be like members of the conversation, and messages are going to be the messages inside of conversation. But we're not going to just pass in messages. We're going to pass in this full message type. So we will also declare this. So the full message type will be messages of the conversation and the user, like the sender and the scene. So let's export type, and I made a mistake. I think here export type like this. Yeah, and then export type full message type. This will be equal to message from Prisma client. You can import it like this. And let's go here to the end and press Control Space and import this as well. And here, let's Control Space and import this from Prisma client as well. So full message type is gonna be message type from Prisma client, and we are gonna extend this message type with sender. So this is the relation that we got. Column that will be user, and this will be like this, no array, and then scene column user array. So these are our two types. So I mean, I could have just like copied this here and put it, for example, here, but this is way more organized. Now let's go back to the conversation list, and full message type, just press Control Space here, and then we're gonna import it from app types. And the other thing, now that this conversation list has to get a conversations attribute, then we can go back to sidebar, and inside of conversation list it's throwing an error because we need to pass in conversations attribute. This is gonna be equal to our conversations that we got here. So this is the attribute, this is our value that we got here from get conversations. Let's continue coding conversation list. So above the return, we're gonna say const and then square brackets items, comma set items. This is gonna be equal to use state, and then pass in conversations. It should be these conversations. Why is it not picking up? Okay, it is now. And we need to import this use state here, control space, from React, like this. Then I'm gonna make some space here, and below we're gonna say const search text, set search text, and this is gonna be use state and empty string. So this is the search text for our search bar. We're gonna have search bar that will allow you to search all of the conversations, and these items, this will just be the conversations that we will like list one by one on the side. I also forgot to mark this as use client. I was explaining in the beginning, this will let us interact and click on it. So this will be client side application. Okay, and then we're gonna say const router is equal to use router, and then curly brackets. We're gonna import this from I think next navigation, yeah, not next router but next navigation. Then below we're gonna say const, and then we're gonna curly brackets user. This is gonna be equal to use clerk, import it from @clerk NextJS, and invoke it. So this will give us currently logged in user in Clerk. And now let's go to the HTML here. So I'm gonna delete this, and I'm gonna start with a side to make it semantically correct. This is gonna be a sidebar, and then I'm gonna give it class name height age is dash, and then square brackets, so we can specify specific values, 550 pixels, and then overflow dash y dash auto, so we can scroll. This will enable us to scroll. And then we're gonna make a new div, and inside of that we're also gonna make another div. So we are doing the conversation list sidebar now, and inside of this div we're gonna give it a class name space y auto. So this will make equal space between all of the items on y-axis, so vertically inside of this div. And I'm gonna say here another div. I'm gonna control save for it to aligns, and I'm gonna give it a class name. This will be flex bg dash gray, and then w is gonna be dash 11 over 12. So if you hover over this, it's gonna say width that's like 91%. And then we're gonna say margin dash auto, and then rounded dash XL. This will give rounded corners, and margin auto will center whatever is inside of this div and this div. And then margin top 2, and then margin left ML dash 3. So if you hover, this is margin left 3 is actually 12 pixels, and margin top 2 is 8 pixels. And now let's go below. So this is what we are doing here is a search bar, and below is gonna be conversation list. So we're gonna say these square brackets and search, and import this Lucid React icon. So this is just a Lucid React icon search, and then close like this, self-close the tag. And if I save, we're gonna see this search icon. So we will give it class name margin left dash 3. So we're gonna make it a bit to the right. Now we need to go to ShadCN, and we need to get this input component. So this input component here, and I'm gonna say here, copy this line, npx ShadCN dash UI at latest add input, and I'm just gonna, but make sure you have your terminal at the right spot. This is the not right path to my project. So I'm just gonna paste this command and press enter, and this will install the input into our, I wanna proceed, yes, Done. So now if we go into components, if we close the app folder and components below, we can see that we have now input as well, besides the button. So this is the ShadCN input. So below this search icon, we're gonna say input and import it from this add components UI input. This is where we installed it. And then it will be a self-closing tag, but I will give it some properties. So I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna say placeholder. This is gonna say search or start a new conversation. Then below that, class name, it's gonna be background dash transparent, border dash 0, and then value, it's gonna be search text. This is the value that this is what we created here. And then on change, we're gonna open small brackets and pass in e, the event. Gonna have arrow function and set search text to e dot target dot value. So if we save this, we're gonna have a search here appear, and now it's gonna be different colors, and now I can type something in it. We will change the styling, the everything, we will fix it, don't worry. But this search icon is not aligned to the search bar, so inside of this div just above the search icon, we're gonna add items dash center, and if we save, it will be aligned. And also we want to maybe say margin right inside of search icon to be like 2, so we make it a bit distanced. Yeah. And if this black outline is ugly for you when you focus the search bar, then you can go into search bar, class name, and say focus dash visible and column ring dash 0, and the black outline should disappear. And now let's list the conversations. So below these two divs, we're gonna say open curly brackets items, so these are our conversations, dot map, and then open brackets 2 times. This will have item property, and then arrow function, and then open these normal brackets, normal parentheses, and make a new element. Let's call it conversation box, and let's close this tag. Now this component doesn't exist yet, so conversation box will be a box for each conversation. It will have its own kind of box. So we're gonna pass in some properties, which will be key is gonna be equal to open curly brackets item dot id. Now it's whenever you have items.map, or when you are mapping, it's important to have this key property, so React can easily change and distinguish between different, because we will have multiple of these conversation boxes here. This is like a for loop. And then data will be equal to item, and then we actually don't need anything else here. Let's also add in property selected, and this will be equal to curly brackets conversation ID is equal to 3 equals item.id. And to get this conversation ID, we will go back here and say const open curly brackets conversation ID comma is open, and it's gonna be equal to use conversation, invoke it, and we will import this conversation. So as you remembered, we made use conversation file, but there isn't any suggestions to import it. That's because if we go back to app hooks use conversations, so this should be first of all renamed to use conversation, And second of all, I forgot to export this constant. So just say export here and then save. If we now go back and we go here, use conversation and press Control space, we can import it now. And this use conversation, it will give us this, it will return this structure, this object of isOpen and conversation ID. So we need to destructure it here. It must have same names. So now we have this conversation ID here. And now let's create this conversation box component. So go into our file system, and inside of conversations components, we're gonna add a new file, conversationbox.tsx. And here we will need two things from ShadCN. Is this avatar? You see how this is avatar for displaying user profiles. So I'm gonna copy this npm command, and I'm gonna say just paste it, add avatar. And the other thing is, if we can find, I can press Control F and say search for separator. So we're also gonna need separator. This is just a line. Maybe it's not visible for you now, but it's a line that separates. So we're gonna copy this as well and go back to our terminal and install this as well. In our conversation box file, we will mark this first as use client. Then we're gonna say sfc and click this and name this conversation box. Yeah, I can just do this. And here we can leave this return for a moment. First, let's define interface, the probes that are going to be passed. As you remember, we passed in 3 props. Let me show you. So key will be, we don't need key, so we just need data and selected. So those 2 props. So interface is gonna be called conversation box props, open curly brackets, and say data will be full conversation type and comma, and then selected will be optional, and this will be Boolean. But also don't forget this column here. We can do this, and then in conversation box we can do the column react.fc open square or these like kind of brackets, angled brackets, conversation box props, and then inside of these parentheses we will open curly brackets and extract data comma selected. And now we can use these 2 in our here function. And now above this return we're gonna make some space and we're gonna start coding. So first, const other user is gonna be equal to use other user. We don't have this yet, but we will pass in data. This is the conversation that we will pass in. Let me just move this a bit. We can do this. So this will basically get the other user in our conversation, the person we are talking to, when we pass in the conversation. We will call this soon. And then const clerk user. This will be use clerk like this, and then invoke it dot user. So I imported Clerk from Clerk NextJS. And below that, const router will be equal to use router and invoke it. So use router. Okay, so from next/navigation, not next/router. Below that, const handle click, and this is gonna be use call. Actually, you know what? Let's just comment this for now. We were gonna call this later. One issue we have is in our conversations table, we don't have any conversations here in the table. So we need to create maybe like 2 more users and then make some conversations between them. So I'm just gonna go to our localhost 3000, and I'm gonna click my user icon and sign out. And I'm gonna make maybe 2 more accounts. I can use fake numbers because I disable verification at Clerk for development. One problem you're gonna have when you try to log out is when you log out, you're gonna be redirected to just root localhost, but you need to redirect yourself to sign up or sign in, for example. So just change this in app page tsx. Also, I don't want people to be able to log in with Google, so I'm gonna go just the phone number. So I'm gonna go to Clerk dashboard, and here in user and authentication, in social connections, I'm gonna disable Google. And that's it. I think I don't need to update, it's done. And now if I refresh, the Google should disappear. Yes, it disappeared. So I signed up again, and now let's go to our database that we are hosting in localhost 5555, and then let's press this refresh button, and here we can see our new user. If you don't have a new user here after you signed up, don't forget to use ngrok. As I explained earlier, don't forget to expose your localhost through a tunnel to internet, for example. So if you are continuing from yesterday, for example, then you forgot to expose it. So just go here to ngrok, get started, set up Windows, and just here, static domain, copy this. Make sure your localhost is running and change this 80 to 3000. So I made 4 accounts, and now we need to make conversations between them because still there is no conversations. In order to be able to create conversations between users, we're gonna need a new API route. So go to app, API, and create a new file. It's gonna be conversations/route.ts. So this will create a folder, conversations and route inside. And now let's start coding this. So we will first just export async function get. This will let us return all of the conversations from the database. So let's just do try, and then curly brackets, const, open curly brackets, current user Prisma, and then this will be equal to await get current user. This is what we coded before, and execute it or invoke it, that is. And then if not current user Prisma, question mark, so if it's defined, to check if it's defined, .id, then return new next response, and import this from next server, curly brackets, string unauthorized, and then comma, open curly brackets, status 400, save. So if there is no this current user Prisma ID in the database, then this is unauthorized. Then we will say const conversations will be equal to await database, import it from @lib database dot conversation dot find many, normal brackets, curly brackets, order by, then we were gonna say column, curly brackets, last message at, column, descending. So the latest message, the conversations that had latest messages will be on the top of our sidebar, just like it works on Instagram or wherever. And then below order by, we say where, so the condition to find conversations, which conversations, curly brackets, user IDs, and then again column, and then curly brackets again, has, column, current user prisma.id. So all of the conversations that inside of user IDs, which is a list of users that are in that conversation, has the ID of the current user. And then after where, that's it actually. That's it. This will return all of the conversations, order them by descending last message. So below these normal brackets here, we're gonna go return next response dot JSON and open brackets conversation. It's this conversations, okay. And after these brackets below, we're gonna catch, and in this brackets error, open curly brackets, return next response, open brackets, and say internal server error, comma, status 500, save. But I forgot to add new here. We need to instantiate next response, so new next response, if we are not using next response.json. Below that, but inside of these outer brackets, we are gonna, actually no, never mind, this is the whole function, the get function. Now we need to make a completely separate post function. So post function will be able to receive data. Get will just return data from database, won't receive anything. So export async function post, open these brackets, and then inside request will be of type request, and then we're just gonna open these curly brackets now. Try. I can use this try catch that it recommends me, for example. And then inside of try, const, again, current user Prisma, comma, current user Clerk, Clerk. This is gonna be equal to get current user, and then invoke it. This should work. But this is async function, so it needs to have a wait. Then below this, I'm gonna make some space, and I'm gonna say const body is equal to await request dot JSON, and then just invoke it. And then const, and we will extract now a lot of things from body. So what we will extract from body is user ID is group members name of the conversation, members. Some of these are actually optional. And then if not current user prisma.id, or, so if this doesn't exist, or not current user clerk question mark, so to check if this is defined, dot phone numbers, and then curly square brackets 0 question mark to see if this is defined, dot phone number. So if this doesn't exist, so if any of this is false, then open curly brackets and say return new next response, and inside of that we're gonna say unauthorized, and then curly brackets status will be 400. Now let's handle the case if we are creating a group. So now let's create the group. If all of this passed correctly, no problems. Now let's create the group. So if is group, then const new conversation will be equal to await database dot conversation dot create open curly brackets, and then pass in attribute data. So this is the data that we will pass into the database that will create the conversation. Okay, so column, curly brackets, name, comma, is group, comma, is channel, column, false, so because groups are not going to be channels. And then owner ID is going to be column, current user Prisma dot ID, and then we're going to pass in users as well, column. And now we need to open curly brackets. There will be multiple attributes here. Now the way you want to pass in users is you want to actually use connect. So connect will, so this is a users is just a relation. We don't need to input any data. We just need to connect to users that are inside of this conversation. So connect, column, and then angled brackets, dot 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 members dot map. I will explain this. And then open 2 times brackets, the small brackets, member, column, open curly brackets, value, column, string, and then close curly brackets, close these normal brackets, put an arrow, open normal brackets, open curly brackets. Let's go to new line, say ID, column, member dot value, and now we have all 3 of these brackets closed. I'm gonna put here comma, and then below that open curly brackets and say ID, column, current user Prisma dot ID, and now a bunch of these brackets are closed. And then so we have this closed, this closed, this closed, this closed. Put comma here. Include column, curly brackets, users, column, true. So this is our function, and I will explain it now. Now I will explain. If we go to schema.prisma, and in the conversations model, we have array of user IDs that are inside of this conversation, and each of them, each of the conversation will have connections, relations. It's gonna connect each of these IDs in the array to corresponding ID, the user ID here. So that's what we are doing in this connection. So first of all, we are getting some members. This will be an array of user IDs. And what we will do is, this is basically a for loop. We are going through each member separately, and we are extracting the, here we're gonna extract the string value, the ID value, the string. And we are just gonna map the ID of the user to that value, the string. So this is where mapping happens. The ID of the user to the value of the string. And what this is at the end, this is just a completely separate thing. This is mapping the current user to the ID field. So this is mapping the current user to the conversation. So this is separate of this. This is mapping all of the other members. This is mapping the current user. When you are connecting users, when you are connecting a relation to this conversation, you do not set these values. Like, you do not set user IDs nowhere in the table. What you do is you use the connect function, the connect that I explained, and you just connect each user ID to a string. And you're gonna get these values, but you will not set them explicitly. But you will be able to see this field in your table. You will just not set it. You will set this by connecting the users directly, and this will be set automatically in the table. So this connect inside of users connect, this will connect them. So what is this include users true? When we create a new conversation, we're gonna get that whole conversation object inside of this constant. It's gonna be returned, but it will the connected users objects will not be returned. If we want to also have connected users objects as properties of that conversation, then we just say includes true. So I'm gonna show you. If I remove this include users, then if I say new conversation dot users, it doesn't exist. There is just user IDs. But if I return this include users, then if I say new conversation dot users, now it exists. Now it will also return connected users. And now this is group, and we will create a conversation if it's not a group. So const new conversation is gonna be await database dot conversation dot create, open these normal brackets, curly brackets, data. We're gonna send owner ID column current user Prisma dot ID, then comma users column curly brackets connect column square brackets, as I explained. So we need to connect ID to current user Prisma dot ID, and then so this is gonna be, so we want to connect two users, and the user we want to connect to has ID equal to current user Prisma ID, and then we want to connect to the other user as well. So this is the first conversation user, and then the other user in the conversation has his ID to user ID. So here we passed in user ID. Let me see here, user ID. This is the other guy in the conversation. So we are connecting two users to the conversation, the currently logged in user and the guy that we passed, the partner in the conversation. So below these square brackets, there is 1, 2 curly brackets, put a comma here and include, and we want to include users column true. So this is basically, this means when we create this conversation, in this object new conversation, we will get that new conversation object, but we also want to include connected users inside of this new conversation. So as I said, you're gonna remember now we're gonna have dot users as well. So just above the catch, we're gonna return next response dot JSON, and we're gonna pass in new conversation, this that we created. We're just gonna return this, so we can, in the client, we can set the conversations. We can add this new conversation to the client, display it on the side or something. And inside of catch, we're gonna return new next response and say internal error, comma, curly brackets, status 500. Save this. So to take a look again, so the post method, if it's a group, we create a group. Now it's gonna create this conversation as well. So I forgot to actually interrupt it here, and I need to pass return. So when it creates a group, it needs to return and exit, not create a conversation after that. So inside of here, group return next response dot JSON, and just pass in new conversation. So this is the new group conversation, and we just want to return this. And besides that, what if we try to create a conversation with these two users, but it already exists? Currently, we don't have any safety features, so it will just create another conversation with these two users, but we don't want that. we want to actually check if the conversation already exists with these two users. So const after the group return existing conversations, and I'm gonna actually say conversations multiple, because maybe if we have even multiple conversations with these users, that's not good, but let's find all of them. db.conversation.find many, open normal brackets, open curly brackets. Why is this not okay? And then where, and then so what we want to do, let's say so what we want to check if user array has current user Prisma ID and this other user ID, but they can be in two different orders. It can first be this user ID and after that this, or it can first have this and this order, depending on who created the conversation. We're gonna put the creator first and the other person second. So we want to put where, and then we want to say or. So we're gonna have two cases, and then or, and then square brackets. The first object, the first case, user IDs is gonna be user IDs, and then open curly brackets equals, and then column square brackets current user Prisma dot ID. So this is one possible case. Or we're gonna make another object, user IDs, and then equals column user ID, and then current user Prisma dot ID. So it will find all of the conversations where there are these two users, and I forgot to say user ID here. So when there are these two conversations, regardless of in which order. And then if we find any conversations, I'm gonna say const single conversation will be equal to existing conversations, and let's just return the first conversation. If there are multiple, just return first, and we will use this one. And then if single conversation exists, then we will return next response.json single conversation. So this is our safety feature that will not add a new conversation if there is already one or more conversations with these two users. And guys, now that we are able to create a conversation, we're gonna have to delay listing the conversation once more. I'm sorry, I forgot. We first need to be able to let users create conversations with each other. So next we're gonna make a UI interface where users can add each other using their phone number. So you can just input your friend's phone number and add them, and then just click on their name and create a conversation. So next we will go to ShadCN website, and we wanna actually download this sheet. So if I click here, open, you see what we get. We get this sheet from the side. This is what WhatsApp has. This is how WhatsApp has these sheets to add user, create a conversation, etc. So we will go down to the installation and copy this command npm, and I will paste it into my command prompt. Make sure the path to your project is correct and press enter. We will go to our file system, and inside of app components, we will go inside of sidebar, and we will create a new folder, call it sheets. So sheets are these side drawers that you draw from the side, and inside of that new file, and we're gonna call it new contact sheet.tsx. So here in the new contact sheet, we will say sfc, enter, new contact sheet, and we don't need to enter, so I'm gonna Control Z. Then I'm gonna make interface, because we need to pass some props to this sheet. New contact sheet props, and let me close this, and curly brackets, handle add contact, and this will receive contacts column user from Prisma user, and it's gonna be an array, and this will return void. So now we need to receive these props into our constant component. So here I'm gonna say, open these curly brackets and say handle add contact. So we're gonna extract this, but extract from what? So here, after this curly brackets, add column, and then say new contact sheet props. So now you can use this inside of this component. This is another way to extract information from interface. The other one, if you remember, we were saying this column react.fc and then these brackets, but this is the other, maybe even easier way to extract components or props. Let's start coding. Above the return const number, this will be phone number, and then set number, this will be equal to use state, import it from React, and pass in, so the type of the use state will be string, and we will pass in just empty string for now. And below that we're gonna make some space and say const open curly brackets, go to new line, register, comma, handle submit, comma, set value, comma, form state, column, curly brackets, errors, comma, and all of this will be equal to use form, square brackets, field values, and then open normal brackets, curly brackets, default values will be column, and then curly brackets, phone number, column, empty string, comma, action, column, string add, and this is it. Now we need to install a package that lets us import these values. So go to our terminal and say npm I react-hook-form. So this package we need to install. Now that it's successfully installed, I will explain here basically. Well, let's first import. So go here, control space, import this from React hook form. Here, import this from React hook form as well. And there is a mistake here, default without s values. So basically, this will let us submit a form to our API. It's similar to like Axios HTTP request to our API route. But the advantage of forms is that we can, for example, validate what kind of data is put in, like is it string, number, whatever we want. We can check if the fields are empty or not. We also have good error handling, etc. And these are two values that we will send in our Axios post request. So this, we came up with these values. So phone number and action, those are our custom labels, our custom values. Below everything, go const on submit. It's gonna be a column submit handler. We can import it from React hook form, and these brackets, angled brackets, field values, and now it's gonna be equal to arrow function, and open curly brackets, and let's say const post data is equal to curly brackets phone number will be column number. So this is our, so we will set our variable number into this phone number value in our post request body, comma, action will be just hard-coded add right here. So both default value is add and we will hard-code add here, so we're gonna set it to add anyways. Because this new contact sheet is just used for adding new contacts. And when we define this post data, because this is our onSubmit function, so we're gonna submit this, we're gonna make Axios dot, no, okay, don't import, just Axios without imports, post, we're gonna make a post request, and we will post it to our API, which is /API, this is the route, inside of our app folder, /contacts. We don't have this yet, but we will create it. And then this is the route, and then the data will be post data, the object that we created here. And then you want to say .then. And we want to start two brackets. So this will be a asynchronous function post. And when the API returns response, then we want to catch that response and do something with it here. So inside of these inner brackets, we're going to say response. Oh, okay, response. And then this is a arrow function, and start this curly brackets. Const contacts will be response dot data. And I think we will just return one contact that we just added, so it will be contact, not contacts. And then we will pass this contact into our handle, but I need to put here semicolon. So this function that we handle add contact that we passed in as a prop, handle add contact, we're gonna pass in this contact. It's important to understand that this handle add contact, we will just use it to update contacts displayed in our browser, in our client. So this will add contacts to our database. And then we want to also update our browser, our client, with that contact. So when we get that contact returned that's created in the database, we will just use this function, which I will implement later soon, to just add this new contact to the list of contacts that are already in the browser. After that, we want to say toast dot, no, don't import, toast dot success, and pass in string contact added successfully and exclamation mark, semicolon, and set number and pass in empty string. So this will just set the number variable. It will just remove the number that we just added as users, and we will have input field empty. And this toast is just a pop-up that will say like contact added successfully. So we need to install this package now. In your terminal, say npm install Axios, the first package that we need, and toast, and just press enter. And now that it's installed, we will go to Axios, control space, and import it. And in toast, import it from, oh wait, it's not toast. I think I need to try to install it again. npm install toast. My bad, this is wrong name for the library. It's called react-hot-toast. And then install this. And now we can import this from, this is so weird. If I say toast again, okay, let's import this manually. So here we're gonna say import toast, comma, and then open these curly brackets, toaster. This is, we need to actually put this in, this is HTML tag that's gonna display that notification. From, open these, react hot toast, like this. Okay, now it's imported properly. And now in the return statement, we need to display this sheet that we are creating. So go back to the ShadCN, and first, this is the code for the sheet. We will just copy this, and I will explain what it does. So let me do this, paste it here, and we also need to go back and copy these imports. And go back and paste it below this, and save. In order to display this new contact sheet that we just created, go to desktop sidebar header. Just type in Ctrl+P desktop sidebar header here, and we can remove this for now and just start typing new contact sheet and import it. And then this is self-closing tag, and it's gonna receive some props. Let me see. Handle add contact. For now, I will just pass an empty arrow function here, like this, and it will work. This won't do anything for now, but let's just do it like this. Save, and we are getting an error here that we are using use state in our contact sheet right here, but this is not marked as use client, so we need to mark this as use client because we cannot use state in a server component, so just save this. We have another error. Functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly expose it by marking it with use server. This is because we are passing this function handle add contact from a server component that is desktop sidebar header into client component that is new contact sheet. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure exactly why we cannot pass functions. It has to do probably with interactivity, because you cannot have interactivity on server components. So we will just go into desktop sidebar header and mark this as use client. And save. And this desktop sidebar header is supposed to be a client component anyways, so we will just do it. And now we can see that we have some word open here, and if I click it, it's gonna open this sheet. But if you don't know where all of this comes from, this is the code that we pasted in new component sheet in return that I told you that I will explain. So first, we declared the entire sheet object here. It starts from here to sheet. Then we have sheet trigger, whatever you have inside of this. And if you click it, it's gonna open this sheet content. So I can put like an icon here, like image, it doesn't matter. I can put whatever I want. I can put another component, doesn't matter. Right now, I'm just gonna say open. So when I click this, whatever opens here, this is defined in sheet content. Now sheet content has some tags as well. So sheet header has sheet title. Are you absolutely sure? It's right here. And sheet description. Now if I want to add more content, I can just after sheet header just add more content, save, and it's gonna update automatically here. So this is how it works. Also, I can also I have another element. It's called sheet close, and if whatever I write inside, close here. If I save this and I click on this close here inside of these tags, it's gonna close the sheet. There are other elements inside the sheet that you can just start typing, and it's gonna give you all of the options, but we will not be using these. So now that you know how sheets work, let's actually delete this. I will also delete everything here, and we will start from beginning. So the sheet trigger, we're gonna make this into a new row, and first we will give as child property here, so we can add another tag here, and it will trigger when we click that tag. It doesn't need to be just text. And then we will also start from the h4 tag here, and we will close it, and we will say new contact. And now if I save this, It's gonna update here soon. If I click this, it's gonna open the sheet that's currently empty. We wanna give some class name to h4 tag, so it's gonna be text dash and then curly brackets or square brackets 1 rem and then close brackets. This is just the size of the text that we will use. And that's it for sheet trigger. Now we will go into sheet content. First, we will give it a property side, and that's gonna be equal to left. So if we save this, and if I open, it's gonna come from the left. This is how it works in the WhatsApp. Then class name will be equal to w dash square brackets 330 pixels, and then sm column, so small devices, w dash 540 pixels, close, and then p padding dash 0, because this content has some padding, but we don't want any padding by default. And then inside, let's create a sheet header. Wanna close it. Wanna give it a class name, background dash primary, and that's it. Inside we wanna make another div, and inside of that div we wanna have sheet close tags, and we're gonna give some class name to the div. It's gonna have flex, margin top 14, margin bottom 3. Let's save this. Inside of close, we're gonna set as child, so we can add another HTML tag inside. We're gonna add an image, source equals slash images, or actually instead of image, let's actually just add a tag arrow left from Lucid React, and it's gonna be self-closing tag. So I'm gonna go here and import from Lucid React, save, give it some classes. Class name, it's gonna be margin right dash 7, ml dash 5, and cursor dash pointer. If we now open the sheet, we see that it has this blue header and black arrow. So we want to actually say in the arrow text dash white and save, and it's gonna become white. And also we want to change this blue color to green. Now we are using background primary for the background color, so we need to change this primary variable. This primary variable is written in global CSS. Control P, search for global CSS, and we need to change these values to these other values. So 169, 100%, and 25%. There is nothing I can teach you. There is no logic. This is just the dark green color, values for dark green color. And then change secondary as well to these values, 169, 98%, and 23%. And now primary color is this dark green WhatsApp color. Another thing is we don't want to have this ugly X here. So we will close the sheet by typing this arrow that we coded here and not this X. So I'm gonna go to my code and Control P and search for sheet and go to this one, components UI. This is the code of the ShadCN sheet. So we want to scroll down and find this close tag, and we want to completely remove everything. So we don't want to have any of this closing. We're gonna code closing ourselves. And if we save this, there is no more X here. Now below sheet close, we're gonna make a new tag, sheet title, and that is gonna have a class name text dash white, flex, items dash center, justify dash center, and then the title will be inside of the title tags. We're gonna say new contact, and that's it. We save this, we get this new contact title. Now the arrow is not aligned, so let's fix it. Inside of this div above sheet close, we're gonna say items dash center and then save, and this should justify the error as well. Then below sheet header, we want to create a form tag, and it's going to be closed, and inside the form we're going to pass in some props. So on submit will be equal to handle submit, and we're going to pass in on submit. So when I click a submit button that we will define later, it's going to pass in this handle submit function that we imported here, and it's going to, inside of that function, it's going to pass our on submit function definition that we defined here. I know it's passing on submit function inside of on submit function, but it is what it is. Now let's give it some styling. So class name, flex, items dash center, gap dash 2, lg column gap dash 4, and w dash full. Below that, inside of the form, let's create a new div, and let's create another div again, and then give it some class name. To the inner div flex, flex dash call, and then inside of this div we're gonna say label, and we didn't install this, but just bear with me. Class name, don't import label from anywhere, and then class name is gonna be equal to text dash primary, text dash small, ml dash 5, and then we'll close the label tag, and inside we're gonna say full phone number column. We will use label from ShadCN, so we will go here to label and install this label. Copy npm and paste it and just install it. After it installs, let me just save so it auto formats, and then go here to the end of the word label and control space and import label, this one, at components UI label, this one. Then skip one, closing div tag, and below say input, and we will import it from at components UI input, and then we will actually close it, and inside we will pass some values. So value is going to be equal to curly brackets number, and then on change will be equal to curly brackets and then normal brackets e arrow function set number, and then pass in e.target.value, and below that type is equal to string tel, and then placeholder, and it's gonna be +1 and then space 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. So this is, for example, a example phone number. Here you can see it, and then below that let's add some class name, so some styling, w-10/12, m-auto, border-0, border-b-0, border gray 400, and then focus column border primary. Save all of this, and below everything we will also now skip one more closing div tag, and we will make a new div, and inside of that we will create a new button that we will import from add components UI button. This is ShadCN button, and we're gonna close it, and we're gonna pass in some props. So type is gonna be equal to submit, and class name will be equal to m-2 my-6. So this is margin on y, so up and down. And the button, actually, it's not gonna be self-closing, but it's gonna be like this, 2 tags, and inside we're gonna say new contact. And inside of this div that's surrounding the button, we are going to say class name, and it's gonna be flex. So let's see what this is gonna do. Well, nothing still, but we need to have flex, so we can say justify dash center, because this wouldn't work without flex. And now it's gonna center the button. So we made a bit of a mistake. So in the input field, where I set border to 0 and then border B to 0, it should be border B to 2. So if this is a bit confusing, we first want to remove all borders, and then we only want to have bottom border right here. You see, we have bottom border, and then when I focus the bottom border, it should turn green. The problem here, there is this ugly black outline around. To remove that, we will say focus dash visible column ring dash 0. And if I save this, I click, it should disappear. But I actually want to remove this to all of the input fields throughout the entire application, and I don't want to write it every time separately. So we will go into this input field, Control P, and search for input, and this one in components UI. And just here, scroll a bit down where you see all of these class names. Just at the end, add focus dash visible ring dash 0. It's gonna conflict with this ring dash 2, so you can remove it if you want. And then save. And now, even if we don't have that command here, there won't be any ring around. If any of you want to put this button below this input field, the first thing you need to do is find an HTML element that's encompassing both of these parts. So that's gonna be form, because form is encompassing, this is the input field and this is the button. So in form, I need to have flex and then flex dash call. So it will just order, instead of side by side, it's gonna order them like this. But now the phone number and input field are a bit centered too much, they're messed up. So one way I can fix this is inside of this div that's encompassing both label and input, I can add class name and say width w-full. And this is one thing that we can do. Also, we can add some margin to the top, so it's a bit separated from the header. So mt-3 margin top, and then it's gonna separate, for example. But I'm gonna return and put it side by side. I will have it like this. And the last thing I'm gonna add at the bottom here, just after the button, I'm gonna say toaster. So this is our notification that's gonna pop up. This is what our toast is gonna trigger. Toast success, contact added successfully. So the interface works. Now when we click this button, it should submit to the API/contacts and create a new contact. So let's create this API. So let's go to app, API, and create a new folder, contacts, and then new file inside route.ts. Export async function post brackets inside request column type request, and then outside of these brackets open curly brackets, try catch here, and inside of try, const current user Prisma, that's gonna be equal to await get current user, invoke it. Below, const body will be equal to await request.json invoke, then const curly brackets phone number comma action is gonna be equal to body. As you remember, in our sheet we are sending phone number and action. And now for safety, let's say if not current user Prisma question mark dot id curly brackets return new next response, and inside unauthorized, and then comma curly brackets status 401. Down below, outside of if, we're gonna say another if action equals add in quotes open curly brackets const user is gonna be equal to await database import this one dot user dot update. So we want to get the current user that submitted the form and update its following. So the way we're gonna add contacts is we're just gonna save it into following and followed by for each user. There are other ways to do it, but they kind of seem more complex and there is no need. So let me go to our schema.prisma. Each user has followed by and following users. So when somebody adds a contact, we're gonna add this new contact to his following users, and it's automatically gonna go to the other user and add this user to followed by that added him. That's why the name of this connection, user follows, is the same. And then inside of update, we're gonna pass in where column curly brackets id column current user Prisma dot id, and then outside of the where we say comma data. So we're gonna update at our current user. The data that we will update is following, and then column open curly brackets connect. Now we want to connect the other user with phone number. So column open curly brackets phone number is going to be column phone number. So this phone number is our value that we extracted from body. And that's it. So outside of data, we want to include column and then curly brackets following column true. And now everything is red for some reason. Expected 1 argument but got 6, it seems. Yeah, so that's because inside of update we also need to open curly brackets again and have this bracket open here and closed just before these normal brackets. And then if I save, it's gonna work. And then after these brackets, normal brackets, we're gonna say console.log if you want, for example, added new following exclamation mark. Now this is on server, so this will only log in your terminal when you are running npx run dev. This will not log in your browser's console because this is server. And then below, return next response dot json and pass in user dot following. So user.following is going to be a list of users. So this is a list of users that we are returning. Let me explain once more like what this does, although it should be clear by now. So we are updating a user where ID is current user Prisma. So we are updating currently logged in user, and we will update its following list, and we will connect. So in the following, we will connect user that has this phone number, because following, as you remember, is a connection to other users. We declared that already, so it knows that it's connecting to other users, and it's gonna connect to whichever user has this phone number, and it will automatically, when it updates following for this user, because this connection is declared in such way, it will automatically update followed by in the other user that it connects to. If we go to schema.prisma, we know that following is the connection to followed by, because the name of the connection is same. If you have difficulty understanding, I suggest you just replay this again and try to understand again, or ask in the comments below. Now, outside of this if, we're gonna say else if, and action is triple equal to remove, open curly brackets, const removed contact. So this is for removing the contact. It's gonna be equal to await database dot user dot update, and then open normal brackets, open curly brackets, where column curly brackets ID is gonna be current user ID, current user Prisma.id. So we are updating the currently logged in Prisma user. And then let's say first data is gonna be column curly brackets following, and then similar to before, open curly brackets and just say disconnect now, and disconnect open curly brackets where phone number is gonna be this phone number that we passed. So works the same way, and then comma include, and then column, and then open curly brackets following column true. So this will basically now, this removed contact is gonna be a list of users that this will just be the user that we are updating. So it's gonna be a user, not removed contact, and it's gonna also include all of the users that we are following. So down below here we're gonna say console.log removed the following, and we will return next response.json user.following, because we want to return the list of following users because we want to display them to the side. The user is following. And also here, I think, yeah, we say user and then user.following. So when we add a new contact, we're just going to return a list of all of the users that user is following to our browser client so we can display them on the side. And in error, we're going to console.log error, comma, we can say error underscore message. Below, return new next response, and then say in a string error, comma, open curly brackets, status 500. This is internal server error. So we can say internal server error. So that's it, it's done. Now adding contacts should work. So if I go here, I don't need to refresh anything. I can just say plus 38765 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the contact that I have for one of the users. And if I say this, contact added successfully. So let's go to our database. Let's go to our users table and refresh it. And now move to the left. Right here, following IDs, we are following one user. So I'm currently logged in with this bottom user, that's Mark. His username is Mark, and we have one user following. It's this guy, Wook. And Wook has followed by connection, and he's followed by Mark here. So everything works. So if you are having troubles making this work, you can say ask it in comments below, but it's gonna take some time for us to reply if we can even help you. But you can just copy the error into either ChatGPT or Google, or try to figure out if you copied everything as I said, or you can also go to my GitHub and just find these files and see if they have any mistakes. Now we will create a new chat sheet. So this chat sheet is gonna have a list of our contacts, and when we click on either any contact, it's gonna create a new chat with them. So go to our files, and inside of app, components, sidebar, sheets, we're gonna add a new file, new chat sheet.tsx, and then we can close these files and sfc new sheet, and then let's first declare interface new chat sheet props, and those are going to be open curly brackets current user, that's gonna be of type user. Import this from Prisma client, and we want to extend this user with open curly brackets following, and then those will also be user, but it's going to be an array of users. So we will basically pass in the current user and the list of users he's following, so we can display them. Before I forget, let's mark this as use client, and then here we're gonna extract this current user, and we're gonna give it type new chat sheet props. Inside of return, we will start coding. So we will create a div, and then inside we're gonna open curly brackets and normal brackets and say current user is different from undefined, and down below we're gonna say let's just make a div for now, and let's close this div as well, and inside let's say create a group. So we will actually change this to a whole creating group component, but not for now. So below this curly brackets we're gonna say sheet, and we will import it from this one at UI components sheet, and we will close it. Inside we're gonna say sheet trigger, close it, and inside we will say image, and we will import from next image, and then we're gonna give it class name hover column cursor dash pointer space. Actually that's it, and then source will be equal to / images, but this must be under quotes, so quotes / images / new chat.svg. Below that we will close this image tag, but we will still pass some components, some props to image. So alt will be equal to new chat, width will be equal to 24, and height will be equal to 24 as well. Now we need to get this image. So let's go to our file explorer, and inside of public folder that's outside of app, we should create a new folder called images. And inside of this image, we will put our image. So this source, this is going to look into public folder, and then whatever this path is. So now I want you to go to my GitHub repository below and go into the public folder and enter images. And you can just Control F and search new chat.svg. It's going to be here. So I can just click it. Now there are two ways you can put them in your code. You can just click here, download, and then drag it into your folder, images folder. I think the quicker way, and what we will do, is go to here to code, and then copy code, and go back to our files, and in the public images we will create a file new chat.svg, and we will just paste this code. So this is the code for the image. So images, so SVG images, you're gonna define the path. This is literally define how it's drawn. And if you don't forget that SVG images always must have this XMLNS link, or they will not work if you are loading them from a file. And also don't forget to put this slash in the beginning before images folder, because otherwise sometimes it will just not work if there is no this slash. Don't close this GitHub repository because we're gonna need a few more images later. So in order to be able to open this sheet with this trigger, we need to say as child here. And also, I don't know if we have to, but I'm gonna encapsulate this image into a button, although I think it will work without it as well. So sheet trigger, below we're gonna go with sheet content, close this tag, and then property side will be left, although we didn't import this, so I'm gonna go here and import it. Then class name width dash 330 pixels, close, sm column width dash 540, now for 540 pixels, and then padding dash 0. Inside we're gonna say sheet header, and let's import it, close, save to align, and then we will say let's give class name to this header and say bg-primary, and that's it. Now inside of this header we're gonna make a new div. Inside of div we will say sheet close, and then as child, and then I will just go to a new contact sheet, and actually we are actually coding the exact same header. I don't know why are we coding it again. I mean, I think I'll just copy. There is no, like, I already explained how to do it, so I'm just gonna copy it. We are gonna code the exact same header anyways. And then we're gonna import this arrow left. Okay, now sheet title, it's gonna be a bit different. It's gonna be new chat, and let's import sheet title. And we're gonna be making a bunch of these sheets, like 5 more maybe, and we don't need to like code the same sheet over and over again. And that's it. Now we can open this sheet, so we can put it into desktop sidebar header. We can just go below this and say new chat sheet, and I think I will just close it. It doesn't receive anything, or it does. It receives current user. We don't have current user in desktop sidebar header either. So let's make a new interface here, because we need to get the current user. Desktop sidebar header props, open curly brackets, current user, it's gonna be user, import from, it's already imported. Where is it? This one. No, wait, current user column. Okay, now it's gonna recommend us prisma.client, prisma/client, and we wanna extend this with following, and then column user, and then square brackets. Now let's go here into these brackets and extract current user and give it a type that's gonna be desktop sidebar user props. And now take this current user and pass it in here, and that's it. But now we need to go to sidebar and pass current user to this desktop props, because desktop's header. So let's go to sidebar. If you didn't understand, you see here, now it's taking current user, and current user is gonna be current Prisma user, and that's it. Now this is passing current user to desktop header. Press F12, go here, this is getting it and passing it to new chat sheet. Press F12, and now that's it. There is no errors. So we can go here. So this is our icon that's gonna open new chat sheet that we downloaded, and this is our new chat sheet. To continue coding our new chat sheet, we will need to download scroll area from ShadCN. So copy the npm command, and let me cls clear screen, and then paste this command and install this. This will basically give us a nicer scroll bar. So let's go to new chat sheet, and below sheet header, this is the sheet content that we're gonna continue with. So this will have a scroll bar or scroll area. What's scroll area from add component UI scroll area, and we will do this, and then make a new div. Class name will have space -y-2 and then flex. So this puts this amount of space between each element inside. It's not 2 pixels. I'm not sure which exactly it is. It's like something like this amount of space. I don't know which. And then div class name into this div. Oh wait, need to do this class name. Let me save to align. Push it top, and then flex background -gray -100 w-11/12. This is the width. Margin -auto to center it. Rounded -xl to round corners. Empty -2. This is margin top 2. Margin left -3. And then inside we're gonna say button, and we're gonna say on click. On click. We're gonna pass in arrow function, set search text, and we're gonna pass in this empty string. So this is text. This is the search functionality that we will have. Inside we will have arrow left, and then close it. We're gonna pass in class name, text -primary, margin right -7, margin left -5, and save this. This is the arrow that we just made, and outside of this button we're gonna have input, import from add components UI input, and then it's gonna be self-closing, but we're gonna pass in some props. So placeholder, it's gonna be search name or number. This is not a new line again, this is just wrapping text. And then below, class name bg-transparent, and then border-0, and that's it. Below that, we're gonna say value is gonna be equal to search text, and then on change normal brackets e inside arrow function set search text, and then pass in e.target.value. So let me maximize this so you can see it better. Now we need to define these search text and set search text. So go to the top above this return. We're gonna say const search text, comma set search text. It's gonna be equal to use state and pass in empty string. Now we need to go this use state, control space, and import from React. Below that, const is modal open, comma set is modal open. It's gonna be equal to use state, and it's gonna be just set to false. Now this is modal open. We are gonna have like a pop-up window to create a group. So basically this is group pop-up window open, and to set it to open or not if we want to create the group. And in that pop-up window we're gonna be setting the name of the group, the members, etc. So below that we want to get list of contacts that we will display. So const contacts, comma set contacts. That's gonna be equal to use state and open angled brackets, and it's gonna be type user, and we want to also give it array because it's gonna be array of users, the contacts, and then we're gonna say normal brackets and just give it empty array as beginning value. Below that we're gonna say use effect and import it from React, and then open 2 brackets, give it a arrow function, and then curly brackets if current user question mark, so to check if this is even defined, dot following. Now we have following here in the current user because we extended current user type with following, but if I did this, then this following will not exist. So here it's throwing an error that this doesn't exist in this type current user. So let me just undo. So that's how we extended with following. So the following is different from undefined. Then we want to create a function, a body of the function, set contacts to current user dot following, and inside of this, after the curly brackets, before the normal bracket closing, we're gonna say put an array of dependencies, so current user. So basically this means every time a current user changes, this function is gonna execute and it's gonna set the contacts to the different current user that just changed. But if it doesn't change, then we're not gonna execute this function every time like React updates something. I have a typo here. It's not search test, it's search text, and save this. So below use effect, we need to go and say const handle add contact. that's gonna be equal to, and we're gonna make an arrow function, and this is gonna receive contacts. That's gonna be user array. So this function handle add contact, it's gonna be invoked when we in our new contact sheet. This is new chat sheet, but new contact sheet that we created. As you remember, the API is gonna return the full list of the user's contacts, not just the new contact. And then we will receive those contacts here. So this is a list of users. And we will set contacts to contacts that we received. And then below, const handle remove contacts. This is going to be equal to, it's going to receive new contacts. Although now that I see these functions are the same, this is going to be user array and arrow function, and we're just going to set contacts to contacts. So these are basically the same functions, so I could just use one, but let's leave it like this for now. Let me open our new contact sheet. So this is what it looks like. We have a search bar, search name or number, and this is for just if we type something, this will just like remove everything from the search. And also I just want to fix this mistake, handle remove contact one without s at the end. Now let's go down, continue coding this sidebar. So below these two divs, we're gonna say button, class name, flex, m-6, a relative. I will explain what this relative does. Items-center, close the button. Inside, avatar. This is the avatar from @components UI avatar that we installed. It's gonna be the user image. Class name, w-12, h-12, and then close the avatar tag and say avatar image. Import this one from components UI avatar and close this. And then the source image, this is gonna be, source is gonna be equal to /images/group.svg. This avatar image will actually be a self-closing tag and not this tag. So below that, let's say avatar fallback, import this one, and I'm just gonna say CN for now. So this is our new avatar image. Let me zoom in. No, not that. Let me zoom in our web page so we see this CN fallback, because there is no this image, this images groups SVG. So let's download that from my GitHub repository. So let's scroll down to here, group SVG, and I will actually just go to code and copy the code. Go to File Explorer, Public, Images, and create a new image group, but let's do capital group.svg and just paste in the code. That's it. Now this should be capital G in our sheet code, and let's just refresh the page. And now it works. If the sheet closes when you refresh the page, just open it again. And so below avatar, let's make a new div. And let's add in new contact sheet. So we actually want to be accessing new contacts from this new chat sheet, not from the base application. And then let's make this self-closing tag. And let's pass in control space to open props. So we just need to pass in handle add contacts. So that's going to be our handle add contact. And you see that it already made like this item here, new contact. If I click it, it's gonna open our new contact sheet. If I close it, it's gonna return here. Now, how did it know to write new contact here? Because we didn't specify anywhere to write for it to write new contact words. That's actually inside of new contact sheet, inside of trigger here. So we have h4 inside of trigger. Whatever we have inside of trigger is gonna be displayed here when we invoke it. And we just wanna fix the styling a little bit. So inside of this div, that's container of new contact sheet, we wanna say class name and ml-4 text-left. And if we save this, it's gonna fix up. Here, now it looks a lot better. Maybe you've noticed that inside of new contact, this input field still has some very tiny weird outline. So let's go to our input in components UI and just search for offset. And here, focus visible ring offset 2. Let's remove this. And now there shouldn't be any weird tiny outline or ring. Another thing, we already made a lot of changes and we should have added everything to GitHub even earlier. So git add dot git commit -m and then comment created new contact sheet creating new chat sheet updated API for new contact, and then git push -u origin name. Now let's continue coding the new chat sheet. So just above closing scroll area tag, we're gonna say button, and then we're gonna, let's close it, class name, but not here, class name here, class name flex margin -6 relative items -center, and then below that we're gonna say on click passing arrow function set is modal open to true. Below that, inside of the button, we're gonna say avatar like this, passing class name width -12, age -12, close the avatar tag, inside say avatar image, close the tag, but it's gonna be self-closing tag, and then source of the image, it's gonna be /images/community.svg. We're gonna add this image later, so below avatar image we're gonna say avatar fallback. We're gonna close it and just say like gr for group, and that should be it. If I save this, let's get the image from my GitHub. So go to community svg, and I'm gonna copy this code, go back to our code into images, create a new community.svg, paste it, and that's it. We can refresh our app for it to load this, and let me just open, and now we have this image here. Below avatar we're gonna make a new div, and inside h4, so let's give class name to this div. It's gonna be ml-4 text-left, and then inside of h4 let's give it class name text dash, and then put one rem inside of square brackets, and then inside of h4 say new group and save, and let's watch it appear here. Okay, this looks pretty nice. So we have this whole button. Let me explain what this does. So this button is the new group button. It has two components, the avatar, this is this image. That's pretty self-explanatory. This is the width and height of the image. This is the image of the avatar. And then this is the fallback if image cannot be loaded. Then below that, or next to that, we have this div element. Now div element is displayed next to the image because we have this flex in the button, this flex property. Margin 6 means margin to all sides is not 6 pixels but 24 pixels. That's what margin 6 is. I will explain what relative is. And then items will be aligned to center, so up and down is going to be in the center. Below this button we will create a new div, and inside we will say contacts, and we will give some classes to this div. It's going to have class name margin left dash 12, margin y dash 5, text dash primary, font dash light. If I save this, this is what it looks like. So below here we will display all of the contacts. So just below say user list and pass in the attribute contacts is gonna be equal to contacts, and then close this tag. We also need to pass in handle remove contact to be equal to handle remove contact. This user list component doesn't exist yet, so let's create it. So inside of app components, we're gonna create user list.tsx, and we're gonna say sfc user list, and say make us a div. This is list of users. Exclamation mark save. Go back. Import this from here. Now we are gonna just cut this for a quick moment. Just leave it like, just let it cut. And now there shouldn't be any arrows. If I open this, this is a list of users. Now let's pass in our props that we have cut, and let's go to our user list. We need to define interface that's gonna accept these props. So let's define interface, not as accept but define. So user list props, that's gonna be contacts, and the type will be user from Prisma client array, semicolon, handle remove contact, and that's gonna be open brackets new contacts. It's gonna be user array arrow. This function will return void. Okay, now we need to extract or put these props into user list. So here I'm gonna make these curly brackets and say contacts, and then handle add contacts, and then we're gonna give it type handle list props, but it's handle remove contacts instead. So let's remove this text here and give a class name to this div, and I'm gonna put it in the new row. Inset, but not here. Inset y dash 0. and then padding bottom -20, LG column PB-0. So this is large device, and then LG again for large device width -80. Then LG column block, display block, and then overflow Y auto. This is so we can scroll. There is a scroll bar if there is overflowing content below like the page. Border -R, and then border -gray -200. Below that block, and then below W-full, and below left -0. We will make a new div inside. That's gonna be class name px-5, and a new div inside that's gonna have a class name of flex-call, and inside of that open curly brackets, contacts dot length is more than 0 question mark, then open these normal brackets, contacts dot map, open two sets of normal brackets, item, and then put arrow function, open normal brackets again, and say user box element. And let's self-close this user box tag. This doesn't exist yet. So after 1, 2, 3 normal brackets, we're gonna put in a column, open normal brackets again. I will explain all of this. So p tag no contacts available dot. That's it. I think it's semantically correct to put this here. I think that's how people do it, like this. Okay, so we are checking if there is more than 0 contacts. If there is, we will display them. If there isn't, we will say no contacts available. This is ternary operator. And lastly, let's just create this user box, and this is gonna be really quick. So next to user list, we're gonna create user box.tsx, and we're just gonna say sfc, enter user box, and then here we will just return a div that says user and exclamation mark, and go back into the user box and import this like this. And now if I save, if I open this, we have one user. That's because we only have one contact. So go to our database and scroll to the left, and we are currently logged in with this mark user, the bottom one. So go to the users, this field, and just click all of these, and don't click himself because he cannot have himself as contact. And then click anywhere on the screen and say save changes. Now we added all of these users to contacts, and as you can see, all of these users are now followed by one user automatically. And now if we refresh our page, there is now currently only one user, but if we enter it again, there will be 3 users. And let's display properly user names and stuff here, user images. So in user list, in our user box tag, we need to pass in some attributes. Key is gonna be equal to item.id. We will not be using this key for anything, but when you have when you have a mapping and inside HTML elements, you should always pass in a unique key. So for example, ID will be unique here. So React can better update it, React can manage it better, because there will be bugs if you don't sometimes. The second data point is data is gonna be equal to item. Item is just like the user. And the third, we're gonna pass in handle remove contact, that's gonna be equal to handle remove contact. Now we need to go into our user box document and define interface. It's gonna be called user box props and curly brackets data column user comma handle remove contact column. It's gonna get new contacts, so this is the list of the current contacts that user has. That's gonna be type user, and import this user type from Prisma client, and this function will return void. And now let's extract it and let's receive it here, but let's use this different way just to practice. So we're gonna use react.fc and then angle brackets user box props, and then inside of this we will extract each of them, so data and handle remove contact. We could have actually just copied this and put it here as type, and then we don't need this. This will also work, but I mean, just to practice, we're gonna do it this way now. Delete everything in return and make a fragment, and then first thing we will add is separator, and it's gonna be this one from add components UI separator. This is just a nice line between each user that we're gonna have here, just as cosmetics. And then below we're gonna say div, and we're gonna give it let's give it on click to be handle contact click, and then class name we will have width dash full relative flex items dash center space dash x dash 3 bg dash white p padding dash 3 hover column bg dash neutral 100, and then rounded dash lg, and then transition, and then cursor dash pointer. Okay, save this. Inside of this div we will make a new div, and we will give it a class name flex w dash full items dash center. So it's gonna be this, and inside avatar from this one, and then class name w-12 h-12, close the avatar. Inside of avatar we're gonna say avatar image, and source it's gonna be, let's leave it empty for now and close this, but it should be self-closing tag. Below that we're gonna have avatar fallback, this one, and then just CN or whatever, doesn't matter. And then we're gonna also import this avatar image. Save to format. Let me open this. Okay, there is an error, it doesn't matter. Below the avatar, let's go with div, create a new div, class name ml-4 text-left space -y-1 and relative. Inside of that h4 element, and we're gonna say curly brackets data.username. And inside of -4 we will give it class name to be text dash square brackets 1 rem close absolute and bottom dash 0. Before we can see what it looks like and before I can explain this absolute and relative, let's just define this function so it doesn't throw an error. So const handle contact click, we will get nothing, and inside we will just return. But if we are using const, then it has to be an arrow function, so like this. And now if we open, we can see our contacts and there are hover effects. So to explain this absolute and relative, absolute means that this tag will be at a specific place regardless, wherever we set it, regardless of all the other tags. So it will just be at an absolute place. And then bottom 0 is the coordinates of that place. And when I say relative here, it will be, this will be relative to this container. So if I remove a relative, then the name are gonna go somewhere else. Now it's relative to the parent, the whole component at the bottom 0. But if I say bottom 12 here, then it's gonna move. I can move it like this, or I can say left dash 12, I think, and it's gonna go from left to right, I think, or to left. It's gonna go to left. So that's what absolute just sets up the absolute position. So let's return bottom 0 and relative here. And below the name, we're gonna have like status or description. Below this h4 tag, we will add another h4 tag, and we will say curly brackets data.about. So inside of, let's save this first. Inside of h4, we will give a class name text dash open open square brackets 0.75 rem. Let's close these brackets. Absolute top dash 0. That's it. Save it. Now let's go to our database and just add some description in here in this field about, like hi and Sunday and well. And I'm just gonna save these changes. And if I update table, it's not gonna automatically update in the browser, so I need to restart it. And now we have these about sections as well. I also want to be able to remove user from here. So below this h4 and one div, we're gonna go and create another div, class name group w-full flex and justify dash end. Then inside here, button that we will import from at components UI button, and this is gonna be a closing like this tag, and inside trash 2 from Lucid React, and we're gonna give it class name invisible, and then group dash hover column visible. So when we hover over this div that has group in it, then this will be visible, this trash button, trash icon. And then text dash red dash 700 w dash 5 age dash 5. Let's self close this tag. Inside of button, we also want to give it some class names, bg dash inherit, hover column bg dash inherit, and p dash 0. And we also want to give it on click, that's gonna be handle remove click. And real quick, we're just gonna go ahead here and define this handle remove click, const handle remove click, arrow function, arrow, and here it's gonna have return, so it's gonna be empty for now. And now if I hover over these users, the trash can will be visible. We can click this to delete it. Although I think this color is too strong, let's just remove number 700 here, and I think 300 would be a lot better. Or maybe even let's just put it at 500. This one is the best. Now let's import these two functions. So first, handle contact click. When I click on a contact, I want to start a new chat with that contact. So here's what we will do. We will delete all of this for now, and we will say equals to use call back, and then open brackets, another brackets, and then arrow function, and then curly brackets, axios.post, open brackets, and then post to string API / conversations, comma, object, user ID will be data.id, and then after this we're gonna go new line, then open normal brackets 2 times, data will be arrow function, open curly brackets, router dot, but not this router. Okay, so let's go up here and define our router. So const router, that will be use router from next/navigation, not next/router. And then here let's continue, router dot push, and then we're gonna use backticks. These are not quotes, and slash conversations slash, and then $, open curly brackets, and data.id. Now we also want to go a bit up. So this is router, not so this is misspelled, so now it works. And below that, const is loading, comma, set is loading. That's gonna be use state, import from React, and it's gonna be false. So basically we will display like a loading UI when we need. We need to first display it when we are doing this handle contact click. So here set is loading and set it to true. Here at the end, behind this curly bracket, say comma, array, data, comma, router. Okay. And then import this Axios. So what does it do? We click on a contact. It sets loading to true. It makes a post to API conversations. It sends user ID. So this is the ID of the user that we clicked on. This is not our ID. So in this conversations API, we will create a new conversation with this user using our ID and his ID. And the reason we are using callback is we don't need to recreate this function every time like something renders on our page. So we just need to do it once when this component loads, and then we will just save it. The only time we will recreate it is when either data changes, so we click on a different user, or the router, that is our URL changes. We go to a different kind of page. And when this post request resolves, when we get a response from the API, then we are gonna go to /conversation/that conversation. So we will enter that conversation. We will put it in the link. So here in the link we will have not /conversations but /conversations, let some ID of that conversation. After we go to that conversation, we will also say finally 2 sets of brackets. This will be empty. This will be arrow function. Set is loading to false. It's not loading anymore. And lastly, let's implement this handle remove click. So here we're gonna have to get this parameter and we're gonna call it E. So that's gonna have type react dot mouse event and then angled brackets HTML button element, and then inside we're gonna e dot stop propagation and invoke it. The reason we need to do it like this and stop propagation, because when we click this trash can, we are also clicking this outside div that has onClick to create a conversation. As you can notice, this trash can is inside of this div. So if we click the trash can, I don't want to create a new conversation even though it's going to be clicked. So we want to stop that from propagating onto this onClick. We can remove this return and we can say set is loading to true, and then console.log removing contact. This is just for you, you can remove this later. And then axios.post, and then we're gonna post to /API/contacts, and we're gonna give it object phone number column data dot phone number comma action. If you remember our action that we defined, it's gonna be a string remove. Now let's exit this API post brackets, and after let's say dot then, because this is a promise. API Axios post is promise, and then we're gonna open 2 brackets and say response, and that's gonna be arrow function, and we're gonna open curly brackets. Const new contacts are gonna be response.data semicolon handle remove contact handle remove click, and we're gonna pass in new contacts. So if this axios.post, let me save, if this returns actually error, it doesn't resolve the promise, then we're gonna go here and say dot catch, not like that, catch this, and then we're gonna open 2 brackets, error, arrow function, open curly brackets, console.log error removing client contact column, and then comma error, and then after that we're gonna say dot finally open both brackets, and then arrow function set is loading to false. Okay, that's it, we finished. Now if I go ahead and I click this trash can, it should remove my contact. Nothing is happening in the interface. Let's go to our database and let me refresh it, and let me see if now we have 2 only contacts. So only the interface didn't work and the contact is removed properly in database. This is because in the new chat sheet I am receiving new contacts, but I am setting contacts not to new contacts but to already existing contacts that are defined here. So I need to set contacts to these new contacts that I receive from the API, the updated contacts. And we made one more mistake. So in our handle remove click function, this is not handle remove click, but this is handle remove contact. This is going to work now. So if I remove this contact, it should remove automatically right now. And don't forget to save and wait a few moments, and then if I just click this remove, it's gonna automatically remove in both database and in our UI. No more contacts. Also guys, I forgot to mention, but maybe for some of you this conversation box was making issues, causing issues, so you couldn't load your page. You can just select all of it and press Ctrl K, Ctrl C to comment it. Or just comment it manually with these curly brackets and then /arrow and arrow / at the end. So now if I save it, this will be commented and ignored. And now we can load this properly. So let's go to our database. Now it says we have following three contacts because it didn't update. We need to refresh, but we don't actually need to refresh. We can just click here and then it will automatically refresh, and then click somewhere else and save one change. So now we have all these three contacts back. Now let's fix these profile images. We will go to schema.prisma, and in the user model, we will below phone number, we will say profile image URL. It's gonna be string, optional, save. Then interrupt our localhost application and say npx prisma db push. This will update our Prisma. Then npm run dev again. Go to the code and Control P webhooks. So we will go to app API webhooks clerk route ts, and this is just wrapping. Don't worry if this looks kind of weird. This is just text wrapping. And then set comma here at user create and say it's profile image URL. That's gonna be column image dot URL, but it should be payload dot data dot image underscore URL. And copy this profile image URL and paste it here after this in update and save it. And then in the user box, go to avatar image source, and that's gonna have curly brackets data dot profile image URL. That's it. But it can also be undefined, so we need to say here or undefined. So if it's undefined, it will fall back to this. Now if I go to localhost 3000 and let's log out, I'm gonna create a new account. Just call it test, number 65321, but it must be 65 here as well. I'm gonna copy this number and then I'm gonna create a new account. Let's just manually go to /conversations. So if I go to our Prisma Studio, I refresh it. There is the last user, and let's see. So I don't see profile image URL. Where is it? Let me see if fields are all showing. Maybe if I just hard refresh this page. I still don't see it, so maybe we need to just interrupt it and rerun it again. So I'm running it in my VS Code. Click here and terminal, and I'm just gonna interrupt it. npx prisma studio, enter. And now there are all of the fields here, so we can see that this fields is yellow. That means it's not showing something, so we will click here and enable profile image URL, and now there is this profile image URL. Now I'm just gonna copy this string and just assign it to all of the other profile image URLs, and I'm gonna save it so everybody has the same image. Usually this would automatically get here when we create the accounts, but we didn't have this coded when we were creating these accounts, so they didn't have these images. And let's also scroll right, and let's just add all of the contacts to our new account that we are logged in, this test account. And I'm just gonna save one change. And now if we refresh our application, open this, we can see that we have these images. Next, as I click on any contact, it should create a new conversation in the database and redirect me to that conversation, as it's doing right now. So it works. It says 404, this page does not exist, so we will code it next. Before we continue, let's add everything to GitHub. Git add dot git commit -m created new chat sheet updated Prisma schema with image with profile image URL. Close comment. Enter. Git push -u origin main. So inside of our file explorer, go down to conversations and create a new folder. Open square brackets, conversation ID, like this. Enter. I will explain what this is. And then inside page.tsx, enter. So we will start by saying sfc and then chat ID, and inside we will just say div chat ID page. Save. And there is no more 404 not found error. So we see that we are at the route conversations / and then this ID of the conversation. So because we put here these square brackets, conversation ID variable, that means that it doesn't matter whatever string we have here, it's gonna display this page on this route. So this is basically saying you can put after conversations, inside of conversations, you can put whatever string you want here. So if I say whatever I want, it's still gonna be like, it's gonna load properly. It's gonna be like, not gonna be 404 not found. And obviously this underscore component is getting ignored because I said when you have underscore something, then the whole folder structure, everything inside is ignored in the routing. So let me go back to conversations. I want to show you once more how this works. Let me open our contacts. So we already have a conversation with this contact, but let's click on this contact below. So it will call API when I click this and create a conversation in our database, and then it will reroute me to this conversation. So it already did it. As you can see, 65A56, and that's the ID of the new conversation in our database right here. Currently we have 3 conversations in our database. Let me see what they look like. ID of the conversation created that. Last message at is when it is created, and then messages, there is no messages, and then user, there are 2 users in this conversation, and those are these 2 users. The reason there is last message at value, but there is no messages, because when it's getting created, it's gonna snap the creation time here as well. That's how we defined it in schema.prisma. Another interesting thing is that I can actually access this ID here inside of this page, TSX, that we just created. And this ID will be value under the name conversation ID. So the name of the folder, I will show you. I also want to rename this chat ID to conversation ID. It makes more sense. Although the name, this does not matter at all. So this const chat ID, it's gonna be a sync function, and inside we're gonna take params, and the params will have type of params column I params. Save this. Now we need to define these iparams. So this is what will draw the ID from the URL. So we're gonna say interface iparams, open curly brackets, conversation ID. And this is gonna be string. So this is how we can pull this string, the ID of the conversation, from the URL. Next, since we have this ID of the conversation, we need to get the whole conversation from the database based on this ID. So const conversation will be equal to await get conversation by ID. This is function that we will define, and you're gonna pass in params dot conversation ID, because this conversation ID is inside of this params object. So once we get the conversation, we also need to get the messages of the conversation. So const messages will be await get messages, and we will pass in params dot conversation ID. Now let's define these two functions, this one that gets conversation object by ID and this one that gets messages from the conversation ID. So in underscore actions, we're gonna create a new file, get conversation by ID .ts, and we can close this for now. No, it's not gonna be sfx, we're gonna say sfc, we're gonna say instead const get conversation by ID. It's gonna be equal to async, and then the parameters that it will receive is conversation ID, and that's gonna be string. And then that's gonna be arrow function, open curly brackets, try catch block, const current user Prisma, comma, current user Clerk is gonna be equal to await get current user. So we need to get this data so we can access the database. If at current user Prisma it doesn't exist, there is phone number doesn't exist, then we will return null. Go below if const conversation will be await database, import our database dot conversation dot find unique, open normal brackets, open curly brackets, where ID column conversation ID. So we are finding conversation with this conversation ID, and then we will include curly brackets users true. So we will also include all of the users object inside of that are connected to that conversation. Below, return conversation, and in the catch we're gonna say console.log error, comma, server underscore error, and return null. And go back to our conversation ID page, and we will just go here and import this, but we forgot to export it again. I always forget this. Export here. So now we will be able to import it. And let's also create this get messages action. So go to actions and create a new file, get messages.ts, export get messages equal to async, open brackets, conversation ID is gonna be type of string, so we will get all of the messages with this conversation ID. Arrow function, open these brackets, but export const. That's why it's throwing the error. And then we're gonna get try catch, and inside of try, const messages is gonna be equal to await db dot message dot find many, open normal, open curly, where column, open curly brackets, conversation ID is gonna be conversation ID, comma after where, include column, open curly, sender true, and scene column true, and after include comma, order by column, curly brackets, created at column, ascending. So we basically want to have the last sent messages, last created messages towards the bottom of the chat. Back to our page tsx in this conversation ID, and we will just import get messages now. And there should not be any more problems if we save this. So now we have all of the messages. I just want to display them onto the UI, onto the chat. So before this return, we're gonna actually say if not conversation, curly brackets, return, we wanna return div, another div inside, and inside empty state we will create this component. It's a self-closing. Let's give some class names to these divs. So first div has class names lg column pl-80 and then age-full. The second div has class name age-full flex-call. And empty state is gonna receive a prop user. It's gonna be equal to, or let's call it current user. That's gonna be equal to current user Prisma. And we need to get this current user Prisma, so I'm gonna say here const current user Prisma is equal to await get current user, but we need to extract current user Prisma from get current user, and we imported it properly. Yes, okay. I have a typo here, empty, like this. So we want to go ahead and into our app and then components, create a new component, call it empty state.tsx, and here sfc, enter, empty state. Give it a quick little div, empty state, exclamation mark, that's it. Now go back and import our empty state here, although we need to actually make it receive this current user. Let's go here and define interface, curly brackets, current user, type user, no, just user like this, and then import it from, well, we first need to give the name to the interface, which is empty state props. And now we will be able to import user from Prisma client. And then we can extract this current user, give it type empty state props. Now it's gonna work. So go back, save this, and this should automatically update. But it's not going to display this empty state because this conversation exists and we are at its URL. So just in our empty state, we're going to finish this empty state. I'm just going to say to do and then column empty state, so I just don't forget. Let's go back to the conversation ID page tsx. And then in this return, the other return, we're going to delete this div and we will say conversation. And we will not import it, my bad. So it's gonna be a self-closing tag, and we will pass in some props. So conversation will be conversation. Below that, current user Prisma will be current user Prisma. No, not that. Prisma. Below that, messages will be messages. And now inside of this conversation folder with brackets, we're gonna make a new folder, call it underscore components. So those will be components for this, only for this conversation ID. And inside of that, make a new file, conversation.tsx. And here it will be use client and then sfc conversation, and we will define some interface conversation props, curly brackets. It's gonna receive conversation. This will be type conversation from Prisma client. We will extend this type with curly brackets, users, column, user, and then array. But we will import this as well from Prisma client. Then current user Prisma, type will be user. This already, we imported this already. And then messages, type will be full message type and array. So if you forgot what is full message type, this is in our types that we declared. So let me just search for it. And here, full message type is the type message from our Prisma and extended with sender, which is user, and scene user array. And now we will copy this and put it here. Actually, we need to extract it in curly brackets and give it, no, wait, never mind. In curly brackets goes conversation, comma, current user Prisma, and comma, messages, and then give this a type, and the type will be conversation props. So here we will go ahead and make a div and give it class name age-full, w-full, and then below that a new div with class name age-full, w-full, flex-call, bg-red-500. And then we will have a few components here. So first one is header, and this will be a self-closing tag. We did not create it yet, but we will pass in, actually we won't pass in anything for now. And then the second one will be body, just a self-closing tag. And now we will also go to, so before return actually, we're gonna say const, square brackets, is in call, because we're gonna be able to have audio and video calls, and set is in call. So if it is not in call, we're gonna show messages. If user is in call, we're gonna show the audio, the video, etc. and then use state, and we're gonna say false. So it's not gonna be in call by default. And we will import use state from React. And now at the bottom, we are going to say, open these curly brackets. Actually here, say not is in call. So if it's not in call, and let's go new line and open normal brackets, not conversation dot is channel. So if it's conversation is not a channel, go new line, or conversation, I will explain everything, dot owner ID is equal to current user Prisma dot ID, and outside of this say and, go to new line and say form, and this is self-closing tag. So header is the upper part of the conversation where the person's user ID and image are shown, and where the button for creating a video call with them is shown. Body is the list of messages, the messages that you are reading and sending. And then this is rendering form. Form is the input field to send messages. But we will not always have the input field to send messages. We will not have it if we are in call. We will also not have either of these if we are in call, but we will code that later. So there is another case where we will not have input field, the form, to send messages. And that is when we are visiting a conversation that's a channel and we are not owner of that channel. So then we want to just be able to read the messages, but only the owner should be able to post the messages into the channel. So let's first create this body. So just in the components next to conversation, we will create a new body.tsx and sfc, enter body. In return, we are gonna make a new div, class name flex one. So as I said, body will display all of the messages in the conversation. Follow now overflow dash y dash auto bg dash pink dash 100, and then we're gonna say exclamation mark is in call. So if user is not in call, then the end. So when I have this end, that means whatever I put in these, not in these brackets, it's gonna render if this is true. So if user is not in call, div class name pt-24 padding top 24, and then open curly brackets, messages dot, no, not message square, messages dot map, and open two brackets. We're gonna extract message comma I for index. This will be arrow function, and we will have a new kind of element. We're gonna call it message box. But actually for now, I think let's just say message. Sorry, let's make a div and inside say message, just for now. And now we need to import all of these variables. So above here, make interface body props, open curly brackets, initial messages, it's gonna have type full message type, and it's gonna be an array, comma or semicolon, is in call, gonna be boolean, semicolon, show form. Never mind, I'm not using this show form anymore. That was my mistake. And then we will extract these, so initial messages, comma, is in call, and we will give it type here, body props. So I will just save this, and then before the return, we're gonna say const messages, comma, set messages is gonna be equal to use state, and we're gonna pass in initial messages, and we will import use state from React. Below that, const curly brackets conversation ID, it's gonna be from use conversation, and I'm just gonna invoke it. Below that, let's use effect, import from React, open 2 times brackets, this is arrow function, curly brackets, Axios, import it, dot post, and then give it the backticks, and then slash API slash conversations slash $, curly brackets, conversation ID slash scene. So we will just automatically, as soon as we load this message and that is this conversation, we will just say that all of the messages inside of it are seen. We will update that into our database. And let's give it dependency array. That's gonna be conversation ID. And now let's go back to the conversation, and inside of body we're gonna pass in the, first we will import the body from this, and then we will pass in initial messages will be messages, and then is in call will be is in call. Then we need to go back into the page TSX, and we can see that this conversation is not imported, so we will import it from underscore components conversation, this one. And we can see that we are not passing in messages for some reason. We have this error messages because we need to go to here to get messages, and I forgot to return messages, and in catch error return empty array. So this is our get messages file. The other typo in our conversation component is should be saying false. And then let me actually, well, let's just, I think, define this header. So let's create a header component next to this body, so header.tsx, and we will say sfc enter header, and let's just say div header for now, and this is throwing error, but it's wrong. I think there is no error. And then we will go here and just import this header. We will do same for the form. We will just create a new form.tsx, sfc enter form, and then return div form exclamation mark. Go back, import form, but not this one, but this one from /form, and that's it. And now let's maximize my page. So we have header here, and we have form here, and we have an error here. Request failed with status 404. So which I think the error comes in the body from this Axios post to the scene. So let me just comment this for now. because we didn't define it at all, that API route. Before we are able to display messages, we need to be able to send messages first. So let's create our form with a beautiful UI. We will start by getting const curly brackets conversation ID that's gonna be equal to use conversation and invoke it. So this will get conversation ID from our URL directly extracted. And then const open curly brackets register comma handle submit. We already did this. This is submitting the form. So maybe this is just repetition. I will explain again if something is not clear. Get values. I said set value and get values. And form state, that's gonna be column open curly brackets errors, and below that we will just say here equals to use form, import it from this one, React hook form, and angle brackets field values, this one, and then normal brackets curly brackets, what is this, bro? And then inside default value, default values, and then column open curly brackets message, default value will be empty string. So we will just use this form to submit message to our API, through our database when user sends it. Below that we will say const on submit, that is going to have type submit handler that we imported, and then this will have these angle brackets field values, that's gonna be equal to data arrow function open curly brackets. Let me move to the right this page so we can see better. Set value and pass inside the key is gonna be message, so we are setting value of message key comma empty string comma open curly brackets should validate should validate column true. So this will just validate that this is a string and properly input it into the form. Then I will put a semicolon and say axios dot post, and we want to send the message to our API when user posts it. So /API /messages and then comma, and then the body that we will send is ... data. So we will just spread this data, and after that we will also add conversation ID. It's gonna be a conversation ID. This is what we will send in our Axios request. Now let's go down to the return. So the first div is gonna have class name, and let me do this in new row each. So py-4 px-4 bg-white border-t flex items-center gap-2 lg column gap-4 w-full. And then we're gonna delete this form word, and we're gonna make actual form tag. And we're gonna pass in some props first. So on submit, it's gonna be a handle submit, and we're gonna pass in on submit. This is that a bit weird thing. So when we submit the form, we will call handle submit and pass in on submit. So we will call this handle submit that we imported, and we will pass in our onSubmit function. so it knows what to do on submit. After on submit, we will pass in some class name. So flex items dash center gap dash 2 lg column gap dash 4 w dash full. Then we will say message input, but message input like this, and this is a self-closing tag. Let me save to align. ID is gonna be equal to message. Register will be register. Errors will be errors. Required, and then placeholder will be write a message. So this register, we are registering this as part of the form, as input field in the form. Required means it's required, and placeholder is write a message, and this is error handling. So form is basically done. Now we just need to create this message input field, and then we can send messages. So let's go here, and next to form, I'm gonna create message input dash tsx, and this will be sfc, enter, message input, and first let's give it interface, that is props. Interface message input props, gonna have a placeholder, that's optional, it's gonna be string. Now these are all of the props that we were passing it, if you remember a few seconds ago. And then ID is gonna be string, and then type question mark, it's gonna be string, so type is optional. Then required question mark, that's gonna be boolean, and then register, this is register, yeah, that's it. That's gonna be use form register is this one, and then square these angled brackets, field values, import it like this, semicolon, errors, that is gonna be field errors, import it like this. And now let's just extract all of these. So we're gonna make curly brackets, placeholder, comma ID, comma type, comma required, comma register, and this should be register, not registered, register. And then let's give this type, that's gonna be message input props. And now just inside of the return, we're gonna create a div, gonna give it a class name, a relative width dash full, or that is w dash full, and then we're gonna make a input field, and it's gonna be self-closing. Gonna pass in props ID is gonna be equal to ID in curly brackets, type is gonna be equal to type in curly brackets, autocomplete it's gonna be equal to ID, and then open these curly brackets, spread the register, and then invoke it with ID, comma, and then pass required into curly brackets. Then placeholder will be placeholder in brackets, and then we're also gonna give it some class name for the end, It's gonna be text dash black. I will put this in a new row, everything, all of this. So the second is font dash light, py dash 2, px dash 4, bg dash neutral dash 100, w dash full, and then rounded dash full, and focus outline dash none. That's it for our input field. Now we just need to go back to form and like load it from this, import it, and now we will save and wait for our application to load. So this is our input field. It kind of looks ugly still, but we will fix it all. As you can see, first of all, our UI is covering only part of the screen. Why is it not covering to the right completely? That's because I made a mistake. We need to go to Sidebar, and here in main tags at the end, we need to add a class name that I forgot to add. So it's gonna have width-full, flex, justify-center. Now if we save this, it should go all the way to the right. Yep, now we have full UI display. And let's for now go to the header and remove this background, but that's in conversation TSX. So just remove this ugly background. I don't know why I put this here, just to see it better maybe. Then go to desktop sidebar header and remove this new contact sheet. And I also want to comment this new chat sheet because it looks just ugly, it's bothering me. So we will just leave it like this, and now we will deal with the conversations. Inside of form, in order to send messages, we need to create this /API/messages route. So let's go to our file, app, API, new file, messages/route.ts. This will be our server-side API that receives messages sent by user and puts them into the database. So we will export, and let me move this here so it's more visible. Async function post invoke, and then inside we're gonna get request. It's gonna be of type request, and then make a body of the function, try catch block, const destructure current user Prisma, comma current user Clerk. That's gonna be equal to await get current user, these brackets. Const body will be equal to await request.json and invoke it. Let me just put these semicolons. Below that, const, now we will export from the body, request body message, comma image, comma conversation ID. And that will be equal to body. And then I'm gonna go below by 2 enters, and I'm gonna say if not current user Prisma question mark dot ID. Question mark is checking if this is defined, and then or not current user Clerk question mark dot phone number 0 in the square brackets question mark dot phone number. So each user is going to have a list of phone numbers in Clerk. You can add multiple phone numbers, and we are going to look at the first phone number because that's the one they signed up with. And then open curly brackets return new next response, open normal brackets. It's gonna be unauthorized, comma, curly brackets, status 401. Do we need to import this from next server? Yes, next response. And then below this, if it passes this if, const new message will be await database dot, but we need to import database dot message dot create, open normal brackets, open curly brackets, data column body is gonna be message. So we defined message text as body in our schema.prisma message model, comma, image, column, image. So this will be just URL of the image. Later when we add image uploads as messages, we're just gonna send the URL of the image here and save it. And then conversation, we're gonna make a connection to a conversation. So each message will have a connection to a conversation. So connect, and we're gonna say column, open curly brackets, ID will be conversation ID. And after conversation we say comma, sender is gonna be column, open curly brackets, connect, it's gonna be column, curly brackets, ID, column, current user Prisma dot ID. Wait. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's it. And then after sender, we have scene. So sender and scene are connections to users. Column, open curly brackets, ID will be current user Prisma dot ID, and that's it. So after the data, we're gonna say comma. Yeah, I made a mistake here. So scene has to have connect attribute, and then we're gonna open curly brackets and put in this ID. So after the data, we're gonna say include column, curly brackets, scene true, and sender true. So just to repeat, so what this include does is when we create a message, it's gonna return the whole object, the whole message into this new message. And I also wanted to include the users, the whole user objects that are connected, so scene users and sender users that we connected here. So after this whole new message thing, we're also gonna const updated conversation. So we're gonna add this message to a conversation, and that's gonna be await db.conversation dot update. It's gonna have these normal brackets, curly brackets, where curly brackets, ID is gonna be conversation ID, and comma, data, curly brackets, last message at, it's gonna be new data, and in, no, not data transfer, new data invoke. Okay, it's date, not data. It's new date, but this is data here. So then comma, messages, and then we're gonna open curly brackets, connect column curly brackets ID is gonna be new message dot ID. So basically, when we create the message, we will connect it, update the conversation and connect it. So after data, we say comma, include. So we want the object of this updated conversation to also include users, true, messages, true. So all of the messages, all of the users in the conversation. So messages, we're gonna open curly brackets, and we're gonna say also include. All of the messages are gonna include curly brackets seen column true. So this is it. Now we will return next response dot JSON and in brackets new message. So right now we will not do anything from with this updated conversation, but later when we are pushing all of this, when we are using real-time pushing, we're gonna use this to update all of the UIs of all of the users in that conversation. But right now we will not do that. Because if you remember, when we make changes to database, the database is not automatically gonna push all of the new messages changes onto all of the other users, but we need to refresh the page. So instead of users having to refresh the page every time they think they got a message, we're gonna use some service to push the message to them, but not now, later. So in catch, we're gonna say console.log error and then comma error underscore message, and then down below return new next response error comma status 500. So now when I send a message hello first message, press enter, this should be added into the database. It will not display anything here yet, but this conversation, let's go to messages, and we have our first message in our database. Let's go. So it's also seen by me, by one user who sent it. This is the conversation ID. We have connection to the conversation that message is a part of, and everything works. We also have the user sender, and everything works. And now if we refresh the page, we can see that we have message here displaying. We have one message. So if I go ahead and send another message, and we're gonna have to refresh the page because it's not gonna pull from the otherwise. So we have two messages. Now currently it's just displaying the word message for every message, but now we wanna actually display the messages here, the actual messages. So let's go to the body. Oh, wait, sorry. Let's go to Control P and search for body. And inside of this messages map, we're gonna delete this div, and we will make a new component, message box. So each message will be displayed in this new component message box. And let's pass in some props. So is last, it's gonna be equal, open curly brackets, I equal message dot length just a second, messages dot length -1, and then key will be messages dot ID, and data will be message. So the way we will check if this is the last message is we will take the index of this message and check if it's the index of the last message in this array. And the index of the last message is the length of the message -1. And then here the key As I said, we always need to pass in a key so React doesn't bug out when you are using .map. And this should be message.id. And the data that we will pass is just messages. Or the data is the message, the current message that we are mapping. And now let's create this message box component. So go to our components and next to body, we're gonna say messagebox.tsx. And we're gonna say sfc message box, and we're gonna first of all pass in some props. So interface message box props curly brackets data will be full message type, and then is last. It's gonna be optional, and it's gonna be Boolean. We don't need to receive the key. That's just for the React. So we will extract these props here. So curly brackets, data, comma, is last, and then we will copy just this type and we will give it here like this. The first thing we will do is above the React, we will say const and extract user is gonna be equal to use clerk, import it, invoke dot user. But we either do like this, or if we do dot user, then we don't need to like extract. So the standard way to do it is we will extract user like this. Then we're gonna define const is own. So if this message is our own, we will display it on the right, and if it's our partners, it's gonna be on the left. And that's gonna be user question mark dot phone number, for numbers question mark, the first phone number, and then dot, or actually this might also be null, so dot phone number, and then equal to data dot, actually let's question, although data is obligatory, so data dot sender question mark dot phone number. And if we are putting a question mark after this array, then we cannot just put these brackets here, we need to put dot in between. After that, we are gonna define const scene info, that's gonna be use memo, and then we're gonna make empty arrow function, open curly brackets, return scene list dot, oh my god, what is this, scene list dot, wait, don't do that, oh my god, dot length is greater than 0 question mark, and then we're gonna pass in slash image slash scene dot svg column slash images. So this is also images in our public folder, slash send.svg, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna add the dependency array, it's scene list. So we're gonna make a scene list here, so const scene list, but I wanna just explain this real quick. So if scene list is greater than 0, that means somebody, the user has seen the message, so it's gonna have a scene SVG image, or if it's not, then it's gonna be sent SVG, so it's not gonna be seen. Let's import use memo from React, and then let's continue here. Const scene list will be equal to, open these brackets, data dot scene or empty array. So data.seen will be a list of users that have seen this message. And then after that, dot filter and open brackets, normal brackets, user, arrow function, user dot phone number is different from data dot sender question mark dot phone number. And after that we will say dot join, open brackets, open these quotes and put comma and space. So this will give us the list of all of the users who have seen the message. For example, this is useful in a group when multiple users have seen the message, and we will just be able to write below the message seen by and then the list of users. And now let's code the return function. So we will start with a div. We will pass in some classes. And now we will actually open these brackets and say CLSX. We will import it from CLSX. I'm not sure if you have this by default, but you can just npm install CLSX if you don't have it. Then we will open these brackets and we will give it classes flex. I will explain what CLSX does when I finish. Flex, margin bottom dash, and then open square brackets, 2 pixels, and then set comma after this string and say is own, and then say end, but this is end, and then I'm gonna say justify dash end items dash start. So basically what CLSX does is it's gonna see if this condition is on true, it's gonna append these classes onto this string. So if it's not on, we're just gonna have this styles, but if it is on, we're gonna have this and this appended as well. Now let's display our partners' messages. So if it's not is on, and then we're gonna display the following. So you put these end signs, so it's gonna display whatever follows. So div, we're gonna give it class name ml-16 flex items-start, and then we're gonna give it image tag with source that's gonna be slash images slash message bubble triangle white dot svg. So if we go to images into my GitHub and we find this message bubble triangle white, it's actually barely visible here. I don't know if I can enlarge it, but this is basically when you have a message and this triangle here that's also like says this is his message. So this is what this image is. And when we have our partner's messages, we will just rotate it by 180 degrees, and it's gonna be like this. So I will go to my code, scroll down to public, open images, and then I will download this image, and I'm just gonna drag this into images folder. I'm also gonna need seen and sent images. So seen, I'm gonna download this, drag it into my folder, and I'm gonna go back and sent here, download, and drag it into my folder here. These seen and sent images we are using here. So let's continue this. Below, I'm gonna add class name. It's gonna be transform scale dash x dash and then -1 in square brackets and items dash start. If you are wondering what this does, you can just change this value to other or remove this and see like what it does. And then we will close this image file and save. Now let's go to body and import this message box. So I'm just gonna go here, control space, import. Let's see what happens. Well, currently no messages are displayed because we don't have any partners messages. We only coded to display his messages. After this, we will say div, pass in class name, and gonna remove these quotes and open curly brackets CLSX, and we're gonna open brackets, quotes, flex dash call, and then comma after the quotes is own, and we're gonna say items dash end. So if it is own message, if it's our own, then we're gonna align it to the end, so to the right. Below that, we will make a new div, gonna pass in class name, CL, but remove quotes, and curly brackets CLSX, open brackets, and we will say this, and then flex. No, it's not flex. It's text dash sm for small, w dash fit, so width will fit the content, overflow dash hidden, and then comma after quotes is own question mark, new quotes bg dash and open square brackets hashtag D1F4CC. This is the hex value of the color that we will use for the background. And then we will also have text dash black, and then after the quotes put a column and say open quotes bg dash gray dash 100, and then put a comma again after this, after the quotes, and then data dot image question mark, and then open, but separate it, and then open quotes rounded dash open square brackets 3px close square brackets. And then we're not done. We have column, and then again quotes rounded dash square brackets 7px close brackets py dash 2 px dash 3 shadow dash lg shadow dash gray dash 300 shadow dash bottom. And this is it. We finally finished. So the first part says if it is own image, if it is own message, then we will have this background color. It's this background color. It's kind of light green, and this text is gonna be black. But if it's not own message, then the background will be this light gray, and the text will remain, I think, is it black or white? I'm not sure, but we will see. And if there is image in the message, then we're also going to apply these styles. So just these styles actually. So if there is image, we're going to have rounded 3 pixels. But if this is false, if there is no image, then it's going to be these styles. So this rounded padding, etc. So I think this is clear. And then inside of this div, we're gonna open curly brackets. We're gonna say data.image question mark. So if it is true, so we will open these normal brackets and say image. And we will, I think this is already imported, so we will just go new row. Alt will be equal to image. New row height will be equal to 288 in quotes, and then width will be equal to 288 again, and source will be equal to data.image. So the data.image, as I said, will have URL of the image, and the image will be uploaded in a different service that we will use, not in our database. Database will only have the URL. So let's close this image tag, and inside, so after these normal brackets, we're gonna put a column. So now we're gonna add another normal brackets, and this is gonna display if data is image doesn't exist. So what we will then display is div. Let's pass in class name, and it's gonna be flex dash call. So this will display the text of the message. Relative, and then max dash w dash, and then open square brackets 600 pixels, and then close square brackets. Inside of that, we're gonna make a p element, and we will display make curly brackets data.body. So this is the text of the message, and we will pass class name to the p as well. It's gonna be mb-2 break-words and mr-20. Let's save this, and as soon as I saved, we can see that our messages are displaying, and we have a nice UI in the background. And for some reason we didn't import this image, so let's import it from next/image. And now we also need to show the date time of the message when it is sent and if it's seen or not. So each message is gonna have its own. So below this p tag, I think we can just put this into a new row. We're gonna go a bit below, and we will say div, and then we're gonna pass in class name, absolute, bottom 0, right 0, flex, items dash end, and then inside a new div, and class name, it's gonna be text dash square brackets 11px, and then age dash square brackets 15px. So 15 pixel height, text is 11 pixels, and text dash gray dash 500. This will be the date time. So we're gonna open these curly brackets, and we're gonna say format, and inside we're gonna pass a new date, and inside of that we're gonna pass data.created at, and we're gonna set comma after this first attribute, and we're gonna pass in attribute p, and we're gonna save this. So this format comes from a package that we will now install, npm install date-fns, and then we will go to this format and import it from, well, it's not showing for some reason, so let's go do it manually. Import format, but destructure it in curly brackets from date-fns, and now everything should work. And here we can see that we have our date displayed, date of the message sent. Or actually it's just displaying time right now, but I just need time. I don't want like anything else. It's gonna be too much stuff. We just need time. Now this has absolute position, so the position as you see here absolute, and this one has relative. So whatever I set bottom and right and top and center, you can just adjust the position with these parameters. And I recommend you just come here and change them and see what happens, because it's hard for me to explain. See how it moves. But this will work out well for now. So where we are setting our format and this one div below, we're gonna go below that one div and we're gonna start open curly brackets and we're gonna say is own, and now we will display scene information. So is own, and because we only need to display scene on our own messages. And if we're gonna go below, we're gonna open image, tag and source is gonna be equal to scene info, but this is capital letter scene. And after that we're gonna pass in some class name that's gonna be margin right dash open square brackets 2 pixels close square brackets, margin left dash open square brackets 2 pixels, and then W is gonna be width will be open square brackets 16 pixels, and height dash that's gonna be 11 pixels in square brackets. Make sure to close this image tag and let's see if it works. Okay, now we have seen information here, and because the other user did not see it, it's just this send check mark. And now we're gonna skip this following div, and after that this one as well. We will also skip these brackets and the div after that, and then make a new line, open these parentheses and say is last and is own and scene list dot length is greater than 0 and open normal brackets div. We're gonna pass in class name. So now we are displaying the list of users who have seen the conversation, the messages, but only on the bottom. So this is gonna be useful for groups. And then the div, we're gonna have text dash XS font dash light text dash gray dash 500, and then inside of the div open curly brackets backticks seen by $, curly brackets scene list, and that's it. And first of all, I believe this will also display in normal one-on-one conversations as well. And the reason it's not displaying now is that our partner did not see it. I will actually leave it like this for me, but if you want this to display only in groups, you can either pass, you need conversation prop. So because you don't have a conversation element, and then you need to say conversation.isGroup and all of this, but you don't have the conversation, so you need to pass it somehow. So either you can get conversation by ID here, say const conversation is get conversation by ID or something like that, or you can pass it into the props here, conversation. So I'm gonna leave this to you for homework. I think it shouldn't be too hard. If you want it, if you want to do it, and say in the comments if you have any kind of problems with it. And we are missing only one thing. You can see in my messages that I don't have this triangle like cloud thing that I was explaining. This message bubble triangle white to the right. This is because this one will only display if the message is not on, and I put it here in the beginning because it's gonna display on the left side. So it will be that and then the message. And if message is on, then we're gonna display first message and then this image after the message. So if it is on, we're gonna go to the bottom here. And before the last div, I'm gonna start new brackets, is on, and open these. Actually, you don't need this. You can just go here, image, source, that's gonna be /images /message bubble triangle .svg. Now this one will not be white, this will be the base one, so that's gonna be the green one. And then class name, we're gonna give it margin right of 16. And that's it. I just need to close the image tag. And wait, but image tag needs to be closed inside of these parentheses, and that's it. Now we need to get the image. It's message bubble, it's this one, triangle, and just download it, and I'm gonna place it into my images, and that is it. So right now it's not loading, but I think if I refresh, now it loaded. But if you take a closer look, you see that this bubble is rounded, so it kind of looks weird and cut off. So we don't want this part, this corner, to be rounded of the bubble. So you can find this return and then go a bit down to this tag, and then inside of where you can see this data image, after these you see rounded 7 pixels. Let's also add rounded dash t, I think it's top right, so tr, and then dash, and then square brackets 0 pixels. So this will set the top right corner to not be rounded, and every other corner will be rounded. And now the messages are displaying properly. Let's git add dot git commit dash m message box finished, messages are displaying properly in UI. That will be the message. Git push dash u origin main. And if we want to see how the message looks on this other side when we receive it, let's go to our database. I will refresh so the other message loads as well. Let's go to the right, and sender, well, we should change the sender to the user that we are talking to, but I have no idea which one it is. So let's go to the conversation. I think I'm gonna update this as well. And the conversation that has 2 messages, let's see which users are talking inside of it. So test and Cody. So let's go here to these messages, and let's change either sender of either message from test to Cody like this. And then I'm gonna just save this change. And now the Cody is the sender, so we will just refresh the page, and one of them, this message, is on the Cody's side. So you maybe notice that both messages were at Cody's side. That's during the loading of the page. So honestly, I did not plan how to fix that. I think I will fix it by the end, maybe, but I can't promise. Maybe there could be some loading state or something, I'm not sure. Now let's code the header of the message display. So to make our life easier, let's just go to Sidebar and just comment this whole aside here. So this sidebar is useless, it's taking half of my screen. So now we have a lot better view. We will uncomment this when we are coding the sidebar. Also, something weird was happening. I noticed that my stuff is taking only half of my screen, and I went to my globals.css and I noticed that there isn't like the change that I made here. I don't know if I forgot to make it in this video completely, but I think I made it. So in global CSS there should be there should be column root, comma, HTML, comma, body, and then curly brackets, height, column 100%. I'm pretty sure I did this in the beginning of the video, but I don't know where it went, so this is gonna fix itself now. Yeah, the height is gonna be 100% of the page. So let's go to the header now, and now we will code this. Let me move this to the side. And first we're gonna pass in some interface header props, and then we're gonna say conversation column conversation from Prisma client, and let's extend this with users column user from Prisma client, and it will be array. After that we need current user Prisma, which will be the same user type, is in call, that's gonna be boolean, comma, set is in call. Now follow along. This type is gonna be react dot dispatch, and open angle brackets, react dot set state action, and inside of another square angle brackets, boolean. Because this set is in call, we are using use state from React. So let's get all of these inputs. So conversation, comma, current user Prisma, comma, is in call, comma, set is in call, and the type of this will be header props. So the first thing we will do below is const curly square brackets disable follow button, comma, set disable follow button, and that's gonna be equal to use state import from React, and it's gonna be false. So this will be for conversations that are channels. They will have a follow button, and channels will work the same way as any other like group, but you will just not be able to post. Only the owner will be able to post, but if you press follow, you will get into the group. Just like any other group, you will just not be able to post. Below that, const other user, but it's other user will be use other user, and pass in conversation. So this is your chatting partner. This works for one-on-one conversations, because we need to get him to display his name and like image. But we did not define this use other user function yet, but we will do it soon. And then const user, this structure user from use clerk, and invoke it, and import use clerk from Clerk NextJS. Go down, const this structure members, that's gonna come from use active list, And I think we didn't make this either, so we will make it, but let me just add these semicolons. Then const is active, it's gonna be equal to members dot index of other user question mark dot phone number. It's gonna be exclamation mark. I'm not sure why I put it here, but and then it's different from -1. So this will get this will see if the user is active currently online, and it will display the green little circle if you know in messengers usually that they are online. Below that, const status text, and that's gonna be equal to use memo import from React, 2 brackets, this is arrow function, curly brackets, if conversation dot is group, then we will return backticks $, curly brackets, conversation dot users dot length, and then members. Go outside of the if and say return is active question mark active column offline, and the dependency array, it's gonna be in square brackets, conversation, and is active. So this will just be the status text we will display below the user's name. That's gonna say either active or offline, but if it's a group, it's just gonna display the total number of members that are in the conversation, not just active ones. Now below this, we're gonna have const handle follow click. So this will be active, this will be for channels, and then follow type boolean, this arrow function, open curly brackets, if conversation dot owner ID is equal to current user Prisma dot ID, just return. Although this should never happen because I think the owner ID will not have this displayed, but this is just safety. Set disable follow button, it's gonna be true, so it's gonna be disabled while we are updating the following status of the user, and then we're gonna axios dot post, but let's immediately import axios, and we will post to slash API slash conversations slash channels slash follow. Now I'm gonna deal with this later, so we're not gonna do this API now, but we're just gonna pass in the object as well. So the object will be conversation ID will be conversation.id. Besides that, user column current user Prisma, and then comma follow, and then follow. So either follow is true or follow is false. When unfollowing, either way we're gonna send this. Then we're gonna say dot then. So when this promise resolves, when we get a response, 2 sets of brackets, response type any, we're gonna have another arrow function, const updated conversation will be response.data, semicolon, conversation.user IDs is gonna be updated conversation dot user IDs, and then set disable button to false. After then we will have dot catch, and inside error type error arrow function, and then console.log error. Now let's go ahead and code our return. So we will actually put everything into fragment, and then we will say div, pass in a class name, new row, and then bg-white, w-full, flex, border -b square brackets 1 pixel, sm column px-4. So padding on x-axis, so left and right, will be 4 on small devices. py-3 px-4. So we don't need, I guess, both of these, but let them be. lg column px-6 justify between, and then items center, and then shadow sm, like shadow small. And then inside of that div we're gonna have another div, and we're gonna say class name flex gap-3 items center width full, and then inside we're gonna start typing. So open curly brackets, conversation dot is group, and then question mark, because this will be ternary operator, and open these normal brackets, and inside div, and pass in a class name to this div, that's gonna be flex, and then inside avatar, import this from @components UI avatar, close the tag, below avatar image, that's gonna have source is gonna be equal to slash images slash group purple dot svg, and then close this tag. Let's import this avatar image from, not from Radix, but from @components UI avatar, and then avatar fallback from @components UI avatar, close, and I'm just gonna say cn. Below avatar, let's say make a div, say class name, and it's gonna be flex call, and then ml-2, and inside of that we're gonna have another div, and we're gonna close it, and then we will say open these parentheses, conversation.name, and below this div we're gonna have another div, and it's gonna say inside also parentheses status text. So inside of div that encompasses status text, we're gonna give it a class name, text-small, font-light, text-neutral-500. Let me save all of this to align it. And so we're gonna skip this div after status text. One div, two divs, there is these brackets, so put a column here, open new brackets, but we will also give another condition here. So conversation dot is channel, and question mark. So here we have condition conversation is group, then this will execute this whole thing. And then we're gonna check if it's not group, if it's channel, then we're gonna execute this. I'm gonna make a comment here, code for channel case. And let's make a comment here, code for group case. And below this comment, code for channel case, let's start typing div. We're gonna give it a class name, flex, and then w-full. And then inside we're gonna give avatar that we already imported. Inside we're gonna have avatar image. That's gonna be self-closing tag. Source is going to be open curly brackets and say conversation dot profile image URL, because each channels are gonna have this profile image. So you can say or undefined, because profile image URL is not obligatory, but it will be there in conversations. But if it's not, it's just gonna be undefined. And then below that, avatar fallback. And then I'm just gonna say, well, we can open another curly brackets and say conversation dot name question mark conversation dot name. So if the conversation dot name exists, we're gonna have this. So this is gonna be conversation dot name dot char at, and we're gonna pass in index 0, so character at 0 dot to uppercase. So this will be the first letter of the conversation name and the to uppercase. And we're gonna invoke this function or just CN. Let's save this. It's gonna get aligned. So below avatar tag, we are going to have another div opened. Pass in class name, flex dash call, and then ml-2. All of this will come up together. So even though we don't see like too many changes while we are doing this, it is what it is. The surprise will be better. Div, a new div, and inside conversation.name, and then close this, save to align. Besides or below this, we're gonna have, so after this ID and this ID, we're gonna open new parentheses, and we're gonna say conversation dot owner ID is different from current user prisma.id, and then we're gonna open normal brackets again, and we will say button from this one at components UI button, and then we're gonna say disabled. These are properties for the button. It's gonna be disable follow button. So this will be our follow button that we are coding now. And then class name, it's gonna have backticks. So not these, but backticks. But that must be inside of curly brackets, backticks. ml-auto, mr margin right -4. And then we're gonna have a $, and then curly brackets again, conversation dot user IDs dot includes current user prisma dot ID. So if the current user is inside of the conversation, meaning that the current user prisma is following this channel, then we're gonna set a question mark. If that's true, open quotes, bg-white. So this will have different, the follow button will have different look based on if it says follow or unfollow. bg white text dash primary hover, and then bg dash white border dash primary border dash 2, and then after the quotes we're gonna say this column and bg dash primary and then text dash white. And now we're gonna close these, and after that we're gonna pass in on click. We're gonna pass in arrow function and handle follow on click, and inside of that we're gonna invoke this and pass in the following conversation dot user IDs. I know this sounds kind of this looks kind of complex, but bear with me here. Dot includes, and then inside of includes we're gonna pass in the attribute current user Prisma dot ID, and then outside of this we're gonna say question mark false column true. So let me just maximize this to explain this a bit easier. So on click we're gonna say handle follow click, and we need to pass in false or true. If it's false, it's gonna unfollow. You're gonna unfollow the channel. If it's true, you're gonna start following the channel. And we're gonna know if it should pass false or true by checking if the user is already following. So the way you're gonna check if the user is already following is if he is inside of conversation, basically. So the users will be inside of channel conversations the same way they will be inside of group conversations. So we will just check if he is inside of channel conversation. And now after this true and after these two brackets, we should close this button. And now inside of the button we're gonna display the following. So open curly brackets conversation dot user IDs dot includes current user Prisma dot ID, and then outside of that question mark. Then you're gonna say if it includes, you're gonna say unfollow, otherwise you're gonna say follow. Now I do notice that we are using this syntax a few times, so we could have probably extracted it above somewhere, but let's do it this way now. And we are done with the channel part, and we are almost done with the whole header. We just need we just have a third small case when it's one-on-one conversation. So we have these two closing brackets and then this div and then this bracket. Inside here, after the normal bracket, we're gonna put a column, and this is gonna be the other case when it's not channel and it's not group. So it's gonna be one-on-one conversation here, and this is a lot shorter. So I'm gonna say code for direct message case, and below div class name flex w dash full items dash center, and then below this we're gonna say avatar. Actually, why don't I just copy avatar, because it's always the same. We're gonna copy this avatar here, and then just control save. Avatar image source is gonna be not gonna be this, but user question mark dot image URL. And then here we're gonna have user dot username and then character at 0. We don't need this, but let's also put question mark here. So we will display the image, but if there is no image, we will display first name of the first letter of the username instead of image. below avatar, we will make a new div to show active status if the user is active. So class name flex dash call ml-2, and then inside of this div a new div that's gonna say class name. No, there is no class name here. We're gonna open curly brackets and say conversation dot name or other user question mark dot username. So we will in the header display the name of the other user in the one-on-one conversation. And then below this we will make a new div. We will say class name text dash small font dash light text dash neutral dash 500, and then inside of this div I'm just gonna make curly brackets and say status text. So this is either online or offline. And then we're gonna skip this div and then this div as well. So after the second div we're gonna say another div. Class name will be ml-auto, and then inside of this we're gonna just make say to do call button, and that is it. And this is our header done. Now let's just go to the top. We coded so much and we need to import these two functions, but they are very short. So we will go to our files, and inside of app there should be folder hooks, and inside we're gonna say use other user, and that's gonna be .ts, export const use other user, that's gonna be equal, and we're gonna get conversation, and then the type will be full conversation type that we will import, or, and then we're gonna open curly brackets, users column user type from Prisma client, and it's gonna be array, and then just close both of these. And after that we're gonna have arrow like this, and we will just open like this. Then we will say const extract user from use clerk, and then invoke it, and then const use const other user, that's gonna be use memo import, and then open two brackets, that's gonna be arrow function, and then open this const current user phone will be user dot primary phone number, and then we're gonna have dot phone number. I don't know why this is this weird, but that's how it is. Then below that we're gonna say const other user will be conversation dot users dot filter, open two brackets, user, and then arrow user dot phone number, it's different from current user phone number, and then return other user and then 0. And the dependency array for this use memo is going to be user dot primary phone number dot phone number, comma, conversation dot users. So other user will basically be the user and that we are messaging, and we will get it by taking our conversation and finding our phone number and then looking at both users and saying whichever one doesn't have our phone number, that's not us, that's the other user. And the only thing we need to do is return other user. And that is it. This is it. This is use other user function. It takes a one-on-one direct messages and exports the user, returns the user that's not currently logged in, so the other user in the conversation. Let's go back and import our other user, and now we also need to make this use active list. So in the hooks again, new file, use active list -.ts. Use active list will keep a list of all of the users who are currently online in that conversation. So if it's one-on-one or if it's a group conversation, if there are 10 group members, this will keep the array of 5, for example, group members who are currently active. And if they are not active, they will not be in this array members. So first, let's npm install zoostand. This is state management library for React. This is like a memory that we can share throughout our whole application. So import, create, destructure it from zoostand, and then interface. So now we are gonna code the list of all active users and some methods to add to the list, to remove from the list, and to set the whole list to something. So the interface is gonna have active list store, the name of it, and then it's gonna have members column string array semicolon add column, and then inside this is gonna be a function that's gonna get ID, that's gonna be string, so ID of the user that we wanna add, and this members is gonna be just array of IDs, user IDs that are active in online in that conversation. And then this is gonna be arrow function void semicolon remove column ID string arrow function void semicolon set column IDs column string and array, and it's gonna return void. So set function will return will get array of strings because we're just gonna overwrite everything and set it to these values. Below export default const use active list, and then that's gonna be equal to create that we imported square brackets active list store, and then outside we're gonna start 2 brackets and then set, that's gonna be a arrow function, and then we will make a new curly bracket, and then members column, it's gonna be this, and then empty array, and then comma add column brackets ID arrow function set, open 2 sets of brackets state arrow, open new brackets, open curly brackets, members column open array spread state dot members comma ID. So this is just gonna add this ID member with this ID, or there is just this ID to this array of members, which is array of IDs. And then here we're gonna say comma and then remove no, not return, remove column ID, and then arrow set two brackets state arrow brackets curly brackets members column state dot members dot filter. So we want to remove a member with this ID. Open two sets of brackets, normal brackets, and then so two sets, and then member ID, and that's gonna be have arrow towards member ID is different from ID, and then we have normal bracket closed, curly normal closed, and then comma set column IDs arrow set, and then we're gonna say normal function curly brackets members column IDs. So we're gonna get array of IDs and we're just gonna copy that into members, and this should be it. So we have one curly closed, one normal closed, curly normal, and we need one normal closed here. Oh, what did I do? Nothing. Okay, let me just do this. This is a bit weird. I think we don't need const here. Yeah, I think we don't need const. And we also forgot to open these brackets here. Okay, now it works. But what's happening here? This is weird. I think we need to remove this export default and just have const use active list, and then below export default use active list, like this. And I made a little bit of a typo, so use active list here. And now moment of truth. Let me, well, it's not moment of truth yet. We need to go back to our conversation, and in header we need to import use active list from this, and we also need to pass in some props into the header. So go here, we're gonna control space and say conversation. That's gonna be equal to conversation, and then below is in call equal to is in call. Below current user, no wait, current user Prisma, current user Prisma, and below set is in call to set is in call. Now this is the moment of truth. Let's see what happens. And we have another error. So this is in header. Let's see. Looks like we didn't import use other user, which we actually did, but we didn't save, I think. So let's see now again. And we have the header. Oh my god, we have the header. Let's go. Now it works. The header works. And it's going to work for channels, for groups, and for one-on-one conversations. And I'm gonna show you that when we make those type of conversations later. So I'm gonna git add dot git commit dash m header finished, and then git push dash u origin main. And now let's go back to the sidebar. So let's go to sidebar and uncomment this aside. And then let's go inside of this conversation list, press F12 and click here, press F12 again. And let's uncomment this, these items. And this is not imported, so let's import this. And I think it should work now. So let's go to the conversation box, and Conversation box will be a single conversation, just like user box. So each of them will have different conversation. Now use other user. We have made this, so we will import this and return div. Let's just say conversation exclamation mark save. This should compile properly. Yes, right here we have two conversations with this user and we can see both of them here. So let's start creating this list. First we're gonna make a new div here and we're gonna create a new div inside of this div and we will give it some class name. So that's going to be CL, but let's give it on click before the class name, on click, and that's gonna be handle click, and we're gonna define handle click right here. It's just gonna be arrow function, and let's just say like this. This should work, yes. And then we need to finish this. So class name is gonna be in these curly brackets, CLSX, import it, open these brackets, backticks, and then let me go below and say relative flex items dash center space dash x dash 3 p dash 3, and then hover column bg dash neutral dash 100, and then transition cursor dash pointer. We're gonna put a comma after this closing backtick, and then we're gonna say selected question mark bg dash neutral. So if this conversation is currently open conversation, it's gonna have bg neutral 100, or if it's not open, then it's gonna have bg dash white. So it's gonna be a bit more kind of gray. So we will then close this div, and inside we're gonna say avatar, import this one, close the avatar tag, but I forgot to open the curly brackets and say data.isGroup question mark, open these, and then inside we're gonna have avatar. So if it's group, we're gonna display avatar in this way. We're gonna also import avatar image, and then the source is gonna be slash images slash group purple dash dot svg, and then close this, and then close the tag as well. Below we got avatar fallback, import the other one, just close it and say cn. So after the avatar, after the closing normal brackets, put a column, open another brackets. So if this is not group, then this will be displayed. Avatar, I think we can just copy this. There is no need to code it again. Copy paste this, but the image will be a bit different. So we already see here the user list. The image is not gonna have this source. It will have a curly brackets, clerk user dot or question mark dot image URL, or I need to turn on my light so I can see my keyboard. Now I see it. Okay, undefined. So we're gonna add this user clerk, and this is closed, and CN is the fallback. And let's go up and define clerk user. So we already have it. So did I misspell it? This should work. What's happening? Well, there is no error. So now we have this clerk user. I also don't know why I set this sidebar to be so gray. So let's go to sidebar and background zinc 400. I think I'm just gonna remove this completely. Let's see what it looks like. I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now. So save this and let's go back. So if the image is not loading, let's not just have CN here, let's actually have the first letter of the user instead of the image. So remove this, open these brackets and say clerk user dot username dot at char at, and then pass in number index 0 and then dot to uppercase and invoke this function, and I think this should for sure work. So if I just remove this and say undefined, let's see if it's gonna work properly. Yeah, we have the first letter of the user test. And it's a good thing that we tested, because this should not be the first letter of my name, but the first letter of the user that we have conversation with. So not the clerk user, me, but other user, and then his first letter. So Vuk or Cody here. And I'm gonna copy this curly brackets and I'm gonna go just undo so I get this again, and then I'm gonna paste over here. So besides these images, there should be some other things written here, like username and the last message. Below these brackets, we're gonna say div, enter, and then class name, min-w-0, flex-1. Inside div, we're gonna say class name, focus, and then column outline -0, and then div. Actually, this is gonna be span, and then we're gonna give it class name absolute inset -0, and then we're gonna say another prop area -hidden. That's gonna be equal to true, and this will be a self-closing span. Actually, below span we make a new div, we pass in class name that says flex, justify -between items -center mb-1, and inside of this div we pass p that says class name text-md, and then font-medium text-gray-900, and inside we're gonna put curly brackets data.name, and then or other user question mark dot username. Yeah, now we have the usernames here. We also want to write when this is created. So below this P, we're going to open new curly brackets and say last message question mark dot created at end, and then we're going to render something that's going to be P element. Inside of that P, we're going to pass in another curly brackets inside format that we will, I don't see this, so we're going to import it manually later. Add in new date, pass in last message dot created at, and then we're going to put comma and P string. Now let's declare this last message and import this format. So let's go to the top and say import this structure format from date-fns. Put this, and then below here, below handle click, I'm gonna say const last message. It's gonna be equal to use memo, to use memory, and then pass double brackets. This is an arrow function. It's gonna be const messages is equal to data dot messages or empty array, and then return messages. The index inside of square brackets will be messages dot length -1, and dependency array will be data dot messages. That is it. Now this should work. And it is showing the date and time of the last sent message. It is a bit big. I think I will reduce the size, but in this conversation we don't have any messages, so actually let's go to that conversation. Actually I decided not to go to this conversation, and the reason being is when I click on it, it doesn't go there, so we're gonna deal with this later. So below this div that we just coded, below the P and div, we are gonna make another paragraph, and we will display if the message is seen or not, and we will do it in the following way. So we will just have curly brackets and last message text. Now let's go up and define the last message text above the return function. So const last message text, that's gonna be equal to use memo, and then just two brackets, and that's gonna be equal to if last message is gonna question mark dot image, and then open curly brackets, return sent an image. So if the last message is image, and then below that if last message question mark dot body, then return last message question mark dot body. That will be the last message text, and the dependency, oh actually wait just a second, oh never, it's okay. So below both ifs we're gonna say return and started a conversation, so if there is no last message like body or image. And that should be it. Let me add these, and dependency array is gonna be an array. It's gonna be last message inside. So if I save this, this should work. So here the code last message is another message, which it actually is right here. And for this conversation, we just started a conversation. Now let's go down to this where we are showing the last message text, and in this P we're going to actually add some class name, because if the user did not see the message, I want it to be bold, and if the user did see the message, I want it to be like not bold. The class name is going to be equal to open curly brackets CLSX, open these brackets, backticks, and then we can go to a new array, a new row, and we can say truncate, and then text dash small, and then after the backticks we're gonna say comma has seen question mark, and if it's true we're gonna say text dash gray dash 500, or if it's false it's gonna be text dash black font dash medium, and that is it. That's it. We just need to implement this has seen variable. And if you don't know what this truncate does, basically if the text is longer than this P element, it's just gonna interrupt the sentence and gonna put 3 dots. Let's now copy this has seen and go up above the return. We're gonna say const has seen, it's gonna be equal to use memo open 1 open 2 normal arrow function, curly brackets, if in brackets not last message, then return false, because there ain't no last message, so it's nobody has seen it because it doesn't exist. And then below const seen array, it's gonna be equal to last message dot seen or empty array. So the last message is gonna have seen attribute. This is a list of users who have seen it, and if it doesn't exist, then it's gonna be empty array of users who have seen it. Below, if not user phone number, which we need to define, then we're gonna return false. So let's define this user phone number above this real quick. So const user phone number will be equal to use memo. So this will just check if there is a currently logged in user. That's what this user phone number does. If there isn't, then this will be null. So use memo, this will be a arrow function, clerk user question mark dot phone numbers, the first one, dot phone number, and say comma, dependency array will be clerk user question mark phone dot phone numbers, the first one, dot phone number. So now this will just keep the user phone number if there is a clerk user logged in, or if there isn't, this will be null. So inside of this has seen, below return false, we're gonna say return seen array dot filter 2 brackets user dot phone number, it's gonna be equal to equal to user phone number, and then outside of the first brackets say dot length, I don't know what this is displaying, and then that's gonna be different from 0, and then put like kind of these things. We messed this up a little bit, so there shouldn't be this here, there shouldn't be this here, but there should be another user here inside of these brackets, and this is an arrow function. And there is dependency array at the end, user phone number, comma, last message. So that's it. And as you can see, the conversation that I have entered, that I have seen, is not bolded, and the conversation that I haven't entered is bolded, because this function is going to return if I, the currently logged in user, have seen the message. So basically it's going to look at the seen array of the message, and it's going to see if I'm in that seen array with my phone number. And if I am, it's going to return true, so I have seen the message. And let's go down, and so if it's true, it's going to apply these styles. If I haven't seen, it's going to be these styles. And we are almost done, so skip this p, this div, second div, third div, and after that we're going to say separator from @components UI separator. It's a self-closing tag. It's just a very thin line between the conversations right here. You can see it probably. So the only thing that's left is to handle click. When I click onto the conversation, we should go to that conversation. That's why it didn't work. We didn't implement this. So this is the handle click function. And inside of that, we are actually not going to use it like this, but we're going to use callback. And then we are gonna enter two of these. So use callback is gonna let us declare this function inside, but it's not gonna redeclare every time something on the React recompiles. So use callback is actually same as use memo, if you understand use memo, which saves the value of a variable, but use callback instead saves a function instead of a variable that use memo saves. So we're gonna say brackets, arrow function, open curly brackets, router.push, and inside backticks slash conversations slash $, open curly brackets, data.id. And then we're gonna add dependency array, which will be data, comma, router, and save this. And now if I click onto the conversation, it should redirect me to that conversation, and it does. So this should update, but I think this is not updating because we still don't have the real-time features. So I think this updated in the database that I have seen this message, but we need to refresh the page for this to update here. Well, it ain't, so I don't know what's happening. We'll fix this. If I try to send a message, it's gonna take some time to update in the database, so I'm just gonna refresh. We need to refresh. So now, yes, it's updating properly in the database. Our application is coming together. We have input field here, messages, conversations to the side. It looks beautiful. Next, let's go to sidebar. And I think in desktop sidebar header, let's enter this. And we disable this completely, so let's uncomment. Now let's deal with this desktop sidebar header. And let's start coding this header now. So we're gonna delete all of this, and we're gonna start with a fragment, and we're gonna make a new div inside. And let me put this fragment below here. Inside of this div, we have a nav, and inside of nav, we have another div. Inside of this div, we will have a user button. That will be user button from Clerk NextJS, and we will just close it and we will save it. And now we have this user button here, and we can manage our account and all that good stuff. And we're gonna exit one div, second nav, and now we're gonna create a new nav element here, and inside of that we will create logout that's gonna be imported from Lucid React, and we're gonna self-close it. So it's not gonna be below here, so let's give it some class name. It should be text dash open brackets, like square brackets, hashtag 546F, and then we're gonna have cursor pointer, and also let's give it on click, and that should be open these brackets. It's gonna be arrow function sign out, and we will import sign out from, what is this, bro? From Clerk Next.js. But they have sign out button. This is weird. Well, I'm not sure what sign out button is. Let me see. It is a bit weird. It just says sign out. Mine is better. So let's undo everything. I don't want to import sign out button. I just want to import sign out. But this sign out, we cannot import it like this. We need to go up here and say const, and then extract sign out. It's gonna be equal to use clerk, and then invoke this. Let's go back to our sign out, and we will pass in 2 brackets. So this will be arrow function and router dot push. But why is this it? Oh my god. So router, and import it from next/navigation. So let's go up here. Well, we need to define router. So const router will be use router from next/navigation and invoke it. And now go down, and we can say router dot push, and let's give it string slash sign dash in. So we're gonna put push user to this link after they click this and sign out. And below this logout, let's put new chat sheet, and this will be self-closing, and let's pass in the prop control space current user will be current user. Let's see what this will look like. Probably garbage. We don't need this create group. So let's go inside, scroll down, and you see this create a group. I'm gonna comment it for now. And now we need to bring some order to these icons in the header. So go back to the desktop sidebar header, and the first div is gonna have class name, and we're gonna put it into a new row, bg dash square brackets hashtag f7 f7 f7. Below that, left dash 0, and then below overflow dash y dash auto, and then border dash r dash square brackets 2 pixels flex, and then justify dash between items dash center. And then this nav will not have any classes, and then this div will have on click, and we will pass in arrow function, and set is open and pass in true. Oh wait, never mind. I think we will not be using this on click. I think I changed it. So we're just gonna have a class name, and it's gonna be flex items dash center, and then cursor dash pointer hover column opacity 70, so dash 75, transition empty dash 2 and lm dash 2. Let me save this. And now these two items move to the left. And let's fix this second navbar as well. So we're gonna pass in class name flex justify dash between, and then space dash x dash 5 mr dash 4 items dash center. If I save this, the item should be displayed a lot better like this, although this is kind of weird. The way we can fix this weird positioning is we can go to new chat sheet, and I'm just gonna search for button and find this button in sheet trigger, and inside give it class name items dash center. But if I save, this will not move this to the center because it also needs to be flex. And now if I save, it will align to the center. And let's go back, and let's actually now create a new sheet here. It's gonna be status sheet, and this will be self-closing. So this will basically be stories. So you will be able to add your own story. So we're just gonna pass in user that's gonna be equal to current user, and now save. So let me just copy the status sheet name, and let's create this component inside of app underscore components sidebar sheets. Just go for a new sheet. I'm gonna say status sheet.tsx. I think it's also better to make a new folder here, call it status, because we're gonna have two sheets here, or two components. So that's gonna be status sheet here. Let's go with sfc status sheet. This will not be too long component. This is gonna be like half of the usual length. And let's just put in a div and say status sheet, and let's just for now code the interface status sheet props, and that's gonna be in curly brackets user. That's gonna have type of user from Prisma client, and let's extract user here and give it type status sheet props. Let's go back and import our status sheet from this, and there should not be any errors anymore. As you can see, it says status sheet here. So now let's make it a lot better. So let's delete this div, and let's say sheet, import the second one, and then inside, well, it didn't import for some reason, so I think like this, and then inside sheet trigger, and then we will close this, but say as child, so we can trigger with another component inside image from next/image. Class name will be hover, and then this cursor pointer cursor pointer. Source of the image is going to be slash images slash status.svg. Alt is going to be status, and width is gonna be 24, height 24, and this will be a self-closing image tag. So let's go to my GitHub and to public images and look for status.svg, I think, yeah. Open it, and I'm gonna download this. And also let's go back to images and look for channels svg, and I'm gonna download this as well. I'm gonna import both of them to my images folder. And if I refresh my page right now, it should have this nice status image. So let's continue coding. Below sheet trigger, we're gonna say sheet content, and we're gonna import it. And we're gonna say div. Let's actually go to new chat sheet, and I already coded this sheet header, so I think there is no need to code the exact same thing again. We're just gonna struggle, but I think if you want me to code the exact same thing again, then just tell me in the comments below. But I'm gonna now just paste this inside of this sheet content and save. And now we need to go here and import this sheet close, import, arrow left, import from Lucid React, and sheet title import. So this is not gonna be new chat, it's gonna be status. Save. And now if I click this status icon, it's gonna draw this, but it kind of looks kind of funny. We need to fix these stylings. So in sheet content, we're gonna pass in some props. First of all, side is gonna be left, so comes from left, and then class name, width dash brackets 370 pixels, close brackets, and padding dash 0. So there is no this weird padding. So if I save this, it should update. Let me see. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, okay, now it's fixed. The reason it went very small is when you have these in brackets, then because it needs to calculate it, I think it just ignores it for a few seconds as if you don't have any width settings while it's calculating it. So that's why it moves around. And all the way after the sheet header, we're gonna say div user goes here, or user button goes here, and then after that we're gonna say sheet footer, import this, and this will be a closed tag like this. Inside we will make a new div, and inside we're gonna say image with source slash images. Actually, I'm just gonna not use this. I'm gonna use lock from Lucid React, this icon, and it's gonna be self-closed icon. And then below I'm gonna say p, and I'm gonna say your data is securely stored and private dot, and we will give some class name here to make this look better. So text dash inside of square brackets 12 pixels, margin left dash 1. The lock it's gonna have the following class name, margin-auto, and this div that's encapsulating them is gonna have class name flex. This will position them one next to each other, and then margin-auto, and then margin top-6. If I save this, should look a lot better. And we will add items-center, so the text is centered properly. And then on the lock, we're gonna add actually width-4, so it's not so big. This looks a lot better. And then the last thing is this user button. So let's remove this, make some space, and say status sidebar button. This is how I named it. I didn't name it user button. So it's gonna receive prop user. That's gonna be equal to user. It's gonna be self-closing. And now I'm just gonna copy this name, go to our file explorer, and add a new file here, .tsx. So this is gonna be status sidebar button.tsx, and then sfc, enter, status sidebar button, and let's create a div inside and just say button for now. We also need to create interface, and it's gonna be receiving the interface name will be status sidebar button props. It's gonna be receiving a user that has type user from Prisma client. Let's extract this user. Let me close this user inside of here and give it a prop status. Yeah, this one, the big one. Now let's go back and import this from here, and this should now work. So if I open this status, I mean this button works properly. So I think I explained, but status is basically story. So this button will be for uploading story. Above return, let's start coding. Const show story set show story is gonna be equal to use state import from React and false. So we won't show story by default. And then const, and then extract toast. This is for notifications. This is gonna be equal to use toast. The reason it's not recommending me any imports is because we need to install this. So that's gonna be toast in ShadCN. Scroll down and we're gonna copy the npm and we will paste it here and install. Now we can import use toast from this semicolon, go next line, const square brackets has story, comma set has story. It's gonna be equal to use state, and then inside user the dot status image URL. It's gonna be different from empty string and then question mark. So if it's different, it's gonna be true, column false. Below that, we're gonna say use effect, one bracket, two brackets, arrow function, and then this curly brackets set has story to user dot status image URL. It's gonna be different from empty string, question mark, true, column false, and then dependency array, it's gonna be user.status image URL, comma, has story. So below that, let me separate all of this a little bit. We're gonna say const toggle show story. That's gonna be equal to arrow function, gonna be the most basic arrow function, set show story to not show story. And then below that, const handle delete story. That's gonna be equal, open these brackets, equal arrow, and then open brackets again, toggle show story, invoke it, and then user.status image URL set to empty array, axios.delete, and then in link /API/status. I use words status and story interchangeably in my code. That's how WhatsApp does it. And then after that, there is no semicolon, just .then, and then open 1.2 arrow function, and it's gonna be empty. I'm not gonna do anything here. And then catch.catch, open 1 err arrow function, open this, and console.log err. And I think we can do this and save. Now let's go down to the return function. Let's disable this. Make a div inside open brackets. Go here, has story question mark, put 1 brackets, otherwise put different brackets. So just so it doesn't throw an error, let's just make a div here, which I'm not sure if I can do it like this. This should be, this is so weird. What is this? Okay, let's just not, I don't know what I'm doing here. So has story question mark. Inside of this, we're gonna make a div. And then inside of that, we're gonna make a button. And then on click here, it's gonna have a toggle show story. And then outside of that, but inside of that button, we're gonna have a status button, and we are going to self-close this. So we will declare this, and inside of that, we're gonna pass in some props. User, it's gonna be user, status title, it's gonna be my status, and then status description, it's gonna be just today, and then has story, it's gonna be has story. Let me fix this. Save. And then below this, which we will define soon, but below this button, we're gonna have another curly brackets, and here we're gonna say show story end, and then we're gonna have Well, for now, div and closing div. This is story viewer, and save this. And real quick, down in these brackets, we're gonna make a div. But why is it not working? This is so weird. If I close this div, okay, and then here, this will be the absolute biggest upload button world has ever seen. Lol. Okay, save this. And at the end, after everything, let's just put in toaster from this, and this will be the notifications. You have uploaded story, etc. And I want to order this a bit better, so like this, and then save. And I want to put this behind here. So now we just need to define this status button. We will define it in the same file, I think. Yeah, so just above here, we're gonna make some space, and we're gonna say function status button, and open 1, open 2. This should be connected, I think. And the props that we will get are user, comma, status title, comma, status description, comma, has story, comma, but that's it. And then give it type status button props, and then this will just have another this thing. But we need to define status button props, so interface status button props to this. And I think let's copy all of this here and say user is gonna be user semicolon, status title, it's gonna be optional string semicolon, status description optional string semicolon, has story optional boolean semicolon. That's it. Now let's get to the work. So inside, let's make a return function. Let's say div, and then avatar that has well, let's just close it. Avatar image source will be equal to, and then curly brackets, user.profile image URL, or undefined self-closing avatar fallback, close it, curly brackets, user.name, no, it's username dot character at, and then passing 0 to uppercase, execute, and that's it. Now let's just import this one from the second one, avatar from the second one, and then this fallback, this will not be imported from Radix UI. Oh, what did I do? Oh my god. So fallback not from Radix UI, but in here from this add components UI avatar. Save. If we go here, now we have this avatar. So we're gonna remove this, but it's just an image, and it also toggles this. This is story viewer. Below avatar, we're gonna say open curly brackets, not has story, and open these normal brackets, span, and then we will say give it a class name class name and new line, and it will be absolute flex rounded dash full bg dash square brackets hashtag 00A884 down top dash 11 left dash 12 ring dash 2 ring dash white age dash 14 pixels in square brackets w dash square brackets 14 pixels items dash center and justify dash center. And then I'm gonna put a plus from Lucid React self-closing. Let's see what this will look like. Now we don't see it nowhere because this is absolute and I didn't set up the relative one. So let's go back to the outer div and give it class name flex relative. If I save this immediately, then we can continue w-full pt-5 pl-4. I'm a little bit confused as to why this is not shown, so I'm just gonna go here and say true, and we're gonna deal with this later because it's a bit confusing for me. And now we can see this, but why is it text black? So we're gonna go to plus and we're gonna say class name text dash white, and now this will only be here if we don't have a story, and if we have it, it's not gonna be here. Just not to forget, I think I'm gonna say change true to variable, and then below the span we're gonna create a new div. Inside we're gonna have age 4, and then inside we're gonna have status the dot title. No, it's status title, like this. Close the brackets. Now this div should be outside of these brackets here, so let's put it outside here, and below h4 there will be a p element that says curly brackets status description. And now we need to add some styling, so to this div we're gonna add a class name text dash left w-full, and then h4 is gonna have class name dash text dash open square brackets 1 rem close square brackets text dash black ml dash 5, and p is gonna have class name text dash muted dash foreground text dash open square brackets 0.8125 rem close square brackets ml dash 5. If I save this, yeah, this is what the status is gonna look like now. And the last thing, we're gonna go above this render and declare a quick variable const avatar tailwind. It's gonna be equal to has story question mark. If true, it's gonna be border dash green dash 400 border dash 2 rounded dash full. Otherwise it's gonna be empty string. So if there is a story, there will be a green border around this image. And we're gonna apply this to avatar. So here, class name, it's gonna be just in curly brackets this. And let me say true. Yeah, you see, now we don't have a story and it's creating a bracket as if we have a story. So I'm not sure what's happening, but I think I know what the problem is. So we need to go down and set has story if user status image URL is different from empty string, but not from empty string, but from null. And here also from null, because if it's null, then we don't have a story. If we don't have a story, it will be null in the database. And now nothing is being shown. So let me see here. Yeah, so this is correct. If I don't have a story, it should be the button to upload the story, but let's just set true for now here and go to the top, and where I set true, here just after the avatar, I'm gonna say don't have story, and then we're gonna get this green button. But if this is false, then there will not be a green button to add a story. As our next step, we will create the most massive upload button code that world has ever seen. So let's delete this and say upload button. That's it. No, I'm kidding. No, it will actually be so massive. So this will be a self-closing tag. Now let's start with content and then these two brackets. But before we continue with this, let me just add another div, and I wanna save all of this to GitHub. Git add dot git commit -m creating status / story viewer git push -u origin main. And I'm actually gonna go to sleep and see you in the morning, which will be like 1 second to you. Okay guys, I'm back. Now we need to continue doing this button. So this button will let us upload image to our story. So first what we will do is we're gonna be uploading image to this service called Uploadthing. So go to uploadthing.com and you're gonna create an account with your GitHub. Once we upload image to this service, we will just save the link to our database. So we will create a new app here, and I'm just gonna call it messenger tutorial and then create app. Then you wanna go to API keys here and copy your API keys and go to your .environment file and just paste it below everything. Then we can go back to overview. Here in files you will have all of your files that you upload, but let's go to overview and getting started, read more. Now you can read more about what this is and how it works, but I will click here to the side on NextJS app router. And then here is the first thing we need to install. So I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna install. It's npm install uploadthing and at uploadthing/react. After that, let's scroll down and we will go here. So the next thing we need to do is create this folder, app API uploadthing core ts. So let's go to our file explorer and then app API is here. We will create a new file, but it's gonna be in a folder uploadthing/core.ts. And then we will just copy all of this code from website and let me show you. This code is in getting started and then Next.js app, and then we will paste it here. Now we're gonna have to do some modifications. So for example, this authentication function is fake. We're gonna use Clerk here. Okay, so let's delete this authentication, and in this file we will specify what user can upload, what files he can upload. So let's first go to the top here and say import and this structure auth from @clerk Next.js, and then below this we're gonna say const handle auth. It's gonna be equal brackets arrow open curly brackets const this structure user ID, that's gonna be equal to auth invoke, and then if not user ID, so if nobody is logged in, then throw new error and then say unauthorized, and below that we're gonna return this structure user ID column user ID. So this is our auth function. So down here inside of our file router, let's actually delete everything and define our own custom image types and or upload file types. So first we will say status image. So this is the image, like a story image the user is gonna be able to upload, and below that message file. So we're gonna have a bunch of possible files for user to send as in a message. So the first status image column, okay, we got column. Let's see, we're gonna invoke this f function. So f and then open normal brackets, open curly brackets. Let's go to a new row. I wanna say image and then column and then open curly brackets max file size, and let's put column open quotes, and we can choose all of these file sizes. I'm gonna say 4 MB, 4 megabytes, comma max file count column 1, so one image of 4 megabyte max. So below that we need to dot middleware, and we need to open 2 times arrow function and then handle auth. So this is how we will authenticate user when he is uploading this. And below that we're gonna say dot on upload complete, and we will just return empty function like this. And then let's put comma here, and then in message file it's gonna be a bit different. So we're also gonna invoke f, open normal, open curly, and then actually I'm not gonna open curly, I'm gonna open square brackets and pass array of things that can be uploaded. So let's say first image, then we wanna pass in PDF, so users can also send PDFs. Then we can send text. You can also add video and audio, but I'm not gonna add it in this tutorial. So this is what user can send. Also, if you wanna only send, for example, specific types of videos, I think you can just say video and then look for MP4, for example, only MP4 types. But I'm gonna delete it for now, and below I'm gonna say dot middleware, and same as before, 2 brackets arrow function handle auth and invoke. Below that on upload complete brackets, and it's not gonna do anything for now. So this is our core.js file complete. If we go to Uploadthing and we scroll below, then it says we need to also create one more file, app API Uploadthing route.ts, and we will just copy this. So we will go just next to this core.ts, we're gonna create a new one, route.ts, and we will just paste all of this. We don't need to change anything here. We are loading this from .core, that's in the same directory. So let's go down. I'm not gonna look into styling. And now we're gonna make a new folder, utils Uploadthing TS. So outside of app, we have this lib folder. I'm actually gonna make it here. So in here, we're gonna add a new file that says uploadthing.ts, and I'm just gonna copy all of this here, and we will just change this curly thing to @ because this is our path, and then save it. This is your path to your core, and this will export upload button, upload drop zone, and uploader. So you can use any of these to send files to Uploadthing. We're gonna use upload button. This will be the big button that I was talking about. And the last quick thing is we will go to our middleware, and in public routes after, we're gonna say comma and add another public route that's gonna be /API/uploadthing. So Uploadthing can access it. I think it's gonna be able to access it even if we don't put this to public routes, but let's just make sure it works. Now let's go to status sidebar button here, to our button, and let's delete this and uncomment this, and let's continue. So content, it's gonna be equal to these brackets. Basically what we will do is we will modify this button so it looks like how we want it to look, because this has a default look. But okay, so the content is the first thing we will modify, and we will say button again, and then open normal brackets, open curly brackets, ready, and then after that we are going to open curly brackets again, const status title, that's gonna be equal to ready question mark, and then it's gonna be string my status, or this column, and then loading. So while the button is loading, because it's not gonna, it's a bit heavy button, it's a big button, it needs to load first, and then semicolon, below that const status description. It's gonna also be a ready question mark. If the button has loaded, it's gonna be add to my status, or it's gonna be loading. No, sorry, it's gonna be wait a moment. And then after that, we will return and then open brackets, and then we're gonna say status button, and then we will just close it like this, and then we will pass in some props. Status title, that's gonna be this status title, our variable that we just made, and after that status description will be our status description, and then user will be our user, and has story will be our has story. And if you forgot what this status button is, this is just the button that we defined here. This is it. So we are using it on two places, and I will show you in the UI why. Basically, regardless of if we have a story or not, we want to have the status button look very similar. Just small differences. We will now go here and upload, import this from @lib_uploadthing. And before we can test this, I think we just need one more property below here. So below these brackets, it's called endpoint, and we can see control space to see which we can recommend. So it's message file or status image. This is the status image that we defined. What kind of files can be uploaded here, and then save it. So now we can already see, even though we didn't finish this, we can see what it looks like. So I'm gonna say false here. So if I say false just outside of the return, it's gonna render this upload button. And this is what it looks like. It's quite messed up, not gonna lie. We need to do more styling, but I think if we click anywhere, yes, now we are able to upload anything. So let's just upload this status SVG file. I can just click it and it's gonna upload to our, so if we go here to Uploadthing website and here on dashboard, this should be uploaded in, we're gonna first select our data and files. And this is the status SVG. We already have it uploaded, so it works. We just need to change the styling and make it look better. So let's scroll down. So after the endpoint, we're gonna pass in appearance. So this is the prop that this button has, Uploadthing has, and you can here define some CSS, custom CSS styling. So open two curly brackets and allowed content. And we're gonna say column, and then we're gonna say display, and then column, and then pass in none. Because this allowed content is, it can say below like what you are able to upload. You see how it disappeared. So let me actually remove, I think, like this, and you see it's saying here in the button what I can upload. But if I don't want that to be there. So after display none, say comma. I'm gonna go to new line and say button, and now we are gonna do button styles, open brackets, and then border, column, and then say none, and then comma, background, column, string, hashtag FFF, and then comma, cursor, it's gonna be pointer, comma, height, it's gonna be 100%, and then width, it's gonna be 100%, and then justify content, it's gonna be start. So if we save this, well, there is a little bit of change. If I move this off the way, now it's not completely messed up anymore. Our goal with this button is just to look like this, my status, the whole thing. There will not be this choose file button at all. Before we continue with the appearance, let's just go below the appearance and let's say on upload error, and we're gonna get normal brackets, err, column, error. That's gonna be arrow function, and then open curly brackets and say console.log error. So if error, console log err. So if error happens during uploading, it's just gonna log it. And then below on client upload complete, we will say open normal brackets, res, arrow, open curly brackets, and then we're gonna say toast. I don't know if I think we uploaded it. Yeah, we have it already. We imported it. This is the notification. So on upload complete, we're gonna give notification. So normal brackets, curly brackets, and the object inside title, column, and then string upload complete, exclamation mark, comma. I'm gonna say class name and column string bg-green-500. So this notification will have a green background. And then below that, I'm gonna say duration. It's gonna be 2000, so 2000 milliseconds, 2 seconds. And after on upload, on client upload complete. And let me maximize this so you can see better. The UI is not gonna change here. You see how huge this button is. Okay, so after we get this is uploaded. This is uploaded to the Uploadthing server. Now we're gonna get the link in this response, and we wanna actually set the link in our database. We're gonna save it. So Axios, let's import it, .post. We're gonna send the link to our database. So post to API/status. We will make this and then comma, pass the object status image URL, and then column, the value will be res, and then first, so 0 in square brackets dot URL. This is what we will send. And then after that go dot then, and then open normal brackets, response. This is the response from our database when it finishes. We'll open curly brackets and say user.status image. It's gonna be equal to response.data.status image URL. So after our database returns response, we will set our image URL in our client to the URL in the database. And after that, we're gonna say .catch. If there is an error, .catch, open one brackets, error, arrow, curly brackets, console.log error. Let me save this. So I'm putting notification that it finished before the Axios post to our database, because this is finished, the uploading to Uploadthing server has finished. But if you want, you can also put this after, so inside of then. You're gonna have to, for example, go to a new line and then put comma here and paste it here. And now this will happen when it's in your database as well. But I will return it as I did it, like this. And I think we skipped just one short thing. So before on client upload complete, we're gonna say on upload begin, and we're gonna open curly brackets, normal brackets, arrow function, and the only thing we will do is toast. Actually, I would say just let me copy this toast, and we will just, so this is the notification when uploading begins. So I'm gonna say uploading story ... and then I'm gonna say description. It's gonna be wait a minute, and I think it's better to put ... here. There is no class name, and duration, I'm just gonna put it to 30 seconds. So let it be there forever basically, and put this. And when this uploading finishes, this duration is gonna get interrupted of this toast, and this toast will come up, that upload completed. And before we fix this horrible UI, I can click anywhere and just test if our notifications work. Uploading story, and it's gonna be here until the story has uploaded. I can also exit it if I want. So we're gonna wait for a few more seconds, and upload complete. Now if we go here to console, it's gonna say that there is Axios error. That's because we are sending our Axios post to this API, but it doesn't exist. But we will make it once we fix the button UI. Okay guys, I've been debugging this for 1 hour and 2 minutes, and finally I figured it out. So how to remove this nonsense? So first of all, let's first change this false to has story and save it. And also there is a mistake here. Status image URL is different from empty string. It should be different from null, because story will be null in the database if it doesn't exist. And if I save this, now let's fix this here. If I save this, we will still have this problem, but the logic will work. So to fix this problem here, we need to go here to imports and import, open quotes, at uploadthing /react/style CSS. And now it's gonna disappear, because there was no style, so there was this nonsense. But before it disappears, we need to save and reload. Oh, actually we don't need to, so it disappeared. Now everything is fixed. It's been 1 hour, guys. So if we don't have a story uploaded, it's gonna show us this view, but if we have a story uploaded, let me quickly do this. In the case we have, then it's just gonna, there won't be this, there will be like a green circle around, and We will also make it so the story is shown in this image. I will show you. Let's undo this and save. And also, let me show you something. So when the button is loading, you're gonna see loading state. And I cannot click while it's loading. Now I can click because it's loaded. And now after the story is uploaded, we need to save the link to that image to our database. So let's create this route, API/status. So let's go to our app, API, and then I think, yeah, here, make a new file, status/route.ts. So it will be in folder status, and let's start coding. So we will first say export async function get. This is to get the story from our database. Open curly brackets, try catch block. Inside of try, const extract current user Prisma, comma, current user Clerk. That's gonna be equal to use. No, it's get current user like this and invoke it. After that, well, I always forget, we need to await this promise. And after that, if not current user Prisma question mark dot ID or not current user Clerk question mark dot phone numbers 0 phone number dot phone number open curly brackets return new next response from next server, and then passing string unauthorized comma object status 401. Let's save to align. Okay, now go after this if, and we will query the database to get the story. So this is getting the story that already exists in database. Const user, and user will contain the story. So it's gonna be equal await database dot and import database from this lib database dot user dot find first, and normal brackets curly brackets where column curly brackets ID column current user Prisma dot ID, and that's it. So that's it. It's just below, just after the user, we're gonna say return next response, and then pass in .json, and then pass in user. We're gonna return the whole user. Okay, so in error catch console.log error comma, and then in quotes error underscore messages, and then we will return new next response quotes error comma object status 500. Okay, so this is our get function to get the story, and now we will make a post function to post the story, save the story into database. Export async function post normal brackets. Actually, in normal brackets we need to receive request. So request, the type will be request, and then in curly brackets let's make a try catch block. Inside of try const destructure current user Prisma comma current user Clerk. That's gonna be equal to await get current user, invoke this semicolon, and then below const body it's equal await request.body, no, request.json, and then invoke it, and below that const and open curly brackets, because we will extract status image URL from the body, so this is gonna be equal to body, and then below that I'm gonna copy this check for if there is phone numbers, if there is ID. So here if not current user ISMA $ID or etc. So you can just type this. I think I should just make this larger because we don't need to look at the UI right now. And below that we're gonna say const user, it's gonna be equal to await database db dot user dot update. We just want to save this status URL, so normal brackets, curly brackets, data, column, curly brackets, status image URL, column, status image URL. That's it. Now outside of data we're gonna put a comma here, and we will say where column, curly brackets, ID, column, current user Prisma dot ID, and that is it. I think we can put a semicolon after this user, and then after that let's return next response dot JSON and then pass in the user. So when we update the user, it's gonna return us the user object that we updated, the whole object. And then inside of the error, we're gonna say console.log and pass in error, and then comma or semicolon actually, return new next response, and then pass in error in quotes, comma, curly brackets, status, column 500. This is internal server error. So that's it. This is our, oh actually no, we also have one more to delete, but this one will be a lot quicker. Export, so this is for deleting the story. Async function delete and pass in this. So we need to pass in request, so request type request. Although I think I made a mistake here. I don't think we need to pass in any kind of data when we are deleting. So let's just open curly brackets and then try catch block once more. Try catch block. And then let me just now copy. There is no reason to do this again. So this getting current user, I'm gonna copy into try. Below that, I'm gonna copy checking if the current user is logged in and exists. And I think we can also just copy this as well. So we're gonna update the current user. We're not gonna delete the user. We're just gonna set his status image URL right here to nothing. So it's gonna be empty string. Or I think null. Null is what we should set it to. Okay, so null, yes. So basically it will just, this is where the ID is current user Prisma and image status to null, and we need to return next response. So after this next response JSON user, and in the catch we're gonna copy this as well. So there is no reason, we already know what this does. So this is the API for uploading and deleting stories. And it should work, so let's upload the story now. I'm just gonna upload some random image, like this placeholder image, and story is being uploaded. And upload complete. So if we go to our database, let me go here. Well, it doesn't work because it's not PUST, it's post. So that's my mistake. Let me save and try again. So if I click on my status and I go down here and choose this image, for example, uploading story, and soon the story will be uploaded. So let's go back to Prisma, and if I refresh this page, there should be URL right here. And we have this image URL. If we go ahead and look at it, it's gonna be our image that we uploaded. This is on the Uploadthing. And now we need to be able to view our story. So next to status sheet, we're just gonna say story viewer.tsx, and then close this and say sfc, and then enter story viewer, and then just make a simple div and say this is story viewer exclamation mark. And now go back to status button, sidebar button, and I'm gonna search for story viewer here. It's 105th line for me, and I'm just gonna, instead of this, I'm just gonna delete this and say story viewer component. I'm gonna import this, and if I self-close this, we need to first upload a story. So let me just upload whatever. And just wait for a moment and it will update. So now there will be a story, and when I click this, it's gonna enable our, this is the story viewer. So we can toggle story viewer and on and off. And story viewer will be over the whole screen. So we're gonna make it now. First, we will pass in some parameters to the story viewer. Those will be user, that's gonna be equal to user, and below that on close, that's gonna be equal to on no, sorry, I think I named it toggle show story. So I'm gonna pass arrow function. So I'm gonna pass in toggle show story and invoke, and then on delete, I'm gonna pass arrow function and handle delete story. Yes, that's it. And I think I will invoke it. Now go to the story viewer, and we will create this interface that accepts all of this. So interface story viewer props, open curly brackets. We will have user column user. This will be Prisma client. And then after that, after that we will have on close. This is gonna return empty, nothing. This is gonna receive no attributes, and return void. And then on delete story, that's gonna receive no parameters, and it's gonna return void as well. And now we will extract all these. So user on close and on delete story, and this is the type that we will give it. Okay. In return, we will start with these fragments, and then I'm gonna say top bar. So the story is gonna have like a loading bar. You know how it expires in all stories. So if you don't know, I'm gonna show you. So the first, we're gonna make a div, and inside another div, and inside another div. We will add adjustments to these divs, like class names. And then I'm gonna say avatar, but capital A. So avatar, and import it from this second one. And then we will give, we will just close this tag, and inside avatar image, the second one, source will be open curly brackets user dot profile image URL. So this is just the user image in the story. And then, since this is not a required field, I'm gonna say or undefined, and then below that, first is gonna be self-closed, and then we're gonna say avatar fallback, the second one, and then close this tag. and inside we will say open curly brackets user.username character at passing index 0 uppercase to uppercase, and then invoke this. That's gonna be our fallback. So if we go ahead and open our story, this is what we have by now, but this will be a lot better, don't worry. It will be over the whole screen, don't worry. And then below the avatar, we're gonna create a new div, and inside of that new p element, and inside of that we're gonna open curly brackets and say user.username. If you wanna do it the standard way, I think it's like this. And below this p, I'm gonna add another p, and that's gonna have today. So just say today. And we're gonna fix the stylings. So we're gonna skip 1, 2, 3, and then below the third one we're gonna say trash 2. We're gonna import this from Lucid React. It's gonna be self-closing, save. Below that, arrow left from Lucid React import, and then self-closing as well. And below that, one more X from Lucid React, self-closing. So these are all the icons that we will have. And now, I know it looks horrible, I promise it will look a lot better. And below, we'll make some space and make another div. And here, we will put image field inside, but I made a little bit of a mistake. This div should be after the X, so there should be one div, closing div here, and then a new div here, and then image. And then the source is gonna be equal, curly brackets, user.status image URL, or undefined, and then but make sure to spell properly, undefined. And then besides that, alt property will be story, and let's self-close this tag and let's save it. I'm gonna organize it like this. And between these divs, I'm gonna say story image, and I'm gonna comment this just so we know what it is. Now this was actually a bit confusing to me because I saw this icon here. This is our status image. I didn't know it was this, so well, let's actually change this to something better. So immediately we are going to go to this trash icon, and we will give it on click so we can delete the image. We're gonna pass in on delete story, and that's it. And now wait for a quick moment. Let's see what error is here. This is supposed to be on delete story inside of the status sidebar button, and now it should work. So if I click this button, if I click this trash can, the story is going to be deleted. And if I go to database and press refresh, we see that status image URL is null. One little mistake I made in status sidebar button, when we implemented handle delete story, let me delete this console log, the status image URL should be null, not empty string. And now I'm gonna upload a little better story. So let me just upload this image. And now it should automatically update the UI. So it's uploaded to Uploadthing, but then we are also posting it to our database. And it's taking some time to update our database. We're gonna fix this as well, but here we can see our story. We cannot scroll yet, but we can see our story image. So you see that we have a problem that it says success uploaded a lot earlier than it actually displays the story. So that's what I was talking about. In our button, we want to get this toast. We want to actually put it after it gets in our database. So I'm gonna put column, semicolon here, and just put this toast after our image uploads in the database. And I'm gonna test if this works. So I'm gonna delete, and I'm gonna upload again. So I'm gonna upload this. And now it shouldn't say uploaded finished until it actually changes the status, yes. So this is actually better. And this is our story here. And now let's make this story viewer actually make sense. So instead of story viewer, we're gonna deal with the first div first. We will give it a class name, and it's gonna be fixed top-0 left-0. If I save this, let's see what's gonna happen immediately. Let's continue with the class name. So width-screen age-fit flex justify-center. Oh, this is, I said flex. I see that it's behaving weirdly. It should be fixed. What am I doing? Okay, now let's see what happens when I save this. Yes, now it's positioned here independently of anything else, any other containers. I thought I was crazy when it didn't go here. So we are at the justify center. Items-start z minus, and then open square brackets 20, and then pb padding bottom -3 bg gradient -2 -r, and then from transparent to black. That is it. Let's save this. Let's see how this changes our outline. And we can see that it made this kind of black gradient on the top. Although our icons disappeared, but we will fix that. Now let's go to the second div, and let's give it a class name, and let's say flex-call w-fit. So the width of this container will fit the content inside, the width of the content inside. pt-4 text-white. Let's save and see how this changes everything. Oh, now we have the username. The username here is test. That's my username, and today is the status. And let's go to the div below, just above the avatar, and give it class name flex mr-auto, and then mt-4. And if I save this, let's see what it does. Oh, now it does it like this. So as you can see, the items are gonna be centered no matter the size of the screen, and the position is fixed, meaning that it's irrelevant from like any other container that's its parent. So let's scroll a bit down. After the avatar, let's give to this div some class name, and it's gonna be flex-call, and then ml-3. I'm gonna save it, and then in this p of the username, let's give it a class name, and it's gonna be text-white text-border, and then save. You see that it's getting a bit separated from the image. That's from this previous div that we did. And in the p of the today status, we're gonna say text-white text-muted foreground, and then text-xs. So if I save this, this should become a bit dimmer, a bit smaller, yes. And then we need to return our icons. So let's go down to the trash icon, and let's give it a class name. It's gonna be absolute top-12 right dash, and then inside of square brackets 450 pixels. Save. And now it should be somewhere here, which it isn't. So let's see what the problem is. Well, let's continue with our classes. Text-white, text-2xl, and cursor-pointer. And now it appeared. We're gonna move it, don't worry. It shouldn't be here. Let's go to arrow left and give it class name. Absolute is also positioning it to an absolute position regardless of outside containers. So we wanna say top-4. So this is the distance from top, and then left-4, but this is not 4 pixels, so this is 16 pixels. And then text-white, text-2xl, cursor-pointer. And then let's save this, and let's go to X and give it some class names. So it's gonna be also absolute, top-4, right-4, text-white, text-2xl, cursor-pointer. And now we can see that this went to the left arrow and this X went to the right. Now let's scroll down and do the image. So inside, so the div before the image, let's give it some class names. Fixed, top-0, left-0, w-screen, age-screen, flex, justify-center, items-center, bg-cover, bg-center, z- and then square brackets 10. So the background of the image is gonna be the same image but zoomed and blurred out. So you see, this is where we are positioning our story right now. It's just in the middle of the screen, and when I create a background, it's gonna be same as our story but just zoomed and blurred out. And then let's pass some class names to this image. It's gonna be placeholder-image. No, it will not be. It will be max-w-screen, so max width screen, max-height, or that is age, max age screen, bg-cover, bg-center. Save. Below that, let's make a new div and pass in a class name. Now it's gonna say placeholder-image, max-w-screen, max-age-screen, bg-cover, and bg-center. Save this. So I actually forgot what this placeholder image is and why I put it here. I think it's for when the image is loading. It's gonna be this placeholder, but I'm gonna tell you later if I remember. And this will not be a closing tag like this, but this will be a self-closing div tag. And after this last div, we are gonna make a background. So I'm gonna say background image, and I'm gonna comment this just so we know what it is later. And I'm gonna make a new div, and inside I'm gonna give it, we have to give it, wait, oh sorry, not this one below, and we have to give it style prop like this. We cannot use Tailwind for this, so open another set of brackets, and then say background image, and that's gonna be column, and then backticks URL, and then open normal brackets, $, open curly brackets, user.status image URL. So the background image will be the same, but we're gonna say comma after these backticks. And then we're gonna say filter column, and then open quotes. It's gonna be blur, and then pass in normal brackets 30 pixels, 30 px, and then go down and say width, and then say column quotes 109 VW. So this is 109% of the width of the screen. So it's gonna be a bit longer than the screen. And then below say height column, same quotes, 109 VH. So this is gonna be 109% of the height. So it's gonna be a bit more than the screen. And after this style tag, we are gonna give it class name, and it's gonna be fixed, and then top dash, and then open square brackets minus 50 pixels, and then left dash square brackets minus 50 pixels, and then bg dash cover, bg dash center, z dash, and then inside of square brackets 5. Save this. So there is nothing in this div tag. After that, we're gonna say background color when or while image loads. So I'm gonna comment this just so we know what it is, and then div, and we have to pass in the same style attribute, open another curly brackets, and we will say background color column, and then string hashtag 0000000 6 zeros. This is hex value for black color. Below that filter blur 30 pixels, and then below that let's put comma here, and below filter blur 30 pixels we're gonna say I think we can just copy the same thing here. Width and height are gonna be the same, so you already know what this means, so there is no point in explaining it again. Class name below, and it's gonna be fixed. Actually, it's gonna be the same class name, so I think I will just copy the class name again. As I said, fixed means it's independent from parent components. This is the position, minus 50 from top, minus 50 from at left, and then background cover, background center, and z index 5. That means this with higher z index. No, z index will be 1 here. So whatever has higher z index will be over the other thing. So both of them have same position, but if both of them are loaded, this will be over this one. And here this should not be blue but blur 30 pixels. And if I maximize this, so you see what it looks like. If we click X, it should close, which it ain't. So let me see if we have some errors here. Also, the trash can is here for some reason. So we're gonna fix all of that by adding this progress bar that I wanted to add anyways. You know how stories have progress bars, so we're gonna go to ShadCN progress bar and copy this code command, ShadCN-UI at latest add progress. And then we will paste that into our command prompt and install it. So now we will add this progress bar to our story. So in our return function, that's line 17 right now for me, there is one div, there is second div, And after the second div, we're gonna say progress and import it from this one, the second one. And we will just, I think this is a self-closing tag. Yeah, and then we will pass in some class names. Let me make this a bit more kind of organized. It will be w dash, and then in square brackets 500, but inside 500 px. This is the width, and then age dash 2. This is the height. So right now it doesn't look the best. Well, it looks, but it's kind of green and it isn't moving. So let's fix that. So inside of progress, we're gonna also pass in attribute value, and it's gonna be equal curly brackets progress. And then we need to define this. So go here above the return. I don't need this console log. I think you don't have it. So let's start. We will say const timer in ms, in milliseconds, is gonna be equal to 4000. So this is the let's say duration of story in milliseconds. So if you want 4 seconds, that's 4000 milliseconds. You can change it here easily. And then const initial deadline. The way we will calculate time is we will snap the current time, and we will wait for 4 seconds, and when we see that the time has passed, the 4 seconds has passed by snapping time again, then we will close the story because it expired. So initial deadline, that's gonna be equal to date.now plus timer in milliseconds. So once, yeah, this is timer in milliseconds. Once the deadline, so time plus now plus these 4 seconds reaches, then we're gonna exit the story. Then down const, and then square brackets deadline, comma set deadline. It's gonna be equal to use state import from React, and normal brackets initial deadline. Go below const timer running in square brackets, comma set timer running. That's gonna be equal to use state and then passing false. There is no new line here, it's just text wrapping. So I'm pressing Alt Z so you can see everything. And then do semicolon, const square brackets progress, comma set, no, it's comma set progress. That's gonna be equal to use state and then these brackets. But we need to pass in 0 for the value of use state. And then down below, we're gonna say use effect, open normal brackets again, arrow function, curly brackets, start reset timer, and then invoke this function. Dependency array is empty array, so this will execute when the page loads. And then below that, use effect again, 1 2 normal brackets, arrow function, square bracket, curly brackets, that is, let interval id, and then give it type any. Below that, if time running, so if we are inside of the story, then we're gonna say interval id is gonna be equal to set interval, and then we will open 1 2 and then arrow function and const new time remaining. I forgot to say, now we are coding the time ticking. So this use effect will calculate the time remaining for the story. So const new time remaining is gonna be equal to deadline minus date dot now. So it's just gonna, I think it's very clear. So deadline minus date now, and then const new progress. Now we need to convert this time remaining to progress. That's gonna be equal to math dot round, and then open 1, 2, 3 times, and inside I'm gonna say timer in milliseconds minus new time remaining, and then go outside the 1 brackets, and then over timer in milliseconds. So this is how we get the percentage, and then times 100 outside of these brackets, and then semicolon. Below that, set progress. I think it's better if I maximize this because it's getting confusing. Set progress, and inside new progress. That is it. Here I made a bit of a mistake. It's not time running, it's timer running. Timer running. And now we need to check after we set new progress if it's 0. If new time remaining is less or equal to 0, then we will clear interval, and then we're gonna pass in interval ID, and then below that we're gonna set timer running, pass in false, and then on close, and we're just gonna invoke on close, which we didn't declare yet. Or no, we didn't. This is the on close that we pass for closing the story. And then after 1 curly bracket, second curly brackets, we're gonna say comma here and 50. And then, so I'm gonna add a comment. Update every 50 milliseconds. So this is our set interval function that we are using. It's gonna execute this every 50 milliseconds. And every time it executes, it's gonna return this interval ID object, and we can use it to clear interval when the timer runs out. And then after these brackets, we're gonna say comment cleanup on unmount when the component unmounts, or timer reset. And below we will say return and normal brackets arrow function, and then clear interval and pass in interval ID. Interval ID. It is a bit weird. Why is it not defined? I mean, it's this one. So I think, yeah, I misspelled it. So put a semicolon here and dependency array. We're gonna say deadline, and then timer remaining. No, it's not time reset. Timer. I think it's timer running. Timer running. Yes. And now we need to implement this start reset timer function down below. Const start reset timer equal, and then normal brackets arrow function curly brackets set deadline, and that's gonna be date.now normal brackets plus timer in milliseconds, then semicolon set timer running, and then pass in not timer running. This function will both start and reset the timer. If we invoke this in the middle of the progress bar, middle of the timer, it's just gonna return to 4 seconds again, so reset. And below that we're gonna just define one more. It's very short. Const handle close equal, and then arrow function open curly brackets set timer running false. So we will stop the timer and on close, invoke on close. So that's it for function definition declaration. Now we will just go and assign on our arrow left and X. So let me make this a bit better. So to arrow left on click, we will assign handle close, and the same thing on X. Well, yes, we have two buttons that do the same thing, but I think that's how WhatsApp does it as well. The moment of truth, if I open, yes, it works, although it's a bit messed up, but there is a timer and it's gonna exit, although this is green color, which we will change, but if you can see, it's expiring. The reason my trash can is messed up is inside of trash2 icon I misspelled absolute. And if I save it, it's gonna be not messed up anymore, I hope. Yes, okay. You can move it left and right with this command. So if I say right 250 pixels, let's see where it will move. Maybe, yeah, to this side. No, it will not. Just wait a bit, I will show. Yeah, you see, so the reason it moved 3 times is because when you are calculating with these square brackets, then it looks like it resets it. It completely disables this while it's calculating the pixel length. For me, the best position is 320 pixels on trash2, and it's gonna be around here. So I can use this to close my buttons work. And lastly, let's change the color of the progress bar. So we're gonna press Ctrl P and go search for progress. So this is in components, UI, progress. Or you can go here, outside of your app, you have components, UI and progress. And here you have this color, this is the background color, and this is the primary foreground color. So the background color will not be secondary, it will be gray-400. And this color will not be primary, but it will be white. And if I save this, and if I go again, so it will be like this. Now, if you want to be able to pause this story timer, I will not do it in this tutorial, but that's a fun little homework. You're gonna pause the timer execution, timer running out in your code, and if you want, if a lot of you want, then I can make additional video on all of these little things, how to change all of these little things, and I will probably make some bug fixes. So just say in comments if you want me to also show you how to pause a timer. Let's test everything once again. So I'm gonna delete this story. It's gonna be deleting, and then I can upload a new story. Let's go a bit down. Let's upload this again, and we will wait for a moment for this to upload. And it's uploaded, yes, and now we can enter it. Now this is loading state. It's only the first time it's loading. Or you can make another loading state if you want. I chose this one in this video, and it's gonna be loaded second time you enter the story. So everything works. And now let's set up video and audio calls. Let's go here to livekit.io and let's start for free. When you create an account, you're gonna be prompted to create a new project. So messenger tutorial, create project. Then you will answer these questions real quick. And then let's go to our .environment file, and at the bottom here we're gonna go down and say livekit underscore API underscore key is gonna be equal. Below that, livekit underscore API underscore secret equal, and below that next underscore public underscore livekit underscore URL equal. So first we will copy this project URL, So go into settings if you don't see this, or in analytics it's up here, and then go ahead and paste this into the URL, and then go to settings and keys, and we will add a new key, and description will be messenger-tutorial generate, and we will now copy this API key first, and that's gonna be into live API key, and API key secret into API secret, and save it. So when we finish this, we are gonna go into documentation, this button here, and we will click NextJS 13. Even though we are using NextJS 14, this will still work. So first we need to install Livekit SDK, so we will copy this and go into our terminal and paste it, but I copied yarn accidentally. I'm gonna go to npm and copy npm and then paste it. So we have Livekit server SDK, Livekit client, Livekit components React, Livekit component styles, and -- save. If we install this, while this is installing, we can just go to the next step, and we already added keys and configuration, and then we need to create API end token. So let's go to our file explorer inside of our app API, and let's add a new file that's gonna be called livekit/route.ts. So this will create both folder and inside route.ts. Let me close this. Let's go ahead and copy this whole code in create token endpoint and just paste it here. Now let me expand this a little bit. So everything is going to be same, so we don't need to change anything. I think these are secrets: Livekit API key, Livekit API secret, and next public Livekit URL. So if I go to .env, I think that's exactly what we named them, so that's correct. So this file is done. Now let's create a new file. Let's go to conversations. So app conversations, conversation ID, but not this one inside of API, but inside of app. And then where was it? Conversations, conversation ID, and components. And then create a new component, media room.tsx. Let's close this and say sfc, enter, media room. So this will be the room in which we will do a call, or audio call, or video call. So interface media room props, that's gonna receive chat ID, that's gonna be string, comma, video, that's gonna be boolean, and audio, that's gonna be boolean, like this. And then let's extract this in media room. So chat ID, video, audio, and let's copy this type. Wait, what is this? Audio. And then let's give it this type so it's extracted properly. Then below this, above return, we're gonna say const extract user, that's gonna be equal to use clerk, or use user from Clerk.js. Below that, const token, comma, set token, that's gonna be use state. This is the token that with which you will connect to the service that's gonna host your video on Livekit. And then below that, use effect import from React, and also this use state we're gonna import from React. Use effect brackets, and then arrow function, open body, if not user question mark dot username return, So if user doesn't exist, then const name is gonna be equal to backticks dollar curly brackets user.username. And then below we are gonna open brackets async, and then another brackets arrow function open body try catch block, and then const resp like response is gonna be equal to await. I will explain all of this, don't worry. Fetch, and then pass in backticks slash API slash Livekit question mark room. That's gonna be equal to $ curly brackets chat ID and username. It's gonna be equal to $ curly brackets name. This is how we will get our token. And then we will go down, down below. I think I should expand this. Below response, we will say const data is equal to await resp.json invoke. And below that, set token to data.token. That's it. On catch error, console.log error. Dependency array below. So dependency array after use effect here, it's going to be user question mark dot username comma chat ID. And don't forget here to invoke this async function. Oh my god, what did I do? So here just add another brackets. So this will just generate the token from our API Livekit API that we just did. So let me go there and see Livekit here. So we will generate a secret token, and with that we will use that token to connect to the Livekit service and to stream video, stream audio. Let's go below use effect and say if token is triple equal to empty string, then we're gonna return and then open this return div, and then we're gonna say loader 2 from Lucid React. So we are gonna be loading, this is loader animation if the token does not exist. Class name, let's for now ignore this class name, and below we're gonna say p loading ... and below here in return, let's return Livekit room. That's gonna be closed tag, and inside video conference, that's gonna be a self-closing tag. So it's not recommending these imports, so we will import them manually. Go to the top and say import, and then curly brackets Livekit room, comma video conference from at Livekit components React from here. And now it's going to work, but we're gonna have to pass in some attributes. So into Livekit room we will say data dash lk dash theme, that's gonna be equal to default server URL, it's gonna be equal to process .env.next underscore public underscore livekit underscore URL. Token will be equal to token. Connect will be true, but let's put it in brackets. Then video will be equal to video, and audio will be equal to audio. These are booleans to play video and play audio or not. Let's also at the top of media room import and then at livekit slash component styles, this one, and save. So if you are not sure what this big async function does, for every chat ID it's gonna generate a unique token, and then we're gonna use that token to distinguish between different rooms, and we will be able to generate different video or audio rooms for each chat. And now to display this media room, let's go to body and scroll down to return function right here. And so we have is not in call, but let's now add is in call. So if is in call end, so then we will render the following, open brackets, media room import like that. It's gonna be a self-closing tag and passing some attributes. Chat ID is gonna be conversation ID, and then video will be true and audio will be true. So we will start with the video, but people can disable video if they want. And now just to test this, let's just say true here instead of is in call. Just say true, so it's gonna show. And here it's loading, but oh my god, okay, let's go. It's loading. I think we are here. So I just scrolled to the top of the messages. It's not gonna be here, but just for now. And I think, yeah, we are disconnected. Let's refresh the page. And let me go to the absolute top of messages. It says it's loading. We're gonna fix this styling. It's ugly now, but let's see. Why is it disconnected again? Of course, guys, the reason is that I misspelled again. So inside of env file, this live API key, this should be livekit API key. And all three of these names should be the same as these three names here inside of app API livekit route TS. So make sure those environment names are the same. If I go ahead and see if this video is going to load, I think it should work now. There is no errors in the console. Connecting, okay, it's connecting. And in a few moments we should be able to, let's turn on the camera, although it's getting used by my recording software maybe. Let me see. So let me reload now and check it again, and I think it's going to work. Yes, hello guys, video calls work. This is amazing. So we have done video calls. I can disable camera here, or I can disable microphone. I don't know if you are picking up on two mics, but this works now, even though my camera quality is a bit bad, but it's gonna be good, promise, I promise. And now let's go back and finish up our code. So inside of body, this will not be true, it will be is in call. And then go back to media room, and let's scroll down to this if token is equal to the empty string. And then inside of the first div, we're gonna make this loading state a bit prettier. So we're gonna say flex dash call, and then flex dash 1 justify dash center items dash center, and then load age dash 7 w dash 7 text dash zinc dash 500, and then animate dash spin, and then my-4. In these p's I'm gonna say class name text-xs text-zinc-500. I think that's it, yes. So this is it. I think I did all of it. Okay, that's it. And now let's go to header and scroll all the way down to this to do call button at the end of the file. And we're gonna make a call button in the header so that you can click and enter call in that chat. So call button, and we're gonna self-close this, and we will pass some tags. Is in call, that's gonna be equal to is in call, and then below that set is in call, that's gonna be set is in call. And then let's go and create this call button just next to header. We're gonna say call button.tsx sfc, enter, call button, and then the props we are going to extract right here are gonna be is in call, comma, set is in call, and the type that we will give it is call button props. Now let's declare this type. So interface call button props, open brackets, is in call, that's gonna be boolean, comma, set is in call, that's gonna be react.dispatch, and then that's gonna be inside of these brackets react.setStateAction, and then passing boolean. This is because in header this set is in call. This is a use state. It's actually in conversation TSX. It's use state function. So let's go down to header and let's import this call button. Just import it from here and save. Now let's go here and continue to code this. So first of all, above return, we're gonna say const icon, that's gonna be equal to is in call question mark video off. We're gonna import from Lucid React, and then if it's false, then it's gonna be video from Lucid React. And below that we will say tooltip label, it's gonna be equal to is in call question mark and video call or start video call. And now let's go to return, and we're gonna have to go to ShadCN and we will install this tooltip component. So you can just say npx shadcn-ui at latest add tooltip, or if you want you can just come here and copy this. Let me install this real quick. We can continue coding here. Tooltip provider, and close this. We're gonna import it once it installs. So tooltip, and then close this as well, and then tooltip trigger, and let's close this as well. Now let's import tooltip provider. Why is there no tooltip and tooltip here? So let's import it again from this one, the second one, and tooltip. Oh my god, I'm misspelling too much. And tooltip here, and let's import from the second one. Okay, this one will be imported, and then let's give it a button, and then on click, that's gonna be equal to arrow function. Set is in call, and then passing not is in call. Below that, let's give it a class name, hover column opacity -75, transition, and mr-4. Let's close this button tag. It will not be actually self-closed, but inside of the button there will be icon, and then class name h-6 w-6 text -zinc-500, and then we will self-close this icon tag. Let's go below. Oh my god, let me fix this. So below tooltip trigger, let's say tooltip content, this one. Let's import, and p tag that says in curly brackets tooltip label, like this, and that is our tooltip, and this is it. This will work. Let's go back to our website, and we see that we have this icon here. Now it has this tooltip, although I think I'm zoomed in, that's why it's huge. So if I click this, we're gonna start a video call again, and it's gonna connect, and I'm gonna enable camera. Okay, it works. And if I cannot scroll down because this is not in messages now, and I will just turn off the video call. We have this tooltip, and it's gonna return me to the messages. We have a bunch of errors here in the console log. It says button cannot appear as a descendant of a button. So if we go back into our call button, this is a button that we are talking about, so we want to just name this to a div, and then cursor pointer, and save it. Let's go back, and if I refresh, there will not be any more errors. And if I open the video call again, these are my console logs, but those are not errors. And if I close, there is no errors. So the problem is when we exit the video call, it doesn't scroll to the bottom, it remains on the top of the messages. So let's go here, and let's just copy this entire use effect. So I am in body, and here towards the top, I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna put is in call. So this will scroll to the bottom when is in call changes, and I think I'm gonna not get smooth but instant. So let's go back. If I enter exit, it's gonna go instantly to the bottom. So if I move top, exit, instantly at bottom. Before we continue, I want to fix up a few things. So go to the app and page tsx, the outermost page tsx, immediately in app, and delete everything inside of this div. Let it be an empty div. Delete this as well, and say use client. And this is the localhost 3000, and we want to push anybody who comes at this URL to /conversations immediately. So we will say const router, it's gonna be equal to use router, and this one from next navigation, and then just do this, invoke, and then use effect open 1.2, it's gonna be equal to this, and just router dot push, and give it /conversations the dependency array is nothing, and import useEffect from useEffect and save. So this is how you can route people so you can use it. Another thing I want to do is go to global CSS, and below here we're gonna say star focus, and then I think we just open curly brackets and say outline, and that should be none, and I think this goes under these. That will not be the case without quotes. So what this is gonna do is when I have input field right here, when I focus it, there will be no ugly outlines. Let me show you what ugly outlines look like. If I do this and I focus this field, you see these ugly outlines, and there will not be ugly outlines to anywhere, whatever we focus, buttons and other things. And now guys, if we go to localhost 3000/conversations, we have this ugly empty state here. Now let's fix this. So this is in our conversations folder, and page tsx inside of conversations folder. So right here it just says empty state, and we're gonna remove this, and we're gonna make an empty state like this. And we already made this, it seems. I forgot about it. Let's import it from this one. So it's gonna be / components and empty state, or we can replace this with @/app, and this is the full path as well. And then let's pass into empty state current user. That's gonna be user, or let's say current user, and let's self-close this tag. And let's just get this current user. Oh, sorry. Below here we're gonna say const, and then in brackets current user Prisma. That's gonna be equal to await get current user invoke. And it says okay, so we can do this only in async function. So let's make it an async function here. And we're just gonna copy this current user Prisma and pass it in here. So also you cannot use async functions if this was a use client but since this is server, it's not use client, we are able to use async functions. And if you want to do this on client, then instead of doing it like this with await, if it was client, you would do it like this. You would say you would use .then and below that .catch. And now let's go to this empty state component and let's start coding this. So first let's make it use client component. Let's go inside of return and say div, and inside of that another div, and inside of that image, and let's pass in source. That's gonna be /images/communities.svg, and let's pass in some class names. I think we will do this a bit later when we are passing class names. Let's go below and say h2, and inside say so the title of your app, tutorial messenger, for example. And then below that let's go h3 and say select a chat or start a new conversation. And then I'm gonna save all of this, and this is that's it. That's what we are doing here. Now let's go to the GitHub below and download communities SVG, this one. We have community, but we don't have communities. So let's download it, put it into the public folder of our communities, and we can refresh this page. It's gonna load. And now let's just make everything look better with CSS. So into not first but second div, I'm gonna say class name flex dash call w dash full and justify dash center and items dash center. Let's save this. And into the image class name, I'm gonna say text dash 3xl. No, this is the other one. So it's gonna be w dash 1/2 mt dash 36. And then below that into h2, we're gonna give it class name and say text dash 3xl m dash 12 mt dash 4 mb dash 4 text muted dash foreground, and that's it. Now let's go into h3 here and say class name, and we are gonna have text foreground. Is it text muted foreground? After that text dash xl, and then font semi bold, text gray 900, and margin bottom 3. Let's save this, and above this h3, between h2 and h3, let's import separator. We installed this from ShadCN. If you don't have it, just go to ShadCN website and find separator and install it. And below h3, let's pass in a new chat sheet and pass in current user as current user, and that's gonna be self-closing tag. But this current user is receiving a user extended with following, but our current user is just a current user. So if we go to page, let me show you something. If we go to page from these conversations, so here we are getting the current user and we are passing it into current user Prisma, and this current user actually does have the following as well. So let's go to get current user. We are gonna include following and followed by, so this current user does have it, current user Prisma. We are just not passing it into empty state. So let's go into empty state and extend this user prop with end, and then open curly brackets and say following, and then true. Oh, sorry, following true. No, sorry, it's not following true. It's user is the type, user array of users. And if I save this, there is no more error. Our empty state is a lot better right now. We can also start a new chat right here. Next, what I want to do in our new chat, I want to be able to click this new group and create a group. So let's go to a new chat sheet. The first thing I want to do is go down, and here I want to uncomment this, and let's remove this div inside, and I'm going to say group chat modal. And then that's gonna be self-closing tag. So when we click this new group, we wanna pop-up to pop-up, and it's gonna be like a pop-up on the middle of the screen. It's not gonna be a sidebar. The only reason I'm not doing it in a sidebar is I wanna do something new and maybe teach you how to do it with a pop-up. So let's go. So let's pass in some attributes to the group pop-up. Users, that's gonna be equal to current user dot following. So we can select from users we are following to add into a group. Is open, that's gonna be equal to is modal open, and I'm using word modal interchangeably. It's similar to pop-up. On close, that's gonna be equal to curly brackets arrow function, and then set is modal open to false. The way we will open this group model is if we go down below, there is a button that says new group right here, just close to end. And in this button we have on click to set is model open. That's true, we already made it. Now let's make this group chat model. I'm gonna copy it and then let's go to our file explorer and let's go to Sidebar and let's make a new folder, call it models, and inside new file group chat model.tsx. You can also put these models into components, not into Sidebar, but I'm gonna put it into Sidebar. And then let's say interface group chat model props, that's gonna be curly brackets, is open question mark, and then boolean, and then below that on close, that's gonna be normal brackets, ghost arrow function void, and then users, and that's gonna be user, and then array. So below that sfc group chat model like this, and let's extract all of these variables. Let's also import user from Prisma client, and then we're gonna have is open comma on close, and then users, and we are gonna give it this type, and let's just give it a div for now, group model. Let's save it. Let's go back to our group chat model and import it like this, and the error should go away. Now it's in a random place, but we're gonna fix it. So let's go back and start coding inside of this div. We will need dialog from ShadCN. If you click here, you see what it's gonna look like. It's a pop-up. So let's go down and copy the npm command, and let's paste it and install. After it installs, let's go here into this div and say dialog and import it. Wait, I don't see it. So if we go to the website, it should be importing from add components UI dialog. So let's copy this, all of these imports, and go back, and then let me go on the top and import all of it. Now it says that this does not exist. That's because I installed it in a wrong project, so be very careful about that. And now it exists, so let's continue. Let's close the dialog tag. Below that, let's say dialog content, and let's close that, and then say dialog header. Let's close that, and inside let's say dialog title, and let's close that, and say create a group chat, and below title let's say dialog description, and description will be create a chat with 2 or more people dot. And then we will not have a dialog trigger to open this dialog, but instead inside of dialog we're gonna pass in prop open, that's gonna be equal to is open. And let's save this. We are receiving this here. So let's go right below description, but still in dialog header. We're gonna say a div, and inside we will say X from Lucid React. It's gonna be a self-closing tag, and below span tag, and let's say close inside. So now if we go into new chat and click this new group, the dialog will pop up. The only problem is it's not gonna close when I click anything, so let's implement that. So this div outside of X, it should have a on click to be arrow function, and then invoke on close, and that's it. So if I click this X, is it this? Oh, I don't know which one. Yeah, this one. Now let's make everything look a bit prettier. So starting from this div that we just implemented on close, I'm gonna put this into a new line and give it some class name. So this is div for the X. So we're gonna say absolute right -4 top 4 opacity 70 transition opacity like this, and then that's gonna have after that hover column opacity 100, focus is gonna have outline none, focus is gonna have a ring 2, focus it's gonna have a ring dash ring, focus will have a ring dash offset dash 2, and cursor will be pointer. So if I save all of this stuff, and let's also add some into the X, so we're gonna say class name and h-4 and w4, and inside of span we're gonna say class name and sr-only. That's it. So if you hover over sr only, you see what it gives. It gives absolute position, width, height, padding, margin, and all of these props. Now if you look closely into our model, we see that we have two x's here, and the one x is from the model, hard-coded model X, and the other one is ours. So let's remove that hard-coded X from model. We will go to dialog here, and let me search for this X. So it's down below here where it says dialog primitive.close. Let's remove all of this and just save. And now we can just close using this, our X. It's a lot better looking. And now let's make the form submission, the group creation. So below the dialog header, let's make some space, and I'm gonna start a new tag, call it form, and it's gonna be a closing tag. And inside of form, let's pass on submit. It's gonna be equal to handle submit, and pass in on submit. We will define this later. Inside of form, let's give it a new div, and then a new div again, and then a new div again. We will adjust these class names, and then label from @components UI label, and that's gonna have name. The label will be name. Below that, input field from @components UI input, and it's gonna be a self-closing field. And let's give it some props. So disabled, it's gonna be is loading, and below that ID is gonna be name, and then we need to open curly brackets ..register, and then pass in name. So we're gonna register this input field that it's part of the form when we submit it. This is gonna be name of the group. Below that, let's do another field. Actually, I'm just gonna say to do select. This is another component that we need to make, but we will do it when we finish this form. And then skip 1, 2, 3 divs, and we need to add submit and cancel buttons. So let's make a new div inside button, import that from @components UI button. It's gonna be a normal closing tag, let's say cancel, and then after that button we will have another button, and that's gonna be create, and then we have close this, close, we have everything closed. So this is it. Now let's just fix these errors here by defining these functions. So let's go to the top above return, it will be const router is equal to use router. From next navigation it's important, and then invoke it. And below that we're gonna say const is loading, comma set is loading, and that's gonna be use state, import from React, and give it false. And then const, and then we're gonna extract some form types, so register, types and methods, and then handle submit, and then set value, this is all for our form. Watch, and then form state, column, brackets, errors, curly brackets, comma, and all of that is gonna be equal to use form, import from React hook form, angled brackets, field values, import from React hook form, and normal brackets, curly brackets, and we're just gonna pass in default values for the form. So those are gonna be default values, column, default values like this, and column, curly brackets. We're gonna have name, that's gonna be empty string, and below that members, that's gonna be empty array. So that's our form defined. One last thing we need to do is define our onSubmit function, and then the form should work. So below this, let's say const members, and this will watch members. So when we set value using this set value at members, this constant members will also have those values. Okay, so let's do, if you don't understand, I'll show you later again. On submit, that's gonna have type submit handler from React hook like this, and angle brackets, field values, close angle brackets, it's equal. It's gonna receive data in normal brackets, arrow function, open body, set is loading to true. Below that, Axios, import it, post to /API/conversations, and this is, we are gonna create a conversation, and it's gonna be a group. So the object we will pass in is data. So we will pass all of this data, like it's gonna be name, members, and maybe something more. And then is a group, it's gonna be equal to true. And after this, Axios finished, because this is a use component. So let me mark this, not use client, use client. So we cannot use, as I explained, await here, because that must be in async function, and this function we cannot put async here because it's use client. It's not gonna work. So instead of putting async here, and instead of using await, we can just go here and say .then when the promise resolves, and pass in brackets, and then arrow function body, router.refresh, refresh, invoke, and below that on close. So we're gonna close the modal. And let's also catch an error, or catch the errors, double brackets, arrow function, toast dot error, and then passing something went wrong, exclamation mark. And we will import toast from React hot toast, this one. And after catch, let's go to dot finally. This will execute at the end, so it's gonna be an arrow function, and we wanna set is loading to false, and then set value of members comma empty array, and we want to set value of set value of name to empty string, and that's it. Our form should work right now, so let's test it. If I go to new chat and new group, well, we can add names, but we cannot select members, so that's not gonna work because we coded in our API that groups must have more than 2 members. So let's do this selection. Let's go down where we said to do select. And just to note, I want to first do the functionality, and then I'm gonna do the CSS styling. So this will be a lot better. These buttons will not be green and etc. So inside of select, we're gonna call select. Do not import anything. We will make this, and then this is gonna be self-closing tag, and let's pass in some props. Disabled, it's gonna be equal to is loading, and then below that label, it's gonna be members, but string members. Below that options is gonna be equal to, and now we're gonna say users dot map double brackets arrow function. Let me maximize this, it's getting weird. So users map arrow, and then we're gonna open normal brackets, open curly brackets, and we're gonna say value is gonna be user.id comma, oh wait, not user.id like this, user but not users, user.id, and then below that label is gonna be user.username. But why is it recommending? So I think we need to pass here user, yes. So here we have user and then user.username. Make sure it's exactly like this. And one last prop, value is gonna be equal to members. So this will display all of the members that we have selected. Members is whatever we set, if you remember here. So whenever we set value of members, when we select members, it's gonna be in this. So we're gonna display members here in the select, but options we will give to the user to select from are all of the users, all of our contacts. Now let's go and create this select component. So inside of components, I'm gonna make a new folder and file, and I'm gonna call it input or inputs slash and then select.tsx. So this will create folder inputs, and here sfc select, and then let's pass in some props, interface select props. Those are going to be label, that's gonna be string, and then oh my god, okay, so below go value question mark record, and we don't need to import it from anywhere. That's gonna be string comma any. Below that on change, it's gonna be value and then record, again string comma any, change, and then close everything, and that's gonna return void. Below that options, that's gonna have be record string comma any, close, and then array, and lastly disabled question mark boolean, but make sure it's properly like this goes here. And now let's real quick extract those. I'm just gonna copy them. So this one comma value or comma on change comma options comma disabled, and give it type select props. And before I forget, let's make this use client component. use client like this. Let's go into the return now, and we're gonna code div, and inside label, and it's gonna be it's gonna have value of label that we received. Below that, div, and it's gonna have React select, which I think we need to install this. npm install react-select, and now we can import React select from. Okay, let's import it manually. I don't know why it doesn't recommend. So import React select from React-select like this. And then let's pass in some attributes to React select. The first one is gonna be is disabled. It's gonna be equal to disabled, and then value will be equal to value, and then on change will be equal to on change, and is multi, so we can select multiple options, but spell it properly, is multi. And lastly, options, it's gonna be options. And let's just self-close this React tag, and this is it. This should work. Even though it looks ugly, it should work. So let's import this select component from this, and it should not throw errors anymore. But I forgot to pass in on change, so I'm just gonna pass in on change. That's gonna be equal, and then set value of members, comma value, and then comma open object, and say should validate. That's gonna be true. So the form should validate the input if it's good or not. But on change should actually be an arrow function. So let's make it an arrow function, and then put arrow, and then open body, and then encapsulate this into like this, and then arrow should be in these brackets. Value should be in these brackets. And now there is no error anymore. And this group creation should work. So let's open this and new group, and name test group. And then members, I can just select all of my members. So I can select 1, 2, 3, for example, and click create. This should send Axios request. So let me open a console and see if there are errors. I think there are no errors. Let's go back. It should update in our conversations here. Yes, if I refresh, it's gonna give us the test group. So now we can go ahead and open it. We have some errors, but we will fix it. But if I click this conversation, the first time it's gonna load a bit slower because it needs to compile everything. But yeah, this is the group, and I can send messages hi, and it should automatically appear here. Yes, hi. And now all of the members are gonna be inside of this group, and they will be able to see these messages. Now let's fix these errors and make the group creation look a lot better with better UI. Let's go to group chat model and form, and inside of this first div, let's give it some class names. So space -y -12, and the div below, let's say border B, border gray 900, and then let's give it 10 opacity, so /10, and then pb-12 padding bottom. The div below, class name, I think if I do this it will look better. Okay, so class name empty 10, flex call gap -y-8. Save this, and we don't have anything until buttons. So here in buttons, In this div, I'm gonna say empty-6 flex items-center justify-end and gap-x-6. And this is all the CSS that we have here. Also, this cancel button should receive some props. So disabled, it's gonna be equal to is loading. Type, it's gonna be equal to button. Below that, secondary, and on click, that's gonna be on close. We don't have any secondary type here. Instead of secondary, let's give it variant, and then inside open quotes and destructive, and then save. So it's this red button. So it's gonna work, everything will work. I can say cancel. It has nice animations. And let's also give some styling to this select. So let's go to select TSX and scroll down to this first div. We're gonna give class name z dash and then 100. So this is on top of everything, although it already is. And then in label, we're gonna give it class name, block, text small, font medium, leading 6, and text gray 900. If you hover over leading, you're gonna see that it's line height 24 pixels. And one more, in this div, we are only going to give it class name empty-2, and that's it. Now, if I go and try to select stuff, you see what it looks like. And there is a red button here if I want to remove it, and we can create a group. We're just going to give it a name and then create. And I think we still have a few errors here that we're going to fix. Let's first go to my images and look for group purple. And we're going to download this image and put it in our public folder like this. And now if we refresh, there is this image group purple to the side of our groups. The first problem we have is right here. You see that I created a group without a name, so we need to disallow that. So go to group chat modal and on submit function, say const and extract name members from data if not name or members.length is equal to 0. Then we're gonna toast.error and then pass in name and members cannot be empty. I actually also suggest we say if members length is less than 3. Because we cannot make a group with 2 people, I think, yeah, in our API. So if you want to make a group with only 2 people or 1 person, go change it to the API as well. Here in API conversations, but we're just going to say name cannot be empty and members, and there must be 3 or more members. Okay, and just below that, return, and that's it. And we also need to scroll down, and for example, below this div, add toaster from a hot toaster, so the toast notifications display. And now if we go ahead, let me open this and say create name. Name cannot be empty. Okay, so we need to go back and fix this typo. But it works. So name cannot be empty and there must be 3 or more members. So if I have only 2 members and some name, it's still not gonna submit. But if I have 3 members, it should submit like this. Yes, it's gonna submit. The second problem we got is I just created that group, but it didn't update on the sidebar, so we need to refresh the page. So let's fix that. Let's make it update in real time. Let's go to API/conversations route TS, and let's scroll down. Actually, it's gonna be find post, and this is group, and a bit down. And right before this return response JSON, let's make some space. So we are gonna update all connections with new conversation. New, so I think we named it new conversation like this. Dot users dot for each user. Inside the conversation, we're gonna extract or get user, and then arrow function. If user dot phone number exists, open another body, pusher server, and import it dot trigger, remove plus sign, and pass in user dot phone number, and then conversation new, this is the event, and new conversation. So let me explain this real quick. Each user is subscribed to a channel that's named after their phone number. And to that channel we can send different events. This time we will send a new conversation event, and we will just pass a new conversation. And we are sending this event now. Let's go to conversation list and receive this event. So let's go up here and make a use effect. Use effect, and we will make an arrow function, open body, and then pusher client dot subscribe, but we need to import pusher client like this. And we're gonna subscribe to the user's phone number. So each user will be subscribed to their phone number, but we're gonna say pusher key, which will be a variable for phone number. And I will explain why we are not just passing in phone number. So first, let's check here if pusher key exists. Pusher key, then we will return if it doesn't exist. And now let's define pusher key. So the reason we wanna say pusher key like this is gonna be a variable with use memo, so we don't need to recalculate it every time React recompiles. So we're just gonna do it once. Let's use memo, and then arrow function inside, and then say if user, so this is this user that we from use Clerk, dot phone numbers, first phone number dot phone number. If it doesn't exist, so not at the beginning, then we will return null. Let's go after that and say const phone number, it's gonna be equal to remove plus sign, import it, because channels cannot have this plus sign in the beginning. And I'm just gonna copy this user.phone number's phone number, and that should be it. We will just return phone number, and then dependency array here will be just the same phone number. So now this pusher key will not calculate every time like this use effect executes if I just put number here, but it's just gonna calculate like once, and when these dependencies change. And let's immediately add dependencies to this use effect. So this is gonna execute when pusher key changes and when router changes. So this channel is gonna be subscribed to different events. So we're gonna have 3 events: conversation update, conversation new, and conversation remove. every time we trigger one of these events, we're gonna update here the sidebar. So right now, if I remove conversation, we need to refresh the page, or if I add a conversation or update a conversation. So let's go here and say pusher client dot bind. So we're gonna bind this event that's gonna be called conversation update, and we're gonna bind that event to update handler function. And in this function, we're just gonna update the sidebar. So we're gonna define that function, but let's copy this 2 more times, and we're gonna bind conversation new to new handler, and conversation remove to remove handler. So now let's define these functions. Let's start with update handler. Just below, above here, we're gonna say const update handler. It's gonna be equal, and it's gonna receive conversation full conversation type. If you remember in our, what was it, route? No, it was in contacts, in conversations. So here, when we trigger, for example, conversation new, we're gonna pass in some parameters. So these parameters will be received by this function that triggers. So for example, this event will trigger this function, and that function will receive the parameters that we passed in. And then put arrow function, open body, set items. Items are just conversations in our sidebar, so it's gonna get current items, and pass arrow function current.map, and then another arrow function and open body. So in current.map, it's gonna have current conversation, and after that we're gonna say if current conversation i.id is triple equal to conversation.id, then we will return and open object spread current conversation, comma, messages are gonna be conversation.messages. And now outside of this return and this if, we're gonna go below and say return current conversation. And that's it. Before I explain this, let's just fix this. So set items, I made a typo right here. It should be set items, and errors should go away. So set items is setting a list of conversations. We're gonna get the list of conversations, and we're gonna map, meaning that we go through each conversation. And in each conversation, one by one, we're gonna check if ID of this conversation is equal to the ID of this updated conversation. So the same conversation that we are updating, because this is update handler. This will execute when we update a conversation. So when we find that conversation that we are updating, we will pass the exact same conversation. All attributes will be the same. Only the messages of the conversation will be updated, different. And so we will do this if we find the conversation, and for every other conversation, we're just gonna pass the same conversation. So we will just update this one. And now let's implement new handler when we create a conversation. And I just forgot to mention that this will work for all, like group and one-on-one chats and channels. So no matter which type of conversation, this will be the same. And const new handler is gonna be equal to, and then we're gonna receive conversation, which is gonna be full conversation type. And we're gonna do arrow function, open these curly brackets, set items, and we're gonna extract current list of items, that is list of conversations. and then we are gonna pass open arrow function if, and then we're gonna use find, import that from Lodash. If you don't have it, install it, but we installed it already. And then we're gonna say current, comma, and passing object ID is gonna be conversation.id. Close these three brackets, and then that's open the body, return current, and below if, let's say return, and then array conversation, comma, current, and that's it. So when this event gets triggered, conversation new, we are actually triggering that event here, and it's gonna send new conversation that we just created. So this event in our client is gonna trigger our function new handler, and that function will receive the conversation that we sent from server. And then we're gonna set items is a list of conversations in our client, and we're gonna get the list of conversations, and then we're gonna check if this new conversation already exists in our list of conversations. So if we can find inside of current conversations a conversation that has ID of our new conversation, then it already exists there. So we're just gonna return current conversations. But if we cannot find the same conversation in our current conversations, then we will return a list of conversations and with current. So what this ... current means is just spreading the list of conversations, because that's a list of conversations, and we are just adding this conversation at the beginning of the list. And lastly, let's implement a remove handler. This one will be the shortest. Const remove handler, it's gonna be equal conversation, full conversation type, it's gonna be equal open body, set items, and then double brackets current list of conversations, arrow function, return open array, spread current list of conversations, dot filter, brackets, so conv conversation, it's gonna be equal to conv.id is different from conversation.id. So here we will go through the conversations and return a list that doesn't include the conversation that has the ID of the conversation that we removed. So just remove it. And if I go back and I go and create a new let's say group, and hi group, I'm gonna add 3 members because it must have 3 members at least, and create. Now it should automatically come into our sidebar without needing to refresh the page. So let me close this, and hi group is here. This is amazing. Let's now implement real-time conversation update and conversation remove. Let's go back to API conversations route TS and go to the bottom of the page, and just before this return, so this is after we create a conversation, and we will go ahead and say new, and this conversation is one-on-one conversation, new conversation dot users dot map, and passing user arrow function, and if user dot phone number, then we will pusher server dot trigger and passing remove plus sign and user dot phone number, and we will the event will be conversation new, and the payload new conversation. So that is it. So when we create a new one-on-one conversation, it will trigger this conversation new event inside of channel that's gonna be called user's phone number. So his phone number, and each user will have their own channel. So each user will receive this event through their phone number channel with this payload, new conversation, and this will trigger this bind, this event new, and this new handler function, and conversation will update in the sidebar. And we didn't implement deleting a conversation at all, so let's go to app API conversations, conversation ID, and inside of conversation ID we're gonna create a new folder file, raw.ts. It doesn't exist here. And first this will be export async delete, and we're gonna get or export async function, and we're gonna get a request that's gonna be request comma, and then extract params that's gonna have type params column I params, and open body of the function. And now we need to define this iparams type. So we're gonna say interface iparams that's gonna have conversation ID question mark string. Iparams will just pull the ID from URL here, and then we will delete this conversation with this ID. Now let's open a try catch block, and inside of try let's say const conversation ID is gonna be equal to params const extract current user Prisma that's gonna be equal to await get current user invoke, and then if not current user Prisma question mark ID question mark dot ID, let's say return next response dot JSON and pass in null, and then besides or below that const existing conversation one is gonna be equal await dot database database dot conversation dot find unique, or find unique conversation. When we need to import database here, the reason we need to find first is we need to check if it exists. So we're gonna open normal, open curly, and where ID is conversation ID, and below that include, and we're gonna say users true, and below all of this let's say if not existing conversation, we're gonna return new next response invalid ID and object status 400, and then below that const deleted conversation, it's gonna be conversation is gonna be equal to await. And the other reason we must find first conversation is because we need to send it with pusher server to update clients with that conversation. And I think this this db.conversation.delete, I think that doesn't return the conversation, that object that it deleted. That's why we need to find unique. That's what they did in documentation. But we will use delete many here, although there can be, but let's just be for security, where ID is gonna be conversation ID, comma, user IDs, it's gonna be has some, and array current user prisma.id, and that should be it. Now let's now the conversation is deleted, but we need to use this object of that conversation to push notifications to everyone, real-time updates. So existing conversation dot users dot for each open 1 open 2 user arrow if user dot id then pusher server import dot trigger and remove plus sign import and pass in the user dot phone number and comma. The event is conversation remove, payload is existing conversation. This is it. And below we're just gonna return next response.json deleted conversation, and in case of error return next response null, or should be .json. So this is our deleting API. Now let's go to header, and just after this call button let's import trash from Lucid React like this. On click it's gonna be handle delete conversation. Let's implement this function here at the top. Let's do it after handle follow click. Const handle delete conversation is gonna be equal, and it's gonna be arrow function axios dot post, and it's gonna be backticks API slash conversations slash $ curly brackets conversation ID, and it's gonna be slash, that's it, actually that's it. But we don't have conversation ID, we have conversation and then .id like that, and close this. And our function is not post, it's delete as we declared it. Another problem is this would right now return 404 not found. Now, can you see why? Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but that's because we need slash here in the beginning as well. And so this thrash icon at the bottom, this is inside of private conversations, but if you want to also be able to delete groups, then let's cut it and let's put it, I think, here like this. So now if we go into, for example, a group, we can see this thrash icon right here. So if I click it, this group will disappear from the sidebar like this. But we did not redirect from this page, so we need to redirect now. And the funny thing is, if I try to send a message, it's gonna throw an error because this group does not exist anymore in the database. So in our handle delete conversation, we're gonna say .then. So when the promise resolves, throw a little bit of an arrow function, open body, and we will say router dot, but not this one. So let's define router up here below this. Const router is equal to use router from next slash navigation, so the second one. And now let's go down and router dot. Now you have multiple options. We wanna reroute somebody when they delete a conversation, so they don't stay on that conversation. You can go, for example, back to the previous link they were at, or what I will do is replace, and then I'm gonna pass in string / conversations. So we will go to the empty page. So if I go into a group and I press delete, and we will make this button look better, don't worry, but as it deletes, it's gonna redirect us back and the conversation will disappear. Now let's go down to the trash and let's see what kind of class name do we want to give it. Well, first cursor pointer, then text -zinc -500, this is the color, padding 2, width 10, height 10, hover, we're gonna say background, background zinc 200, and rounded -small. Let's see the effect we have. So we see that we have this kind of hover effect, but this is misaligned with this call button. So let's go just up above this into where we have this call button, and the div that has ML auto, we're gonna say items -center, but this will not work if we also don't add flex. And let's see here, it should align. Yes. Now is the perfect time to add everything. Git commit -m real-time conversation updates done, and then git push -u origin main. And the problem we have in our new chat is we cannot scroll our contacts. So if it's a smaller window, we cannot scroll it. So let's go back. Let's go to Control P, new chat sheet, and scroll. We're gonna scroll down to sheet and then sheet content. And in class name, we're just gonna add overflow -y -auto. So it will make a scroll bar if it needs to. And now if we go here, there is a scroll bar. And if you want to remove this ugly space at the bottom, then just go back to code and into user list, and it is PB20. Remove that padding button 20, and it should be removed like this. This is part 1 of the video finished because YouTube has a 12-hour limit on videos. For part 2, go to the description below or to my channel. Thank you for watching.